So you are asking me for tips and ideas on how to create a zone for dungeon battles. Do I understand it right? Because if it's what you want, I'm ready to instruct you on the ways of the world as a proper adult, but in exchange you must respect me as your instructor and superior. Today after classes, when I ask Ricard for how to improve the dungeon so that it is ready for today's rematch with a Lil Demoness, this is what he says. I already told you I'll never call you instructor, master, or anything of the like. Not after the epic fail with the troll. He puts his hand on his chest and makes a pained face. Ha broken bar. How can you be so cruel? Everyone can make a mistake or two in their whole life, right? Sigh. As if it was the only mistake you ever made. Broken bar. Well, if you don't want to, I can always ask somebody else. A broken bar like my older sister. A broken bar, I say while turning away from him. No, wait. I'll teach you. I must redeem myself and show you my capabilities. Please, I beg you, allow me to teach you. Foo. A grin appears on my face, but he can't see because I'm looking away. I knew he would react like this if I were to go to another person for help about the game. I don't know. A broken bar. I think I prefer somebody who isn't so haughty and doesn't ask for me to treat him or her like a master. A broken bar, I say while slowly walking away from him. This is what I say, but if I actually asked my older sister for help, she would demand even worse treatment. I start to count mentally while walking away. 1, 2, 3. A broken bar. Before reaching 5, Ricard makes a jump and grabs me so I can't get away. Please, allow me to teach you. I'll teach you as a friend. You won't need to call me anything. I promise I won't bug you with respect and honorifics. An even bigger grin appears on my face. Okay broken bar, I'll let you to help me in improving my dungeon. A broken bar, but only because you asked so nicely. Ha. See, this is how you manipulate someone. So easy. Too easy. Come. Ricard raises his glasses with his index finger while faking a cough. Oh, isn't this the famous anime glasses effect, where the glasses shine so much you can't actually see the eyes? Oh, no, it's actually his eyes that are shining so much. Oh, boy, fuck. I'm so 1/4 going to regret these. A broken bar. I forgot I should never ask Ricard for tips about a game he likes. So, start by telling me, with as much detail as you can, how did your previous dungeon battle go and what do you currently have in your dungeon? And we'll start making progress from there. I explain to him everything that happened yesterday during the dungeon battle. And I also tell him all the units and traps that I have in the dungeon. He can't stop himself from interrupting and asking for more and more details, or interrupting by giving his a very experienced opinion, as he himself calls it, on everything. And I mean literally everything. I'm lucky that on Thursdays we only have one class very early in the morning, because I can spend the whole morning with him. Otherwise a broken bar, my rematch would have had to be postponed to another day. Oh, you're still here? I thought you were leaving soon after class. In the middle of Ricard's eternal speech, he really fits the undead faction, doesn't he? I hear a woman's voice from behind. I turn around and I see it's Laura, our classmate. Yes, I was planning on it. Buta broken bar, I say while signaling at Ricard, next to me. He's still talking non-stop about the game. I take this chance to ask for help. Please, save me. I say with signs and hand movements. Laura answers. Save you? From what? She asks, with hand signs too. From Ricard. He's going on and on with his explanations, and I can't cut him because it was me who actually asked for help. Okay broken bar, but you low me one. Okay, sure. Anything if this means this torture is going to end. Yes. Finally, my savior. I'll build an altar to you, in my mind. No way, I'm actually building one, so that your actions are never forgotten. Hey, Ricard. I'm trying to say something. Stop talking for a moment. Ricard finally stops talking, and Laura takes this chance to ask again. What are you two still doing here? I thought you were going to leave soon after class. Also a broken bar. Andreu, I have something to tell you that I forgot about before, about my broken bar. Laura is making a weird expression as she looks at me, but before she can continue, Ricard interrupts her. "Hugh, a broken bar. Oh, Laura. Sorry I didn't notice you. I was having a very exciting conversation with Andrew and lost sight of everything else." "Don't lie. You were talking alone and I was only listening." "Well, feigning to listen." "What a exciting conversation." "Maybe an exciting monologue, but definitely not a conversation." Andreu asked me for some tips on how to build a better dungeon, and here I am, teaching him the ways of the game. She doesn't seem too interested in the topic, since she doesn't have Dungeon Master's Arena yet. But as the savior she is, she doesn't leave and instead asks, "Ooh, and what help do you need?" "I need help with how to prepare for a challenge dungeon battle I have today." I answer. For a moment, I see her face twitch. Is she getting interested? Maybe she is curious about what help do I need, for later use in her future dungeon battles. I don't know a broken bar, but if she stays she can give me more ideas, and more importantly, with her help we might be able to stop Ricard from starting yet another one of his knowledge drilling sessions. "Oh, is that so? And why would you ask for help in a dungeon battle? Shouldn't you make the plans by yourself?" It's evident that she's interested in the topic. "Build a broken bar. Why? She doesn't have DMA yet, doesn't she?" Anyway, I start to explain the situation. "Yesterday I received a challenge from a player called a Lil Demoness, and she baited me into a match where the rules were clearly designed to cripple me a broken bar and I lost. Then I asked for a rematch, this time with fair rules. And here we are, discussing how I can improve the dungeon battle so I can crush her this time." "So you want to play dirty, huh?" "And I was willing to tell you beforehand a broken bar." I hear Laura muttering something, but she does it in a very low voice and I can't understand what she is saying. "What did you say?" She answers my question by looking away and with an awkward laugh at the end. "Oh, no, it was nothing." Ha ha ha. My broken bar suspicious. Leaving her awkward behavior aside, we then proceed to plan and design the dungeon rooms for this dungeon battle. With Laura's help, it actually takes less than an hour, which is an extremely short amount of time compared to how much time I spent with only Ricard a broken bar. A huge complaint here. During all that time when I was alone with Ricard, he actually didn't help me with the dungeon planning. At some point, he started to ramble on and on about why the undead faction is the best. I didn't even listen to half of it, because my brain shut down halfway. "Hey, here I come again," I say once I enter the game. I'm talking to myself, because I'm alone. It's time to implement the changes for the dungeon battle rematch. Curious about the changes I'm going to do? You'll see as I go. First, I'm going to tell you what Ricard and Laura said after I told them I'm using a part of the normal dungeon for the dungeon battle as a broken bar. What are you doing? Do you really don't know even this? How can it be? It's one of the most basic things in DMA, to create a separate zone for the dungeon battles. Dungeon invasions and dungeon battles work very differently from one another, and what can be good for one can be useless in the other. Ricard, even I, a non-player, would have created a specific zone for dungeon battles. Did you really expect to win when the other players can dive into your dungeon at any time so that they already know the dungeon layout and mobs before the battle? Isn't it being too naive? Laura. So yes, I'm going to start by creating a special zone, not connected to the normal dungeon path, designed specifically for dungeon battles. Oh, and there's another very important thing that Ricard told me. For when you want to win in dungeon battles, the most important thing in dungeon battles is that the enemy can't avoid what is coming. You need to focus on those elements that, even if the enemy knows where they are, he can do nothing to prevent them. So don't use easily avoidable traps. Avoid random elements that you don't know if they will work, and avoid using mobs that are easy to kill without retaliation. That's why so many players use ranged mobs in dungeon battles. You can't defeat them without taking some damage, and if you space them out, not even are very effective. Basically, what he means is that I need to focus on things that have around a 100% chance to damage the enemy, even if it's only a single strike or broken bar. Which leaves me with very little options, because the stitched are too slow, and even if they have ranged attacks, they can be easily kited to death. The death butterflies are random. They might never get close to the player and the falling and exploding corpse traps can be avoided. they rely on the enemy passing under or getting close to broken bar. After discussing, we decided that the best would be to create a total of 3 rooms or zones for the dungeon battle, each one connected to the next. The first one is going to be a tunnel. So I start creating the tunnel. It's not a simple straight tunnel, no. It is extremely narrow, it twists around in random ways, and it even has parts where it's partially collapsed and with only a small hole to pass through. Basically, it's designed to stall the enemy for time. The more time the enemy spends in the tunnel, the better. And the best is that it's designed in a way that's easy to put traps into it. Thanks to its narrowness and all the blind spots that the twists and turns create, even if the traps could be avoided, it's almost impossible to do here. The same for the mushrooms. What's even better, the tunnel is going to have the 4 fiery flies, so that they distract the invader from the traps, and hopefully make them fall into more traps, deal some extra damage while alive, and even more damage if they get killed. Since they are so small and can fly, they're extremely difficult to avoid in the narrow tunnel. The second room is a medium-sized room with a closed door that leads to the third room. It looks empty, but it isn't. One thing we found is that I don't have a way to get decent ranged units for this match, or any other good unit. Really, a broken bar, I would need to get a lot more bodies for either the creation of hybrids or Siameses that specialize in ranged combat bodies, which I don't currently have. So we came up with a solution to these a broken bar, and it's a very nice idea. I'm sure I'm going to apply the same concept in the normal dungeon in the future. The plan is to use the hidden enemy trap to hide stitched on the ceiling, which are going to drop once the enemy gets close enough. In this way, they're going to fall right next to the enemy, so the lack of speed isn't going to be that much of a problem. Hidden enemy, medium, trap, cost, 10 CP, 10 metal. It looks like a normal wall, ceiling, floor or decoration, but hides a humanoid or smaller unit inside. You can set a condition for the unit inside the trap to be released. Also, the door is going to be closed until all the stitched are killed. It's a mechanism that players can use in the game so that they can implement puzzles or special zones. I didn't know at the time when I was playing with Ricard, but the Orcs Arena was one of these zones. Oh, and the imps hidden behind the portraits was also the stripper broken bar fucking imps. So the second room is basically a kill all enemies in the room type of challenge, except that the room is empty and all enemies are hidden, waiting to ambush you when you get close. Pretty nice, don't you think? Ha ha ha. This room forces the enemies to risk getting attacked by multiple enemies from different places at the same time, if they trigger the traps fast or take a lot of time by slowly walking through the room to avoid awakening more than one at the same time. I'm going to create a total of 10 new Stitch to take the role of hidden enemies. I'm calling them Brain Dead Assassin because they fall on top of the enemy to kill them. I modify the AI so that they don't move from the place they are. In this way they never clump together. Even in a room like this and falling literally on top of the enemy, they are so slow that they could only manage to get one melee hit if the enemy ran away from them. So making them immobile is a better option. This also prevents the enemy from using it to kill them effectively. And to capitalize on the immobile stitched, I level them to level 2 and use the 2 skill points on these 2 skills, Toxic Spit and Blood Power. It's fun that the already very used Toxic Spit fits this new stitched better than the Resta Broken Bar. I mean, they are assassins, and as assassins they throw Toxic Spit to the enemies. Though normal assassins would use envenomed daggers instead of Broken Bar. Brain Dead Assassin, LV2, HP 66, 60, STA 5, 5, SU 3, 3, EP 55, 50, MP 33, 30, STR 5, 5, Con 7, 7, AGA 2, 2, SPI 4, 4, Will 4, 4, Dex 1, 1, SPD 3 INT 1 Com 0 Skills Active, Toxic Spit Passive, Blood Power, Passive Skill. When you don't have enough EP or MP to use a skill, you use your HP instead. This skill can kill you. With the Blood Power passive, the Stitched will keep using the Toxic Spit until they die. Literally, because they will kill themselves by using it. In short, this room is designed to deal as much damage to the enemy as possible, while at the same time making them waste as much time as possible. If the first room is a wasting time kind of room and the second one is a weak mob's room, then the third room can't be anything else than an elite mob room, a broken bar, don't you think? So yes, you guessed it. The third room is going to have a lab assistant, but it also needs some extra oomph. So broken bar, there are going to be 2 lightning rods. In this way, the enemies must either focus first on the lightning rods and take free damage from the lab assistant, or ignore them and keep taking lightning damage during the combat. If it were me, I would definitely focus first on the lightning rods, because the assistant is tanky enough to make the fight last for longer. Broken bar, a bad choice when you are getting struck by lightning all the time. Ha ha ha. With this I have a perfectly planned dungeon that I hope is going to destroy a little demoness and show her I am better than her. Oh, I almost forgot to talk about the design. The 2 first rooms look like a mix of natural cave and man-made structures, while the last one looks like a laboratory, as usual. Ha 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 ha. Come and challenge me again, you fool. You're going to cry and despair so much you're never going to recover. This is what you get for angering the mad rat. Ha 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 ha. I say this while raising my hands up in the air in a dramatic pose. For better effect, I cast chain lightning, a broken bar which for a split second looks like lightning is striking me and I'm manipulating it. Don't you think this effect is awesome? I'm not going to explain in detail because you should already know a broken bar, but the basic attacks that any unit can use. This means attacks without using any skill, only the weapon, cost 10 EP and deal 0,5 strength damage. This means that a melee unit must have both high STR and DP, and the other 2 important stats are con to reduce enemy physical attacks and HP to not die. That's why the orcs are considered one of the best melee units. They excel at those 4 stats. On the other hand, a spellcaster should focus on MP and SPI in the first place, and then should have high suit to regenerate the used MP, and also either high EP or high SPD. Why those 2? It's easy to understand. A spellcaster needs either high EP, to keep running for a long time, or high SPD, to run away faster. That's for when enemies get close and the spellcaster is going to die in melee, which will happen for sure during battle. And also, the spellcasters shouldn't stand still all battle, because that makes them easy targets. As for the tanks, a broken bar. Random A knowledge drilling done by Ricard during the morning. If Andreu listened to it or not, nobody knows. Not even Andreu. This chapter focuses on Andreu watching a lil demoness progress during the dungeon battle. Dungeon battle challenge. Flesh monstrosities vs Wicked Legion. The Mad Rat's Lab. Hellish Dreamland. Disguise Koala. A lil demoness. Ha ha ha. Here it comes. My chance to get revenge. I'm going to watch you as you suffer, despair and finally die. A broken bar. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. After the usual flash of light, I find myself in her dungeon. This time I want to keep a close look at her expressions and how she loses the battle, so I'm going to keep watching her progress all the time. It looks like her dungeon didn't change that much from the last battle, since I find myself inside a banquet hall, the same from the last battle. When she enters my dungeon, the first thing she does is look around the initial tunnel. She is using the same champion as last time, the succubus. 3 imps follow behind her. I didn't say before, but you can bring any amount of units with you during dungeon battles. Though they still use the same CP budget, so the more you bring into attack, the less you can use to defend the dungeon. Until now, I focused everything on defense all the time, as most of the players I played against did. But on higher levels, it's common to bring some mobs with you. After looking around, she immediately starts to move forward, at a relatively fast speed. The imps follow her from a certain distance, around maybe 5 meters. Does she think this is going to be easy? It doesn't look like she is looking for traps or ambushes. A broken bar. Here, a broken bar. It's getting close. Only a little bit more and a broken bar. She walks under the first falling corpse trap, just behind the second turn of the tunnel. The trap is activated and the corpse falls on top of here, a broken bar, but she disappears. Wait, what? She appears a meter in front of her previous position, and the corpse falls to the ground. It hurt nobody. Her broken bar, is this even possible? That was the blink skill, right? Even if she can move away on time, she shouldn't know there was a trap, right? What's more, activating the skill in such a short time after triggering the trip a broken bar. She continues walking, as if nothing happened. Soon, the imps walk over the fallen corpse, not having to worry because the trap has already been activated. I call this a stroke of luck. It's the only way she could have avoided that trap. She must have noticed something weird and activated blink on instinct. Yeah, I'm sure it's like there's a broken bar. By the way, no, I'm not sure, just trying to convince myself here. Okay, the next one is a sleeping plus poison mushroom trap. She can't avoid this one too, can she? The mushrooms are hidden behind a part of the tunnel that protrudes from the side she is coming from, so they can't be seen. And when she reaches the spot from where she can see the mushrooms, it would be too late. They would have already triggered. And sure enough, at the moment her foot comes forward, the mushrooms release the poison and sleeping clouds. And she broken bar disappears again. How can she know when to activate the blink skill? Does she have some kind of trap detection skill? My broken bar, no. As far as I know, they don't exist. Then a broken bar, is she hacking the game? Because it's the only way I can think of. Isn't she ashamed of playing dirty? Yet again, she continues to move forward and blink at every trap when triggered. Blink is one of those skills that are incredibly useful. A broken bar as an escape mechanism to telegraphed attacks, and for other special combos like getting close and grabbing the enemy, but otherwise a broken bar, it's usually a dead skill because of the cooldown. It's one of those skills that looks incredibly useful, but you need to upgrade it before it actually is. Meaning it's usually taken only by high-level players. A broken bar. So why did she take the blink skill? Blink, active skill, cost, 20 MP. Teleport in the direction you are looking, up to 2 meters away maximum. Can only teleport to a place you can see. This skill has a 5-second cooldown. Okay, broken bar. I give up. A broken bar. With the blink skill you can literally ignore all the traps in this area. If you know when they activate her broken bar, I say in a defeated voice. She somehow predicted that the blink skill would be very useful. Not sure why, because usually nobody takes it because of the cooldown. A broken bar. I can only rely on the fiery flies now. She is close to the place where the fiery flies are waiting. I expect that they'll be able to do something. At least do something. You have my hopes placed on you. The fly doesn't disappoint. It does deal some damage, but not as I had intended. A broken bar. The fight goes like this. Dialogue made up in my imagination. I found you, dirty demon. You're gonna die by my flames. The fly gets close to the succubus, and she gets some damage from the In Flames skill. Then, she swings the whip and strikes the fly, crushing it into small bits. You killed me, but I'm taking you with me. Ha ha ha. And as it dies, boo-oo, a huge fire explosion occurs. But when the explosion reaches her, a semi-transparent red barrier appears in front of her and she takes no damage. I have no words, so I can't say anything. Again? What's even worse than her not taking damage, a second fly was caught by the first's explosion and died too, making it 2 flies that were killed by the meager amount of damage she received. A broken bar. Is it 30 horsepower damage? In total, the skill she used is the fire protection skill, another skill one would normally not take, unless you already knew you were going to use it for sure. A broken bar. Fire protection, active skill, cost, MP. The next time you take fire damage, negate it. Your MP is reduced by the amount of fire damage negated this way. This is getting more and more suspicious as it goes. How could she know that she needed the fire protection skill? This is an even more niche skill than blink because it requires the enemy to use strong fire damaging skills for it to be worth the skill point. A broken bar. Wait a moment. A broken bar. The lab assistant also uses fire skills to deal damage. Isn't it going to be useless too? The fireball skill. Shit. Let's hope she gets crushed in the second room, and doesn't reach the lab assistant. I start to pray to a god, any god, who might hear me and ask for her death. Please, whatever god you might be, let my minions kill her in this dungeon battle, and prevent me from being humiliated a broken bar again. At least both blink and fire protection are going to be useless in the next room. Then I continue praying. Please, let her die ear broken bar please, let her die ear broken bar please, let her die ear broken bar. She walks inside the second room and sees it's empty, and that there's a closed door at the end. I can't believe what she does at that moment. She starts running through all the room and triggering all the hidden enemy traps at the same time. Hey, not so smart now, huh? You are begging for a swift death by doing so. It looks like my prayers have been heard. But what happens next makes my mouth hang so low, I could swear it touches the ground. WOW broken bar. WH at a broken bar WW at Andreu.x has broken. One of the imps goes to the center of the room and uses a skill I've never seen before. I'm the bait. I might have missed it when looking at the skill list. There are so many of them. A broken bar. I'm the bait. LV2, active skill, cost, 30 EP. 30 MP. You turn yourself into the bait. For the next 10 seconds, all non-champion and non-boss enemies are going to target you if possible. Only one the bait can be active at a time. This skill has a 5-minute cooldown, upgrades the last bait. You are unkillable for this skill's duration and extend its duration for 5 seconds. When the skill ends, you die. I think you can understand what I feel right now, right? I feel so useless, so empty, so devoid of life. A broken bar. What has my life been for? Why is everything I do useless? A broken bar. Let me explain what happens in detail, just in case you didn't figure it out yet. A broken bar. The imp activates the skill, and all stitched start spitting poison towards it. All of them. Not a single attack goes towards the succubus or the other two imps. And this lasts for a while, until all the stitched kill themselves with the blood power skill. And then the imp also dies by the skill's effect. For making even more fun of me, a little succubus actually takes this time to relax, sitting on the ground, with an expression on her face that says this has nothing to do with me, so quickly die so I can move to the next room. She actually didn't do anything in this room other than running through it to awaken all the hidden enemies. The door of the room opens and she stands up, MP fully recovered, and ready for the final fight. Just what did I see? A broken bar. I want to cry. A broken bar. As she enters the third and last room, I look around myself. I'm not making any progress here. Broken bar. Maybe it's because I watched the enemy player too much, but I'm stuck. Everything looks the same. I don't even know where I went and where I didn't. I'm currently in a maze-like repetition of rooms. The dungeon battle started the same as the last battle. The way to hell spawns and the imps hiding behind the portraits. But then, I crossed one of the room's doors and soon found myself in a series of interconnected tunnels. And those tunnels lead to rooms identical to the first one, up to the smallest and insignificant details. And since everything looks the same, I quickly lost my way. To make matters worse, there are still some imps appearing from behind portraits. A broken bar. I don't even know where I am anymore. I don't think I can find the exit anytime soon. A broken bar. Let's hope she dies first. I continue with my prayers. Please, let her die. Ear broken bar. Please, let her die. Ear broken bar. Please, let her die. Ear broken bar. A little demoness enters the third and last room, and what she does immediately after entering is a broken bar, throwing the two remaining imps at the two lightning rods. Isn't these a broken bar? The throw an ally skill. It's the first time I've seen it in battle. Throw an ally, active skill, cost, 100 EP. Throw one ally unit into a space within 15 meters. All units within 2 meters of the impact zone, including the thrown unit, take 20 plus 1,5 STR plus 0,2 max HP of the thrown unit. Physical damage. Whether you can throw or not another unit depends on that unit's size and your strength stat. This is one of those skills that are rarely used on mobs, because they don't really know when or where to throw their allies. But in the hands of a champion, controlled by a player instead of a near broken bar, you can achieve some interesting things. Okay, so you threw the imps, but now they are going to die because of the impact, and you won't manage to destroy the lightning traps. A broken bar. Okay, never mind. A broken bar. It looks like the imps have the skill god's intervention, which prevents them from dying the first time they would, and makes them invulnerable for a few seconds. Then, the lab assistant throws a fireball and, as I already imagined, is negated by the fire protection skill. Oh, and of course the imps take no damage because they are currently invulnerable. Yeah, why not? I don't even care. Anima a broken bar, I say in a sullen voice. With so many tricks and prepared skills, it's clear you are playing dirty. The question is how? Because I could understand if you hack the game to know the location of traps and mushrooms, and maybe you prepared the fire protection skill in foresight, for both the fiery flies and the lab assistant's fireball. A broken bar, but this doesn't explain in any way how she knew about the second room and how to easily clear it. She casts Hellfire, targeting one of the lighting rods and the lab assistant at the same time. This time, she maintains the Hellfire activated for a while, until the lightning rod is destroyed. Hellfire has an initial burst damage and a damage over time effect that can be kept active for as long as the user wants, so the 10 hits of life of the lightning rod are quickly depleted. Meanwhile, the lab assistant has decided that killing an invulnerable imp is a better option than attacking the vulnerable champion, so he's doing nothing helpful. Well, true, she is taking some damage from the fire aura, but it's a negligible amount compared to the damage the assistant is taking from her. It would have been better for the assistant to just stand still than attacking an invulnerable enemy, for its own dignity. Then, it means that she got the whole info of the dungeon before the dungeon battle even started. A broken bar. Does this mean she hacked the game even earlier? The battle continues, and she casts another Hellfire, this time targeting the other lightning rod and the lab assistant. She doesn't forget to attack the lab assistant with a whip between casts. This wouldn't make sense. A broken bar, because the only thing she could know was the dungeon layout. The traps, mushrooms and units are selected during the battle preparation phase, so it's not possibly broken bar. Finally, the invulnerability of the two imps disappears and they immediately die to the fire aura. But by this time, the lab assistant is almost at half HP, and the succubus has almost full HP. At that time, she casts another Hellfire, which triggers the lab assistant's Frosty Retribution skill. They are quite far apart, but the ice nova still reaches where she is. And as the ice wave comes towards her, she disappears again with blink and completely avoids the skill. And the following fireball is negated by the fire protection skill, yet again. Yeah. Why not? What else can go wrong? I think the only thing that could happen to worsen the situation is that I die before she destroys the dungeon core. From then on, the battle develops into a melee battle, since both have no MP remaining to cast spells. But the whip's attacks have more range, and also sometimes make the lab assistant stop moving for a second. This, added to the fact that she has more HP, makes this a matter of time before she wins. Broken bar. Please, somebody explain to me what's happening. I don't understand anything anymore. I shout while pulling my head's fur. Because I don't have hair, you already know. How can this be? She knew everything. Everything. Sometime later, she manages to kill the lab assistant. Then she goes towards the dungeon core, and destroys it. Dungeon battle lost. Winner, Wicked Legion, Hellish Dreamland. A lil demoness. Rewards obtained. Okay, I've lost again. But this isn't important. The important thing is how did she know about everything I was going to use? I've discarded the possibility of hacking, so this only leaves the option that she somehow knew everything from the start. Even from before the dungeon battle started. I'm sure it must have been Ricard. He is clearly the most suspicious person. But he has another player nickname, so he can't be the one I'm fighting against. A broken bar. Then maybe he told everything to another person? While being paranoid about how this situation could come to be, I receive a message from her. A lil demoness. A foo-fa-foo. This time it was even easier than the last. You know, the next time you want to face somebody in a dungeon battle, you should make sure that your opponent doesn't know about your plans beforehand. I'm your shadow. I feed on your dreams. Did you really think I wouldn't know that you asked for help to plan this dungeon battle? You shouldn't have, because thanks to this, I could know everything. Foo-fa-foo. I have no words. How far do you go into roleplay to send this kind of message? I know succubus are supposed to attack you while dreaming, so the shadow and dreams part makes sense in a way. A broken bar. But of course, the part one can't ignore is the last one. She knew everything because I asked for help. Doesn't this mean she's a spy? And she's always following me? Maybe a stalker? Since we're in a broken bar? No, wait. Don't be stupid, Andreu. There was another person other than Ricard when you were planning the dungeon, and she's a woman. As if to confirm my suspicions, I get another message from a lil demoness. A lil demoness? By now I suppose you already suspected. Yes, it was me all along. I'm Laura. I was just playing a little with you. Did you like my dungeon? I did like yours. It was a broken bar easy. He. I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier, but when I tried to tell you today, you asked me for help to design your dungeon and couldn't hold myself back from thinking you were being unfair. So I chose to be unfair too. Why you a broken bar, you demon? How could you do this to me? You knew I was looking for help, and instead of helping me, you used this chance to utterly destroy me. Fuck. Shit. Why didn't I suspect it before? Now that I've heard her confession, it was clear that she was behaving weirdly today. How could I be so blind? Disguise go Allah. You traitor. I thought you were my friend. Why did you do this? Do you know how bad I felt when everything was set against me? The injustice, the feeling of everything I planned going wrong. I demand a rematch, and this time it's going to be a fair match. No extra info and no banning and crippling the other. I'll show you that you won only because you cheated. This time, it's going to be you who feels worthless. What I'm most angry about is the fact that she was the one who proposed most of the ideas for this second battle. So, obviously, everything she told me was so that she could better crush me later. A lil demoness. Okay, don't be like that. It was a prank. I'm sorry that you took it so bad. If you want a rematch, it's fine by me. But you must know that the reason why I resorted to such tricks was because I'm lower level than you, so it would have been almost impossible to beat you in a straight fight. A broken bar anyway. Let's talk about it tomorrow, okay? See you. This conversation happens before the dungeon battle, at a moment when Andreu is not present. So broken bar, when are you going to tell him that it's you who's playing as a lil succubus? I know it's fun to taunt Andreu, but if you continue for too long, a broken bar, he might get really angry. Broken bar, just this one time. I don't want to make him too angry. I just want to have a laugh before he realizes the truth. Also a broken bar, he was planning to take advantage by asking us for help, so I'm going to punish him for playing dirty. I'm going to tell him after the match. Then I'll wait until you finish the second match. If you don't tell him by then, I'll be the one to tell him. After the initial anger faded away, I was tormented by shame from losing the battles against a lower level player, and even more shame for being deceived like a fool. But it quickly faded away when I started to plan the revenge match. Foo. Ha. You're going to regret making the mad rat mad. Well, madder. I'll make you despair. I'll make you suffer the same as I did, or even worse. Just you wait. Ha. These were my internal thoughts while planning the nastiest experience I could imagine. So this is his dungeon owner, broken bar. I already know what to expect, because he has explained about it more than one time. But still, it's going to be very difficult to avoid everything that's dangerous in this dungeon owner, broken bar. My first impression after entering the Mad Rat's lab is that it looks like any other underground dungeon. Okay, maybe a little more wild than a dwarven dungeon, because of the natural rocks and passages, but not that different. First of all, the trap at the cave's entrance. Okay, here it is. Trigger it, move a wire, broken bar, and wait for the corpse to fall. Done. Let's continue. I enter the huge cave. It's quite dark, but bright enough to see the silhouettes of the dungeon mobs. Could be worse. Here comes the first enemy. It looks like half an elf and half a dwarf monstrosity. He, she, it, they. Well, whatever. The thing is coming towards me at full speed, faster than I can go. It releases a terrifying howl when starting combat. Is it calling for help? I didn't know that the dungeon had this kind of enemy. A broken bar, it must be quite new. Broken bar. The fight starts. It looks like the thing counts as 2 units, because it has 2 HP bars. I kill one first to see what happens, and the moment the first is killed, the second half gets crazily empowered. Luckily, it dies by itself after 5 seconds. A broken bar. I need to find a way to counter them. The after-death skill is too strong. A broken bar. Oh, I know. Next time I'll use charm after the first half is killed, buying me some time to get away. Maybe 2 or 3 seconds of being charmed are enough. It's nice timing to test the idea, because a second of those things comes towards me, supposedly attracted by the first's howl. The combat starts and I charm it after the first half dies. The plan works perfectly. Yep, better this time. Charming them for just 2 or 3 seconds while moving away is enough. The time they take to react after the charm, plus the interruption caused by the status effect, makes them waste the full 5 seconds and die by themselves, without harming me. I need to note this for the future. Oh, here comes something else. Is it a fly? A broken bar? A flaming fly? I attack it with a whip. It dies, but then a broken bar. Boo. It explodes in a burst of fire and I take some fire damage. Quite a high amount of damage from that little stupid fly. Are there more of them? If so, better kill them from afar. I continue moving, but I stop when I notice that my HP is steadily getting lower. Oh, shit. One of those butterflies is attached to me. Luckily, I already know what to do. I blast myself with the Hellfire skill, and the butterfly immediately dies. I also take some fire damage, but better taking some now, than dying later. Both those annoying pests are critter units. A broken bar. Okay, it's decided. If possible, I'll put a ban on using critter units when I challenge him to a dungeon battle. Yuga broken bar. How annoying these tunnels. Area broken bar. I spend more time resting to recover the HP lost to those poison mushrooms than actually moving. But I must make a map of the full zone just in case he uses the tunnels area for the dungeon battle. Broken bar. In this area there are more of those half monstrosities. But since I already know how to deal with them, they are easy. Unless there are mushrooms close by. A broken bar. Because those things must have some skill that makes them ignore the effects of the mushrooms. They don't get poisoned, nor do they fall asleep. It's decided. No mushrooms either for the dungeon battle. I must ban their use to prevent this combo from happening. A broken bar. I've finally managed to reach the laboratory. This should be the last dungeon room, as far as I know. There's a single enemy in the room, but I don't see the dungeon core. So he must have extended the dungeon on. A broken bar. This means more work for me. Nothing I can do about it. I still need to map everything. When the fight ends, I see that most of my HP, and even EP and MP, are depleted. This was one hard fight. I won only because I had the champion's buff. In a dungeon battle, where I don't have this buff, I'll need to be at full HP, EP and MP to face this enemy. Otherwise I'll die. A broken bar. I think I'll need some preparation in advance. Maybe I can prepare some mobs to help me in this battle, but I have a better idea. I'm sure I can ask him how much CP this lab assistant mob costs, so that I can put the limit of CP per unit lower than their cost. This way he won't be able to use them, and I'll have an easier time. I see that there's another passage continuing from the laboratory, so I enter it and move forward. I must map and prepare everything before the dungeon battle. Ha 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 ha. I laugh evilly. I'm going to make you cry. Ha ha ha. While Andreu was wasting time and fighting against hordes and the more hordes of goblins and orcs, a little demoness was planning how to beat him in a dungeon battle. She called this operation, How Do the Rats Cry? I slowly open my house's door and look around. Still a little angry about yesterday's situation, I momentarily stop to breathe in the fresh air and calm myself. Then, somebody pushes me out of the way and I almost fall to the ground. Move out of the way, Andreu. Don't stand in the doorway. You aren't the only person in the world, you know. This is Marta, my older sister. As usual, she likes to complain about everything I do. We leave at the same time on Fridays because we have college classes at the same time, though we study different things, and in different universities. Yes, excuse me, madame, I say while making a fake reverence. HMPH. She makes angry noises as she walks away. It seems like I'm safe for now from Marta's rage. I mean, Marta and I take different paths, so she leaves for the bus station. I can reach my college by walking. See you later, Andreu, and stop making those creepy laughing sounds. You look like a madman right now. See you later, a broken bar. I don't feel the need to reply to her taunting. It looks like my internal thoughts have shown outside. Well, who can blame me for making creepy laughs while thinking about how to torment my next victim? While thinking about my next dungeon battle, I continue walking, although a bit slower than usual. And when I finally reach my college and look at the time, I see it's later than usual. So I have to run to my class because I don't want to be late. Sigh. Can't one properly make evil plans without the need to run? Good morning. Ricard greets me as soon as I enter the classroom. Hey there, Andreu, says Laura. Good morning to you too, a broken bar, I say to Ricard and Laura. I send a glare to Laura. She knows the reason why, so she isn't surprised. But then I make a grin, imagining how I'm going to beat her in the next battle, and she then shudders. Maybe she's imagining too what nasty plans I have for the dungeon battle. So, how did the dungeon battle go? Did my amazing tips help you in your dungeon battle? Though by the way you look, it doesn't seem like so. Broken bar. Ricard finishes talking while awkwardly looking at Laura. Amazing tips? Fuck you. They were useless because the enemy I was supposed to beat was next to me. And by how you reacted just now, you must have known all along. I stare at Ricard and, in an icy tone, I say, so you knew too, huh? Since when? At my question, he looks apologetic as he explains the situation. Well, a broken bar, she came to me saying she had the game and asking for tips and help. And to not tell you because she wanted to surprise you, a broken bar. You know me, I'm incapable of denying things like that. So I kept the secret. But I told her to tell you already or I would be the one to. Broken bar. This totally sounds like a thing Ricard would do. Given the chance to be the oh so mighty and knowledgeable instructor in a game he like us, a broken bar, he couldn't deny her. Yeah, I completely understand the situation now. So you are also a traitor, huh? Shame on you. Now I'll absolutely never call you master, instructor, or anything similar in any situation. This is what you get for being a traitor. Not that I was ever going to call him something like that. But now I have the perfect excuse to not do it. No. My future chances to shine. See? I knew this would be his reaction. Ha ha ha. This is what you get for betraying me. By the way, Ricard's cry attracts the whole classroom's attention. But when they see it's us who are shouting, they return to whatever they were doing before. They must be used to our eccentricities by now and decided to ignore us. I'm not proud of it, but it can be helpful sometimes. Like this time. As Ricard shouts and feigns to cry, in a very loud voice, Laura opens her mouth and tries to defend herself in an apologetic tone. You know, Andreu, I was just trying to make a prank. It just turned out to be more than I wanted because you tried to play dirty in the second battle. So broken bar, please forgive me. Oh, I'm not angry anymore. It was just all a plot, so now I have an excuse to stop Ricard from spouting bullshit. Well, to limit the amount of bullshit he spouts. Then I look directly at her face and ask, Buta broken bar, you're not going to avoid the rematch, right? Because it would be a shame if you can't feel the same level of despair I felt. A broken bar. Okay, but don't say creepy things like that. If you want to have a rematch to show you are better than me, or to relieve your anger, it's fine by me. Just please don't use too many gross things. I hate those stitched. Oh? Okay. Noted. Note to myself, use the most disgusting ideas I have. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. Okay, broken bar. No. I now lost my identity. My identity as the one with the most experience here. Broken bar. In the background of our conversation, Ricard is still spouting nonsense. Shut up already, won't you? Anyway, the class is starting. A broken bar. Let's set the time for the match for later. I say to Laura, shoo, a little bit of space, please. I need to make more plans and I don't want any of you two to get a glimpse of my notes, just in case. Foo fa fa foo. Ha 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 ha. Yees, it's finished. My newest creations. Behold, the mighty rabbits. True to my words, there are two rabbits in front of me. They look the same, but one isn't a normal rabbit, as you would expect. In fact, it's a rabbit hybrid in its rabbit form. You could say that the other one is a normal rabbit, a broken bar, but in fact, It isn't either. It's a creepy created from a rabbit and a curse bug. Everyone knows what a rabbit is, so I'm not gonna comment on it. A curse bug, on the other hand, a broken bar, is a little critter that has a nasty innate skill called Death Curse. Players who put them in their dungeons use them to prevent invaders from using our attacks indiscriminately. Death Curse, innate triggered skill. When you die, you curse the unit that killed you with the Death Curse for 5 minutes. While cursed, the unit deals 10% less damage and takes 10% more damage. This curse can stack, and every time it stacks increase the duration refreshes. So yes, with this innate skill, when another unit kills a cursed bug, it deals less damage and receives more at the same time. Oh, and curse bugs are very small, about 2 centimeters, and completely black. So it's easy to miss them and kill them by accident. But I didn't have any problems when invading the dungeon where I got them. That's because my skill, Chain Lightning, never kills. So I was never actually cursed when obtaining their bodies. The no killing can't always be bad. There was sure to be at least one place where it was good. I say to myself, ... But I must admit that I didn't expect it to be better than killing in any situation until I found the bugs. Outside of allowing me to capture units, of course, I called the new creepy template, both rabbit and curse bug, curse rabbit, and left it at level 1. I don't need to upgrade them because I only want them for the Death Curse skill. In fact, it's the only skill they have. So they only cost 2 CP. And I didn't modify the AI. I only managed to get the bodies of 5 curse bugs a broken bar. This means I can only make 5 curse rabbits, but I believe it's going to be enough. What's best is that it's impossible to differentiate both units when both are in their rabbit forms. If you inspect the rabbit while in its rabbit form, it identifies it as a normal rabbit, stats included. So broken bar, you either risk getting cursed by attacking them, in case you attack a curse rabbit, or ignore them and risk getting ambushed by the rabbits. Foo. I laugh evilly. Despair and run away, because it's the only safe option. By the way, attacking a beast in its beast form usually makes them return to its original form and attack you. I don't know what happens with champions because I haven't found any enemy beast champion. Me? Rat transformation. It's sealed, remember? Of course, I haven't tried it. I almost forgot. I didn't explain the rabbit. The rabbit is a hybrid unit. And the other half is a broken bar. Drums please. A broken bar. A broken bar, the other half is a broken bar. I'm not going to tell. Nah, I was joking. The other half is an orc. In specific, the orc hunter, the one that costs 100 CP. Since the rabbit is 150 CP, the hybrid costs 250 CP, which is expensive, I'm not going to lie. But I only need a few to mix them in a bunch of curse rabbits. So it's fine if they are expensive. I have only created 2 of them, mostly because I could only get 2 rare rabbit bodies. They are very hard to find in a dungeon when they are mixed with normal rabbits. A broken bar. I have some more orc bodies, from the invasion I did with Ricard. As soon as I get more rare rabbit bodies. A broken bar, you already know, right? They are going to be great for defending the dungeon. I can already imagine a field full of rabbits. Some dangerous if attacked and some dangerous if left alone. I imagine the invaders thinking, what to do? Should I attack or not? I called the new template not a rabbit because they are not a rabbit, of course, and modified the AI so that they mostly ignore invaders, but start combat under 3 conditions: if they get attacked, if the enemy turns away and shows their back, and in case the enemy tries to run away. I also leveled them to level 3, so basically enemy invaders can't ignore the not a rabbits. The safest way to approach them would be to run away, literally, and then see if it transforms and follows in combat mode or not. If it transforms when trying to run away, it's a not a rabbit. Otherwise, it's a curse rabbit. Did you notice I remarked the trying word? It's because the not a rabbits are absurdly fast. All the speed comes from the rabbit. I already saw they had an absurd speed when I was creating my champion. That's why I decided to use them. Not a rabbit, LV3, HP 360, 300, STA 19, 16, SU 8, 7, EP 336, 280, MP 108, 90, STR 31, 26, Con 28, 24, Aggie 32, 27, SPI 12, 10, Will 25, 21, Dex 21, 18, SPD 9 INT 5 1 Skills active, Rabbit transformation, innate, Bleeding strike triggered, Bloodlust, innate, Unexpected strike passive, Berserker. As you can see, they are incredibly fast. A speed of 9 is the same as the demonic swarm after activating the dash skill, and this is without any speed boost. It also has a lot of agility, 20 of those base points coming from the rabbit, and from the orc hunter's body. It inherits the high HP, strength, stamina, and DP. Altogether, this is a fucking melee killing machine. Lots of damage, fast attacks, resilient, and what's worse, you can't run away from it. But it makes the not a rabbit suck at magic. I mean, they have lower stats for magic than some other units that cost less than half KP. Broken Bar, for example, the high elf. And regarding the rest of the skills, here they are. Though you should be able to imagine what they do with only the names. Bleeding strike, active skill, cost 20 EP. Your next attack makes the target bleed. Bleed inflicts an extra 20% of the damage dealt with the attack as HP lost during 5 seconds. Unexpected strike, triggered skill. If you attack an enemy that's looking away and combat hasn't started yet, your first attack deals 10 times the normal damage. Berserker, passive skill, increase your attack damage and attack speed by 0.3% for every 1% of HP lost. As you can see, the Bleeding Strike and Berserker skills further upgrade the melee damage of the not a rabbit. The Berserker also synergizes very well with the Bloodlust skill, both increasing the melee damage when on low HP. And the Unexpected Strike ice a Broken Bar. Well, the punishment for those that dare turn their backs on the not a rabbits. I mean, I'm sure that 10 times the damage from an already powerful basic attack can kill most enemies. Normal attacks should deal around 15 damage, so it turns into a 150 damage attack. Plus the 20% bleeding, so 180 damage. Ouch. 180 from a basic attack. That hurts. Ha ha ha. I'm sure more than one player is going to get KO'd in a single strike. Ha ha ha. And the least important but also most relevant thing of the not a rabbit, that I'm leaving for the end on purpose, is their appearance. It's a hybrid of a rabbit and an orc hunter, and thanks to the champion upgrade, hybrid I researched the other day, I can now change body parts other than the 4 extremities, head, and trunk. So I could do whatever I wanted with their appearance, within certain limits. What I did is use the orc as the base and add the rabbit's ears, tail, and claws. I also set all the union types as a blend, so they blend into one another as if it was a natural creature, almost. Here it is. The cute not so cute orc with rabbit ears and tail. And let's not forget those fluffy but clawed hands and feet. With the orc's burly body, tusks, and ugly face, the image is quite spectacular. I'm not sure if anyone is going to like how they look, but I don't care. By the way, I don't like how they look either. Well, I do like how they look for a dungeon monstrosity mob, but if you ask if I would want a plushie with their appearance, definitely not. But the not a rabbits aren't the only new countermeasure I have prepared. I have another surprise for a little demoness. I unlocked the basic Chimera unit and managed to get the body of a mimic, so I used the tunneler and the mimic to create this beauty. Tunnel Mimic, LV2, HP 205, 187, STA 15, 14, SU 8, 8. EP 308, 280, MP 99, 90, STR 17, 16, Con 24, 22, AGA 5, 5, SPI 9, 9, Will 19, 18, Dex 9, 9, SPD 4 INT 7 Com 0 Skills active, Mimicry, innate, Engulf, passive, Eternal Pain, innate, Tunneling, innate. Enlarge. Can you guess what the tunnel mimic is going to do? I'm gonna leave you some time to think. Okay, did you manage to figure it out? I say as I put my hand next to my ear. A little bit more help, you say? Sure. Here are the skill descriptions. Mimicry, innate active skill, cost, 150 EP. You change your shape and looks so that you imitate some inanimate object or terrain in close proximity. You can't change your size. While mimicry is active, it's impossible to differentiate you from what you are imitating, and you can't be identified by players. You still take damage as normal. Engulf, active skill, cost, 50 EP, plus 10 EP per second. You engulf one unit in melee range. While engulfed, the unit takes 10 plus 0,5 con acid damage each second. This damage isn't increased or reduced by having higher or lower stats. The engulfed unit must be significantly smaller than you, and you can only engulf one unit at a time. When you end the engulf or die, the unit is released in the closest possible space. Tunneling, innate passive skill, you can move through impassable terrain at half the speed. When moving this way, you cause noticeable tremors around you. Enlarge, passive skill, increases this unit's size by a considerable amount. The only change to stats is an increase of 10% in the base HP. You still don't get it? How can you be so dumb? I exhale in exasperation. Obviously, this is a monologue and nobody is answering me. Let me enlighten you. The tunnel mimic is going to dig through the dungeon's impassable terrain, then come towards open space and use mimicry to look like a natural rocky tunnel. Since it has the enlarge skill, it is big enough for enemy units to go inside his mouth, and when an unsuspecting enemy comes inside its mouth, a broken VRMMORPG, the enemy is going to be engulfed and eaten to death. Ha 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 ha. Even more funny is the fact that after engulfing, it's going to burrow back into the impassable terrain, so it's going to be invulnerable from enemy attacks, other than the engulfed unit, until it kills the engulfed enemy, and comes out again to mimic a tunnel in another place. Foo 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 foo. Ha 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 ha. And let's not forget the Chimera's innate skill, Eternal Pain. It delays the speed at which the tunnel mimic can be killed. So it's impossible to kill the tunnel mimic before it burrows into the impassable terrain. By the way, it looks like a normal tunneler, except that it also has some black gooey substance that covers parts of it. It comes from the mimic, and it's also a lot larger than a normal tunneler because of the enlarged skill. It's funny that the mimics actually have a higher intelligence stat than most humanoid units, and also lucky for me, because otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to make the tunnel mimic behave as it does. But it also makes sense, because the mimics need a more complex AI for them to actually behave like a broken bar, well, like mimics. Oh, and the total cost for the tunnel mimic isn't that high. 50 CP for the tunneler, 110 CP for the mimic, plus 20 CP for the basic chimera. Both units are quite weak by themselves since they both rely on ambush tactics. But together into a hybrid broken bar, it's a whole different story. I also changed the dungeon battle layout. You'll see how it ended up looking later. Now's time to start the match. After I finish with the preparations, I send a message to a little demoness. Disguise go Ala. Hey there, you cheating and foul-playing demon. Are you up for the match? This time you aren't going to have any advantage over me, so I assure you, you are going to lose. Ha ha ha. If you aren't scared of showing your unsightly side and are ready to be crushed, send me the dungeon battle challenge anytime. But I'll only accept it if you leave everything as it comes as default, so you won't be able to cheat again. We already talked about the match after classes, so I'm sure she's going to accept. But a little bit of roleplay and making the opponent angry is always better in this kind of situation, don't you think? She replies after a while. A little demoness. Yes, I'll challenge you again. But be warned, I was playing with you until now. I'll take this match seriously too. If you still want the match, keep in mind I'm coming for you. I'll suck you dry. You won't be able to sleep with anybody else after this. Foo fa foo. Soon after her message, I receive the challenge to a dungeon battle. I make sure to check that all settings are okay. Yes, she didn't try to fool me this time. So let's go. Match start, I say while pressing the accept challenge button. Dungeon battle challenge. Flesh monstrosities vs Wicked Legion. The Mad Rats Lab. Hellish Dreamland. Disguise Koala. A Lil Demoness, who was the loser in the dungeon battles between Andreu and a Lil Demoness. Andreu lost her bit of his pride but also won a lot of experience. The same goes for his succubus opponent. The actual losers of those battles were, obviously, the ones who are going to invade the Mad Rat's lab in the future. The addition of the Tunneler Mimic and the Rabbit Orc would turn into a nightmare for those players who didn't know about them in advance. The victims from only those two unit types would soon rise to the 3 digits, and would never stop rising. This chapter is from 2 POF and alternates between them. The first is Andrew's POF and the second is a Lil Demoness progress in third person. Andrew. The dungeon battle starts and I need to set what rooms, traps, hazardous terrain and units I'm going to use. As the last dungeon battle, we have a 1500 CP budget instead of the 1000 CP we had on our first challenge. It was me who asked to increase the limit. Otherwise I couldn't have put the lab assistant on the second challenge, because it was too expensive. And we are keeping the same CP budget for this third challenge. Even if it didn't work the last time, I do believe that the tunnel filled with traps was a good idea as the first room. So I'm repeating the same idea, only that this time the tunnel has a different shape and the traps and mushrooms are placed in other spots. I also made sure not everything can be skipped with the blink skill. There is more than one place where the tunnel is filled with mushrooms, and it's longer than the distance you can travel with blink. The trapped tunnel leads to a partially collapsed cavern. From the collapsed ceiling, sunlight pours in and grass and vegetation grow on the cavern's floor. It looks like those secret sanctuaries from his fantasy worlds. Here and there, you can see little and innocent rabbits grazing on the vegetation. I put all 5 Gurse rabbits and the 2 not a rabbit here. Since the cavern is partially collapsed, lots of rock rubble obstruct the vision everywhere. It's easy for the rabbits to surprise the enemy from behind. And the rubble also makes this zone difficult to traverse and makes it somewhat labyrinthine. If I'm frank, this zone looks amazing. Regardless of how the challenge ends, I'm going to replicate it into the normal dungeon. I'm sure invaders are going to love, hate it. Here, several more tunnels can be seen. Further in, they interconnect chaotically, leading you to the rabbit area again. I admit I copied the idea from a Lil Demoness, but instead of multiple similar rooms, here's only one room and all tunnels return to this room, except for one that leads to the final room with the dungeon core. But the tunnel is hidden quite well, very hard to see. I don't put any mushroom or trap here, because they could work as landmarks if the enemy has good memory. So this is only a bunch of rocky dark tunnels, with no remarkable features. Well, a broken bar, that's a lie. There's something else in these tunnels apart from rocks. There's the tunnel mimic too. And in this chaotic mess of interconnected tunnels, it's going to be incredibly difficult to know which one is the fake tunnel, or even impossible. And just in case the enemy reaches the last room, 4 demonic swarmers are there to kill there, hopefully weakened invader. I didn't have enough CP remaining to put the lab assistant in this last room, after putting the 2 nodder rabbits, because it's incredibly expensive. So I had to put the next best units from my remaining pool of units. I also added some mushrooms in the room, because why not? And the demonic swarmers are immune to them, so it's doubly effective. In case you want to know, my current units, ordered by how dangerous they are, go like this: Lab Assistant greater than Not a Rabbit greater than Tunnel Mimic greater than Demonic Swarmer greater than All the Creepy greater than Normal Stitched more than Kidnapper. Yeah, Broken Bar. The Stitched are weaker than all the Creepy that I have. Not in stats nor direct combat, but in how useful they can be at dealing damage or crippling the enemy. Stitched are definitely the basic unit of this faction. How useless can you be? Don't you have any shame? By the way, I haven't removed the rooms from the previous dungeon battle with a Lil Demoness yet. I want to test them against other opponents to see if the ideas are good or not for dungeon battle as a broken bar in a normal dungeon battles. I mean, one where the opponent doesn't know everything before it starts. So, now that everything is ready, it's time to confirm the settings and start the actual dungeon battle. A Lil Demoness. As the dungeon battle starts, the succubus looks around. She is in a dark and narrow underground tunnel. I'm not sure if I can win this dungeon battle broken bar. Until now, I managed to get the advantage either by removing those elements that were dangerous for me, or by knowing everything beforehand. But now a broken bar, I'm on equal terms with him. She looks forward while squinting, trying to see if there's anything hidden. Something much like a trap, or a mushroom, or maybe a hidden enemy. Literally, anything. It's also very possible that he brings something new and unexpected to this dungeon battle. I must focus and try to find the traps and dangers. She starts walking forward. 3 little imps follow closely behind her. She looks behind and says to herself, to think I had to give them poison resistance, just in case there are mushrooms, so that they don't die from the poison damage. A broken bar, what a shame, a wasted skill point. But they are my meat shields, so I can't let them die before their turn comes. A broken bar. As she walks, she encounters the first trap, a falling corpse trap. But since she's looking for traps, she manages to react on time and uses blink to teleport away. Haha, as long as I can see the trap, I can avoid it. Our broken bar interrupting her. Plof, something falls on top of her. What's this? She looks around, panicked, and sees 2 corpses on the ground, near her position. She also notices that her HP has been reduced. Shit. You put a trap just after another one? Furthermore, at the same distance as Blink's range? Fuck you. And you were complaining before about using previous knowledge? What's this if not previous knowledge? While complaining and spouting profanities, she continues to move forward. I can't let this demoralize me, and can't waste time either. So let's continue. I finally reached the end of the tunnel. A broken bar that took longer than I wanted. As she comes out of the tunnel, she relaxes a little. She's in a partially collapsed cavern, and light is shining through the gaps. Grass is growing from the ground. At least now I don't have to worry about traps. In this open field, traps are mostly useless. But what a letdown, to think that I lost 1 imp to the traps, even before combat started. A broken bar. She shouts, making an angry face. Surely enough, only 2 imps are following her now. She calms down a little and properly looks around. Woo. This is one beautiful scene. There are even little rabbits munching on the grass. It's the first decent mob I've seen in this dungeon. The rest are all gross. A broken bar. She shudders, remembering how awful the stitched are. Ugh. She suddenly stops a short time later. Wait. A broken bar. Something's wrong. A broken bar. It's impossible that he has used those harmless creatures in a dungeon battle. So something's definitely wrong with those rabbits. She slowly approaches the closest rabbit, wary of surprise attacks. A broken bar. It looks like a normal rabbit, she says, closely inspecting the rabbit. She even pats it on the head. The inspection screen also says so. Broken bar. She continues to pat the little rabbit while thinking, I'm sure something is definitely wrong, though I don't know what. A broken bar, with one hand still on her chin, in a thinking pose, she stands up. Then she walks towards the closest tunnel entrance. Nothing I can do about it if I don't know what's up with the rabbits, as long as nothing unexpected happens. A broken bar. Interrupted again. A little demoness turns around and sees an enemy that wasn't the previously. Also, the game shows her a warning alerting her she has low HP. The hell's going on? Why did I take so much damage? And where did this guy come from? Without wasting time, she quickly activates her charming eyes and charms the enemy. At the same time, the 2 imps start attacking it. It's a broken bar. An orc with bunny ears. A broken bar? Oh, it also has furred paws and a short and fluffy tail, she comments while continuously using the whip to attack the enemy. Maintaining the charming eyes skill activated only prevents the user from using other skills, and does not impede attacking with normal attacks. After she recovers her composure, she deactivates the charming eyes and, together with the 2 imps, quickly finishes the enemy. Ha! Dead at last. You fucker. She spits at the orc's corpse. Or she tries to, because this is a game and you can't actually spit. She then inspects the corpse. So it's a rabbit and orc hybrid. Huh? And it looked and acted like a rabbit until I looked away. Then it launched an incredibly powerful attack. A broken bar. Fuck. I already knew something was wrong with the rabbits, but I didn't expect this. At that moment, another rabbit starts to get closer. No, you won't surprise me again, you little shit. I'm gonna send you to hell before you finish your transformation. Go to hell, she shouts. At the same time, the whip goes flying in the rabbit's direction. Then the rabbit takes the whip's damage and dies. What? Why didn't it transform? She comes closer to the rabbit's corpse and inspects it. So it was a normal rabbit? Wait a moment, a broken bar, it cursed me? What the hell's going on, Andreu? As the two previous times, when the dungeon battle starts, I find myself in a luxurious banquet hall. Numerous portraits and statues adorn the walls, and the floor is covered in an expensive carpet. And as expected, it soon turns into a battle with way to hell spawns and imps popping from behind the portraits. As I already knew, there's little trouble here for me. The trouble comes later, with the sets of identical rooms and interconnected passages. But this time I'm prepared for it. Ha ha ha. You, brain-dead marker number 1, go stand in that corner, I order. Then, one of the 6 stitched that are coming with me moves to the corner and stands there. Not a single pixel of its 3D body is moving. Ha 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 ha. I outsmarted you this time. With the stitched working as markings, I can know where I am even if I get lost. I only need to find one stitched to know where I am. Ha ha ha. The 6 stitched have the same name except for the number going from 1 to 6. And they also have the same AI, stand where I tell them to, and no combat. I'm going to use them as breadcrumbs to know the path I already took. Except they are living beings. Living non-living beings? A broken bar. They are just stitched. So yes, I'm going to use them as breadcrumbs, but they are stitched beings. Wait for a broken bar, you got the point, right? Even if they are killed, it's no problem, because the corpse will remain where they are, and the name can be seen even when dead. They are the perfect markers for this labyrinth of identical rooms. It's the first time I feel so proud of you since the kidnapper. Who are nice boys? You are nice little boys, I say in the same tone of voice people used to talk to babies. By the way, just in case you wondered, stitched have no gender. They don't have anything either, like a doll. Well, worse than a doll, because they don't have anything either at the chest area, nor a muscular body. Not even a beard, or earring holes. Hell, they don't even have hair. Then a broken bar, aren't you only empty husks? I've already used the 6 stitched crumbs to mark the path, and I think I finally know where the door to exit this ridiculous maze is. If I'm not wrong, after I cross this door, I should reach the next area. Since this series of rooms was so big, maybe the next area is the last near broken bar. I ponder with a hand on my chin. If so, broken bar boss room, here I come. I open the door and see a short passage. Unlike all the previous passages that connected the identical lurking rooms, this one is decorated with the same luxury as the banquet halls. There's a door at the end of this passage. Yeeees. Finally, out of this damned labyrinth. Ha 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 ha. I start jumping in joy. The stitched crumbs strategy worked. I'm so happy that they were useful. Ha ha ha. I hurry towards the door, open it, and cross to the other side. I'm now in another luxurious room. This time it looks like a bedroom. There's a huge bed in the middle, with someone on top of it. Wait, isn't that a broken bar? I can't talk anymore. Shit, it's a succubus. And she already charmed me. I can't do anything until the charm status goes away. A broken bar, luckily, it can only last up to 5 seconds against champions. Then, I hear the door I just crossed slamming shut. The champion can't turn away, but I, in my phantasmal form until the charm ends, can. So I turn around and see a broken bar, another succubus. Both take out whips and start to hit me with them. Please stop, I shout. Not like my champion can talk, so I am the only one who hears the shouts. Don't hit me anymore. It's too strong. I don't forget the shouts every time one of the succubus strikes me with the whip. By the way, they aren't the I'm taking damage type of shouts, but the please hit me more kind of shouts. You know what I mean. Every time a whip strikes me, I take some damage. Luckily, I was almost at full HP before entering this room. I hope I'm not going to die before the charm wears off or broken bar. A broken bar. Oh, the charm time has finished. What a shame. I was so close to a broken bar. I stop myself from thinking about weird and lewd things, and focus on combat. I can't die here. I must overcome this trial like a real man should. Behind the bed, I take a glimpse of something shining with purple light. The dungeon core. Yeez. So close. Let's finish this and win this dungeon battle. A little demoness. After dealing with the first 2 rabbits, a little demoness decided what to do with the rest of them. Here's the plan. Since I can't kill them unless I don't care if I get cursed, and I do care, and I also can't ignore them because they could attack me from behind a broken bar when a rabbit gets close, I will run away while keeping an eye on it. If it transforms into the orc hybrid, I'll kill it. Otherwise, I'll ignore the rabbit and keep moving forward. Foo. I saw through your tricks already. I'll only fall for them the first time. She finally reaches one of the tunnels and quickly enters it. For some unknown reason, she feels safer in this tunnel than in the open field with the rabbits. As she walks, she finds more tunnels connected to this one. But she doesn't find any traps. Not even mushrooms. How weird, a broken bar, no traps or tricks. Really? Maybe it's a trick so that I lower my guard and fall into a very dangerous trap? Then you failed, because I'm not going to lower my guard until the dungeon battle is finished. Ha. She continues to advance, sometimes changing to another one of the tunnels. She tries to remember the path so that she can go back. This continues until she reaches the partially collapsed cave with the rabbits. So I'm back to the start, huh? Because this is the same room, right? She looks around, just to make sure. Yes, I can see the orc's corpse there. Broken bar. So the tunnels connect to this room in multiple places. A broken bar. What to do now? One rabbit comes closer to her while she is thinking. Oh, shit. Didn't see you getting close. Then I should back away and wait for it to transform a broken bar. An idea suddenly comes to her mind. Aha. What if I make the imps kill the rabbits? That's a good idea. Only the killer gets cursed. This way I won't have to worry about ambushes from behind, and I don't care if the imps get cursed. Without wasting time, she proceeds to order the imps to attack the remaining rabbits. Rabbit after rabbit fall to the imps' claws until one of them transforms into an orc rabbit and quickly kills one of the 2 imps. Found you. Now, go to hell, she shouts while continuously attacking the orc. This time it's only 2 vs 1, and she didn't use the charming eyes to save EP and MP for future fights, so she takes some damage from the orc hybrid. I took some damage here, but there are no more rabbits to worry about now. Ha. She enters the tunnels again, this time not worried anymore. And as the previous time, she continues to walk, and walk, returning to the partially collapsed cave 1, 2, 3 times a broken bar. This is getting annoying. Now I can understand the feeling of those who I play against in dungeon battles, because I use the same idea. Well, sooner or later I'll find the exit to this place. She enters the tunnels yet again, and chooses one of the tunnels at random, one she hasn't entered yet. But as she enters the tunnel, a broken bar, the tunnel's entrance closes behind her and the tunnel starts to turn into something different. What's this? Did I step into another fucking trap? She shouts and tries to find an exit, but she can't. Soon, she notices that she is taking continuous damage. Am I a broken bar? Am I inside a beast? I can't see, but it's warm, and smells weird. And it's also a little soft to the touch. A broken bar. Yuga broken bar. Aga broken bar. It's gross. So gross. Fuck. I don't want this. She starts attacking at random, taking damage when using the Hellfire skill. Her HP is starting to get dangerously low. Shit. I don't want this. This is gross. I surrender. Okay, just let me leave this place. I don't like gross things. A broken bar. You are a broken bar. I want to puke. A broken bar. She decides that she is going to die anyway, and lose the dungeon battle, so it's better to surrender now than staying inside the monster's stomach until she dies. I can't win these. A broken bar. I surrender, she says as she presses the surrender button. Soon after, Andrew uploaded another video of the A Mad Rat's Eccentricities series. It was a video of him getting whipped by a pair of succubus, while making air shouts, in a sensual voice, every time he was struck. Inspired by this video, some players, with certain kinks, imitated the setting and created a dungeon specific for this kind of play, a dungeon full of succubus and incubus, and soon after, the number of DMA players spiked. Mysteriously, All of the new players shared a certain passion and liked to invade the aforementioned dungeon. But we aren't here to talk about this kind of adventures, aren't we? A broken bar. I am about to crush the dungeon core when a window pops in front of me. Dungeon Battle 1. Winner, Flesh Monstrosities, The Mad Rats Lab, Disguise Koala. Rewards obtained. Yeeees. I finally won one match against her. I look at the other player's progress screen and see her still inside the tunnel mimic. So she died? I was so close to settling the match anyway. I'm holding the dungeon core in my hand. I crush it. Why? To satisfy my own ego. I won this game, and you lost it. Both at the same time. Ha ha ha. Oh ooh, sweet. Sweet victory. How good it feels to win a match after losing 2 consecutive times. And not simply losing, but losing to unfair matches. Ha ha ha. See, you only won the first 2 matches because they were rigged. In a fair dungeon battle, I'm better than you. Ha ha ha. Relieved after displaying my real might, I decide to leave the game, after taunting Laura about her defeat. Of course. Only a little. Well, a broken bar, you got me. A lot. Ha ha ha. It's Saturday morning. Today we are having a barbecue party for lunch. Who's gonna come? I'm not sure, but everyone from the computer science degree is invited. I only know that Ricard and Laura are coming too. Hey, Andrew. Good morning, Askar. He's Askar, the house's owner. Well, his family is. We are having the BBQ at his house. You came very early today. Yeah, broken bar. I couldn't stay still this morning, so I came earlier than usual. It's nothing to worry about. It's just that after yesterday's victory I'm extremely happy. I finally managed to set things right. I didn't lose because I was worse, but because the opponent had a wide advantage over me. Now, I feel like I can fly. As if a huge weight has been lifted from my shoulders. So broken bar, want to give a helping hand? I would appreciate it if you could take care of starting the fire and preparing the embers, so that I can focus on the drinks and greeting the others. It looks like Askar noticed my extra energy, and asked me for help. Not to brag, but usually I am sleepy during mornings, because I go to sleep late, wasting time with internet videos or playing games. Yeah. Sure. I don't have anything to do until everybody comes, so why not? Thanks. You're a lifesaver. Ah ha ha. Don't exaggerate. A broken bar. Next to the grill, there's the coal sack. I prepare everything and start the fire. It isn't that hard when you have done it a bunch of times already. Soon, Askar comes with several trays full of meat. Chicken, lamb, abortifera, Catalan sausage, hamburgers. A broken bar. They look delicious. Well, not yet. But they will once they are cooked. Here you go. As soon as the embers are ready, you can start grilling the meat. I'll now bring the rest, says Askar, putting the trays next to the grill. When he returns, he has 2 more trays, one with vegetables cut into slices, and another with cheese. And to accompany the meat, or for those who don't like it, we have veggies and cheese. What do you think, Andreu? Will this be enough? I'm sure they will. I answer. With this mountain of meat and the 2 smaller ones with veggies and cheese, I believe we could feed twice the number of people than those who are coming today. Our broken bar, maybe more? Some people believe that barbecues are only about meat. Those people don't understand anything. The appeal of grilled veggies, in special sliced courgette or eggplant, or even onion, can't be underestimated. And don't make me start on the cheese. Half-melted grilled cheese. Just by remembering it, my drool starts to accumulate and finally drops on top of the grill. You are ups. Nobody saw, right? I look around, but the only one present, Askar, looks busy with the drinks. Wow, that was close. Luckily, nobody saw, so I wipe the drool as best as I can, before the others see what I did. Andreu, want a beer? Says Askar, extending one beer bottle to me. Yes, thanks. I say. Ding dong. Ooh, seems somebody else has come. I'll go open the door. And he leaves me alone. Alone with the food. Nobody will notice if I take a bite now, right? I mean, it is already starting to smell delicious, and I can barely hold myself or broken bar. Everyone has arrived, and is eating and drinking. I'm currently with Ricard and Laura, as usual. Say, there is one guy from our class that brought his girlfriend and they are sticking together while acting like a stupid couple of lovebirds. Why don't you go to some other place? Did you need to come this close? Do you want to get us angry? Look at Ricard, he looks like he's going to explode. If you continue, you're going to face the wrath of an angry geek. Ha ha ha. Say, again? I try to send them a killing gaze, but when I turn my head to look in their direction, I bump into something. It's a fork with some chicken. My broken bar. Laura, what are you doing? I ask. Just say, come on, she answers. Your broken bar. Okay, I say, without any motivation. And she quickly shoves the chicken into my mouth, but she does it with so much force that almost makes me choke. Cough cough. Hey, are you trying to kill me? She makes an innocent pose while looking away. What the hell are you doing? Well, I'm going to forgive her because I'm feeling generous today. It looks like you are really happy today. You even got here early and helped with the cooking. It's been a long time since I last saw you like this. Does this mean you won yesterday's match? Asks Ricard. Ha ha ha. You guessed it right. I showed her who's the best DMA player. Right, Laura? You mean the best between you two, because you are still leagues below one such as myself, proclaims Ricard. I look at him with serious eyes, then at his plate. Remember when my drool fell on the grill? It fell on top of a hamburger, the one he is going to eat right now. I was having regrets about giving him the hamburger on which my drool fell. A broken bar, but not anymore. I look at him again while thinking, enjoy your meal with extra love. I can't stop myself from grinning. So, how did the match go? Asks Ricard. I start explaining the dungeon battle and my incredibly well-thought strategy for defeating a little demoness. He asked for a lot of details about the two new units, the Not a Rabbit and the Tunnel Mimic. Wow, that's nasty. Broken bar. I don't think I could have come up with the idea to create a mimic that imitates tunnels and then swallows those that come inside. A broken bar, says Ricard. Yeah, me either. A broken bar, please. If we ever have another match, a broken bar, don't use it. Okay, says Laura as she shudders. I can understand that girls don't like the idea of being swallowed by a giant worm. Maybe she got a trauma after being swallowed by the tunneler mimic. If so, broken bar, ha ha ha. Serves her right. This is what you get by messing with me. At this moment, Ricard stands up and says, hey, I'm going to pick something more to eat. Do you want anything? I'll bring it for you. I look at his plate again. It's empty. So you did enjoy the hamburger with extra love, huh? There aren't any more like this one. It was an exclusive one, you know? Yes, another rainbow for her and a grilled cheese, please, and thank you. I answer. My broken bar. Grilled cheesy. Broken bar. Oh, no. The drool again. Okay, and you, Laura? I'm fine like this. Thanks. She finally answers. Is it me, or is she kind of absent today? She didn't answer until Ricard asked her directly. A broken bar. Well, I can kind of understand after yesterday's crushing defeat. It happens after Ricard leaves. She comes closer to me, a worried look on her face, as she asks, so broken bar, are you still angry? My broken bar. No. Not anymore, because I could crush you in revenge. Ha ha ha. Then it's good. I was worried you would never forgive me when you got so angry. Ha ha. Broken bar. Maybe I overreacted at that moment. But you need to understand that I was feeling utterly useless and defeated because of something I couldn't understand. A broken bar. Then it's fine. Ricard is taking his time. What the hell's he doing? How can he spend so much time just to go and pick some more food? Hey, Andreu. Yes, do you mind if I put my head on your shoulder and sleep a little bit? Surprised, I look at her and see that she's trying to not look at me and her cheeks are a little flushed. You know, a broken bar, I couldn't sleep properly today after being inside that huge worm-like monster. This is why I'm sleepy right now. A broken bar. It's your fault. So take responsibility. Huh? My fault? It was your fault for walking inside the monster. But okay. You can use my shoulder. A broken bar. Aha. Broken bar. Thank you. A broken bar. After a while, Ricard finally comes back, with a nasty grin on his face as he sits down. He says, if I had known, I would have taken some more time to come here. Broken bar. Don't you dare. I already waited enough time for you to come. Do you want me to starve to death here? Just hand over the plate already. Anyway, Thanks for bringing the food. But you took too long. What the hell were you doing? I extend my hand to grab my plate as I demand an explanation. Well, a broken bar stuff happens. I had to go to the washroom and that's why I took so long. Ha ha ha. I look at him suspiciously, with half-closed eyes. Then at the food. You didn't forget to wash your hands, did you? Before touching the food. Hey, who do you take me for? This time I did. Okay, this time? So this means most times you don't? I think I'm not going to give you a handshake anytime soon. After our short discussion, I immediately proceed to eat. I had to wait so much time that I almost died because of hunger. Okay, broken bar, I exaggerated a little here. But I'm very hungry. Okay, I pick the fork and knife. But it's hard to move like this. Hey, Laura, I can't eat properly like this. I'm a broken bar. Do you mind changing your position a little? In a very low and sleepy voice, she says. My broken bar. No, a broken bar, just a little bit more a broken bar. But wouldn't you be more comfortable sleeping on the sofa? No, a broken bar. I'm fine here, broken bar. Sigh resigned. I decide to leave her be. It was my monster who gave her nightmares and the reason why she couldn't sleep today. So I kind of owe her. Hey Ricard, can you help me a little here? But instead of answering, Ricard is grinning annoyingly while making a stupid face. He also kicks me under the table a few times. Oh, that hurts, you know. What the hell are you doing? So I return the kicks, and it quickly devolves into a kicking competition. It turned so violent that we awoke Laura and she almost killed us both in a burst of anger. Of course, we stopped at that point. By the time we left the party, we both could barely walk because of how much our legs hurt. A broken bar, but it was worth it. If you kick me, you get a kick in return. Ha ha ha. After this series of battles, I thought I could finally relax. But I was wrong, because it was my turn to have nightmares next. Knock, knock. Yuga broken bar. I wake up to the sound of somebody knocking on my door. Who is it? Who is disturbing me so early in the morning? Knock, knock, knock. Whoever it is, knocks again, this time stronger than the last. It's Sunday morning. Please, can't you let me sleep as much as I want? Just a little bit more, I murmur while putting the pillow on my head to muffle the knocking noises. The knocking stops. Finally, I can continue sleeping and she a broken bar, but something interrupts my sleepy thoughts. Andreu. Somebody shouts my name from inside my room, and then a broken bar. Gofu. Something big falls on top of me, on top of the bed. Startled and forcefully awakened, I immediately look around and see my little sister Clara. She is on top of me, so I assume she just jumped on me while I was sleeping. A broken bar. How cruel can you be? Hey, Andreu. Good morning. Did you forget what day's today? Good morning. You call this a good morning? After being awakened as rudely as you did? Really? This girl. A broken bar. Isn't today Sunday? That's why a broken bar. Let me go to sleep again, I say as I cover myself with a blanket and close my eyes. She starts to hit me with weak punches. I say weak, but it still hurts quite a lot. You jerk. Today's my birthday. My birthday. So wake up already. You promised we would spend my birthday together. Covered by the blanket, I try to recall what she says. My brain's still half asleep. Your birthday, our broken bar? Yeah, I vaguely remember something like this to exist. But was it today? Happy birthday, Clara, I say in a sleepy voice, and then cover myself with the blanket once more and proceed to sleep again. Finally, she loses her patience and starts shouting, wake up you stupid lazy brother. At the same time, she grabs my blanket and pulls it away. I immediately start to shiver. It's cold. Return the blanket right now. She then glares at me. Oh my god, if glares could kill a broken bar, I decide it's better to surrender, just in case. I'm waking up. Okay, so return it unless you want a brother, I scream, for your birthday, and leave me alone so I can get dressed. You a broken bar. As she returns the blanket, she pouts for being reprimanded. Okay, broken bar, but if you take longer than 10 minutes to get ready, I'll come back, and this time with a cold water bucket. Is that a broken bar? A death sentence? Please spare me from this torture. Clara leaves, and I quickly get out of the bed and get dressed. Sunday, sleep until late? No way I'm going to even consider it when a cold water bucket is on the line. If I'm sure of one thing right now, is that she will bring the water bucket if I don't leave the room in less than 5 minutes. She said 10 minutes, so why 5? There's no way she's gonna wait for the whole 10 minutes. So better be faster to avoid ending as an ice statue. What am I going to do with you, Clara? Today you are 18 years old, but you still behave like the's a broken bar. Can't you see you are making your big brother cry for treating him so badly? I think, while feigning to cry. My sleeping time. Where's my sleeping time? Today, we had a party with all the family in the morning, followed by a family lunch. It's a special occasion since it's Clara's 18th birthday, the day she becomes an adult. Officially, I mean, because she's still behaving like a kid, at least in front of me. A broken bar. She got lots of presents, and was congratulated by the whole family. Clara got good marks in the last exams before her birthday. So, as promised, I convinced my parents to buy her Dungeon Masters arena for her to play. I was kind of expecting her to spend the afternoon and night with her friends, but a broken bar. She says she doesn't have any and wants to start playing DMA instead. I don't know if this is true or if she had a party yesterday while I was at the barbecue. And I don't care. It's her life, so she can do as she pleases. But a broken bar right now, inside my own room. Clara is pestering me to show her how to play the game. I already expected it to happen, taking into account how she usually behaves. Hey, Andreu, let's play already. Teach me everything I need to know for playing the game. Come on, start. Don't make me wait. Okay, calm down a little. So, what do you want to know before you start playing? Everything. Are you serious? You want to know everything, but also want me to be fast? Are you kidding me? Haha, broken bar. No way I can explain everything right now. How about this? I explain only the most basic things and then you select the faction you want to play and create the first dungeon on a broken bar, and after this we talk again. Oh, broken bar. Okay, broken bar. She agrees. Nice. But then, won't I make some mistakes that I could have avoided by listening first to your advice? Don't worry. Unless you want to optimize everything you do in this game, like someone I know very well. Let's call this hypothetical person Ricard, for no particular reason. You can't really make any huge mistakes. You can fix everything later on. I mean, I started with the worst faction for first-time players, and I'm still having lots of fun with it. I try to convince her. Please, leave me alone for some time already. Fine, a broken bar. So, what should I do first? Well, when starting the game for the first time, you can only create a new dungeon. And the first step is selecting the faction you want to play as. Aha! And what faction do you think is the best? Which one should I pick? Which one did you pick? Hey, not so fast. Calm down. I picked the flesh monstrosities. One that allows me to create units, or dungeon mobs if you prefer, by using the units from other factions. But I don't recommend it to you because it's very hard at the start. In any case, feel free to pick it if you really like it. Yeah, I would prefer if she picked some other faction. I don't want to see my sister creating gross-looking units like the ones in my dungeon. I believe you should pick the faction you like the most, regardless of what their strengths or weaknesses are. Read how they work and pay special attention to their special resource, or you can simply choose the faction that you like the most based on how the units look. For example, you can pick the Primordials if you want to have lots of elementals, or the Iron Shield if you like the humans. I hate myself for recommending the human faction. I mean, they do have higher average stats than other units from similar CP cost. But a broken bar not having innate skills sucks. But this is for my little sister, and for my little sister I'm ready to do anything, even if it means hating myself for it. Your broken bar humans? Why should I pick them? They are shit in all games. Ha ha ha. Totally agree. Then don't pick them. Just pick the faction you like other than the humans. I like that she hates humans too. Who likes humans? Nobody should. Not even humans should like humans, in my opinion. At least. And after selecting the faction comes the champion creation. Follow the game's recommendation and pick a unit between 100 and 200 CP for your champion. The champion is going to be the unit you are going to play as, so better pick one that you like. A broken bar, otherwise you are going to regret it until you can create extra champions. A broken bar. She puts her finger on her mouth and tilts her head. Cute. Okay, then I pick a cute one, right? You're broken bar, why not? Just pick whatever you like. You are the cute one, Clara. Nothing you could pick could compare, unless you pick a fairy, maybe? And finally, the last part is the creation of the dungeon. I recommend you to use only a little of the CP on the dungeon layout and use most of the remaining CP on monsters. Oh, and don't save any CP for later, because it'll be lost. You have been talking about the CP. What's it? Some kind of money from the game? Oh, yes. Sorry for not saying that before. My bar, a broken bar, it stands for creation points. And it's the in-game money you are going to use to buy everything. Okay. So in summary, choose the cutest faction, a cute champion, and then fill the dungeon with cute mobs, right? If she says it like this, the image that comes to mind is her playing as some kind of fairy queen and ordering little fairies to do her mischievous deeds. Is it just my imagination? Aha! You got it right. What do you want me to say? I don't want to talk her out of this. Now I'm going to create the dungeon then. Don't peek, okay? Andreu? Okay, I answer, as if I could peek at her even if I wanted. You are alone during the dungeon creation phases. Ahahaha. Finally, sometime alone. I know it's your birthday, but I'm not your plaything, okay? I also have other things to do, like doing homework or preparing for the college exams, and I didn't have time for them this weekend. So I open my college's notes and start to study. It's going to take a lot of time for her to finish everything. I hope so. At least I did take a lot of time. Boo. Somebody shouts right next to my ear. Shit, I almost dropped what I was doing to the floor. Ha 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 ha. What a jump you made. You were so funny. Ha ha ha. Clara starts laughing at my reaction. But what the hell are you doing, Clara? Shouldn't you be creating your dungeon? Ha, ha. Ha, how funny, I say in a sarcastic voice. What are you doing? Weren't you busy creating the dungeon? I'm trying to study for my exams while you create it. You know, a broken bar, so don't disturb me and return to it. But I already finished. I selected the faction, created the champion, and even filled the dungeon, she says, while striking a praise me pose. Wow. That was fast. Maybe I wasted way more time than I thought studying. Time sure flies when you are focused on something. So I look at the clock. Only a little less than an hour passed. Ha ha ha, don't lie to me, Clara. It's impossible that you finished in less than an hour. Please return to the game and leave me so I can study your broken bar. She pouts and makes an angry face. You know, if you pout, even if you make an angry face, it only looks cute to everyone. But it's true. I already finished everything, a broken bar. Okay, I believe you. So, what faction did you pick? Did you pick a cute one as you said? In my mind, the clear winner in the A cute race is the fairy faction, followed by the elves faction, and then the elementals. For some reason I don't understand, some people find the dryads from the elvish faction very cute. And the same with the low-level elementals, because they are short and chubby. I picked the Abyss faction. Clara says, I must have misheard. It's not possible that I heard the Abyss faction here. Definitely not attached to the word A cute. Sorry, I didn't hear it properly. Can you repeat? I ask her. I said that I picked the Abyss faction. The Abyss faction. You say a broken bar, but weren't you going to pick a cute faction? But I did pick a cute faction. Aren't they all very cute, with all those little tentacles? They are like small and wiggly fingers. Something with lots of wriggling tentacles, and excessive mouths and eyes, and all other kinds of appendices, is cute. Cute? Somebody please bring me a dictionary. I don't remember the definition of the word A cute and need to look at it again. I don't understand, my sister Anima, a broken bar. How twisted one must be to think that Cthulhu-style creatures can be cute. Their appearances aren't called mind-shattering for nothing. They are supposed to be so horrendous that your sanity collapses by simply looking at them. How can you call something like this A cute? Wait a moment, Clara. Please. Your brother is having some trouble understanding the meaning of life right now. A broken bar. Ahahaha. How stupid can you be sometimes? And do you guess what champion I picked? Can you guess it? This one is a difficult question. The Abyss faction has a very little amount of humanoid creatures to choose as champions, and I suppose that the few they have, it's only because they needed humanoid units for the players to play as champions. For dizziness and player comfort, and to avoid problems like the one I had when I transformed into a rat. So with so little amount of humanoid units I should be able to guess easily. But I don't know the faction that much. If I remember properly, there was only one humanoid unit between 100 and 200 per broken bar. It was something with lots of tentacles. A broken bar. I start muttering. The tentacles part is just a guess, but being a unit from the Abyss faction is almost sure it's going to have tentacles. You are getting close. But you didn't know the name, so it's a failure. Ha ha ha. It's called Halesh. And it's so cute with so many tentacles. Oh ooh. Yeah, now I remember. That a broken bar a thing. I shudder. That thing can turn into one of your worst nightmares. If you see it in real life, who am I trying to fool? A broken bar. It can turn into a nightmare even if you see it inside the game. It's a vaguely humanoid mass of wriggling tentacles, and can extend them as a means to attack the enemies. What's even worse, most players give them skills to drain HP and MP, so you are drained to death. Literally. The basic structure is like a human, a broken bar made of tentacles. The tentacles twist around themselves and create the human's arms, legs and head. I think they don't have eyes. How are you going to see, Clara? So what do I need to do now? Can you help me again? I'm still trying to recover from the shock. I didn't expect her to consider the Abyss faction as cute. Now a broken bar, you just need to play the game. Yeah, broken bar, yes. Play the game. And if players dive into your dungeon, you can get extra CP and experience. Before we can play together, you need to level up to level 3. Then, this means you are now going to dive into my dungeon, right? She makes puppy eyes while looking at me. But I don't pay attention. My brain is still trying to recover from the unexpected blow. Yeah, sure. Whatever you want, Clara. Thank you. I love you, Andreu. She says, at the same time as she leaves my room. A weird and dangerous feeling wakes me from the shock. A broken bar. Wait a moment. I just agreed to something, right? What was it? A broken bar. I think I just agreed to dive into my sister's dungeon. Wait, my sister's dungeon? No. Why did I agree to this? Sheet. A broken bar. I'm going to have nightmares today. A broken bar. Goodbye to the relaxing weekend and hello lack of sleep for the next week. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I start laughing, without any reason. Somebody, please kill me, in the game, already, so that I have an excuse to not dive into my sister's dungeon. Own a broken bar. There are lots of players who don't like diving into dungeons from some factions. The most common reason is because they can't obtain the specific resources for their factions. As an example, this is the reason why most undead players don't dive into other undead dungeons. But there are certain factions that players avoid for other reasons. The most avoided faction of all is the Abyss faction. For obvious reasons. This doesn't mean they don't get players diving into their dungeons, though. Some players get obsessed with diving into them because of the thrill of the scary parts. Hello, everyone. A broken bar. This is Andreu, and I'm now going to a broken bar. Dive into my little sister's dungeon. A broken bar. I hate myself right now. Why did I have to agree to her request? Why did my mind shut down at the most critical moment? And since I have already agreed, I have to keep my word. If it was somebody else, I could maybe talk myself out of it, but with my little sister a broken bar, it's scary just to think what she may do in retaliation. So yes, I must keep my word now. There's a reason why I don't know the Abyss faction that much. It's because this game is very realistic, and when playing you feel like you are in a real fantasy world. Just imagining being surrounded by the Abyss faction's creatures makes me shudder. A broken bar. Andreu, please, focus on the task and stop making complaints to yourself. Maybe it's not as scary as I'm imagining it. Maybe it's like any other dungeon, and I can even enjoy myself while testing Clara's dungeon. A broken bar. There's nothing else I can do than to go and see. Let's first add my sister as a friend so that I can enter her dungeon. Own a broken bar. After my internal monologue, I open the friends list and send a friend request to my little sister. She said her nickname is Lemon Pie, right? Found her. Now I send the friend request and wait for the reply. A broken bar. But I don't have to wait. Almost at the same time as I send the friend request, My sister accepts it. She must have been waiting while watching the friend list all the time. A broken bar. There's no going back now. I have to enter her dungeon. Yes, I have to go. A broken bar. I'm sure it's going to be okay. I try to convince myself, to no avail. Well, whatever happens, happens. A broken bar. The dungeon is called a Dargunthursday Legacy. It sounds like something important that disappeared into the abyss, maybe a whole civilization? Anyway, the name does fit the theme in my opinion. So I start the dungeon invasion. And after the initial white flash I see a broken bar. Nothing. Nothing? Well, not exactly a broken bar but almost nothing. The dungeon entrance portal leads to some kind of ruined stone road, but everything else is void. The void. Literally, there's nothing else. Maybe if I could fly, I could test if there are invisible walls or not. But since I can't, a broken bar. So broken bar, am I in outer space? No, a broken bar. It looks different from the photos I've seen. And also, this weird dark fog that is constantly trying to eat at my vision isn't normal. It's like dark tendrils are slowly disintegrating everything they touch. A broken bar. I can see the stone here and the slowly crumbling away. I am currently standing on top of a stone road. Well, I call it a stone road, but it's more like several flat stones put together in a chaotic mess. I can walk, but there are spaces missing here and there, and only the void awaits those who fall into them. I definitely don't want to test what happens if I fall in one of those holes. A broken bar, and from here I can see the stone road continuing. It sometimes goes down, sometimes up. It even bifurcates at some points. But I can't see too far because of the weird dark fog. Oh, and there are crumbling buildings here and there. Just in case, I'm not going to step into them. I don't want to be squashed to death by a falling building. Yet a broken bar. I don't need that experience at all. By the way, I think I didn't mention it before, the dungeons in Dungeon Master's Arena are in 3D. What I mean is that they can have different elevation between zones, and have parts that are literally on top of the others. A lot of people do this to create the typical RPG dungeons with several floors, as well as castles and mansions. I also used it for the tunnel zones, where some tunnels pass over the others, and in the freezer, where some rooms are on top of the others. And also, there's a dungeon menu that shows a small version of the dungeon in 3D. Similar to those sci-fi holograms in films, except that this one is in color and has all the details. It even displays the units moving in real time. Andreu, it was nice trying to run away from reality and talk about the game instead of moving forward. But you know you can't delay it forever, so start moving. Yes, sir. I'm moving forward right now, sir. This is oppressive. As I move forward, I feel the dark tendrils tickling my skin, and it's driving me crazy. Well, maybe it's just my imagination. A broken bar, but I swear I can feel them. It's already been 2 minutes, and nothing has happened so far, except for the time my foot slipped and almost fell into the void. Where are you, monsters? I call them. But even after calling them, there's still no sign of them. Not like I want to see you, but I don't want surprises later on. So I would appreciate it if you could appear from afar so that I have time to mentally prepare, or to run away. A few more steps. The dark tendrils keep putting me on edge. Shit. Please, appear already, or I'll turn crazy. Crazier. I mean, just as I shout. At that exact moment, something appears from under the stone road. At first I think it's just another one of those dark tendrils that keep annoying me. But then a tentacle grabs me, and I'm sure it's not the fog this time. No, please go away. It was all a lie. False bravado. I never wanted you to come. Leave me alone. The thing comes into view as more and more tentacles grab my leg. It's a creature about half a meter in size. If I had to compare it to something, it would be a mix between a squid and a leech. But it has more tentacles, and each tentacle ends in a small mouth like one of those from a leech. The horrendous thing strongly grabs my leg with the tentacles. Several of them are already sucking me. Die, die, die. I shout as I strike it repeatedly with my staff. I don't know how many times I've hit it because of the panic, but it finally dies. It's dead. Right? It's still spasming on the ground. A broken bar, but the HP bar is depleted. This thing has managed to reduce my HP by about 1/8, and, even if I didn't use any skill, the MP has also been reduced. Taking into account the difference in stats and the champion's buff, It's a lot. It must be because of the panic of broken bar, otherwise it wouldn't be possible, right? I inspect the monster, and see that it has both a HP drain and MP reducing skills. The HP drain is the same skill as the specters that Ricard had, draining touch. And the MP reducing skill is this one. What should not be seen, innate passive skill. Other units that can see this unit lose 5 MP per second. If the unit has no MP, the SU is reduced by 1 every 5 seconds instead. Multiple instances of this skill increase the MP loss by 1. This skill doesn't work on allied units. Yeah, broken bar, definitely this thing should never be seen. And here comes the abyss trait, killing the enemies by MP and SU depletion. Also called sanity loss. Of course, it's not like the abyss units can't kill other units by reducing the HP to 0. But their special resource can only be obtained by having units die because of the soul stat reaching 0. This makes this faction especially dangerous against units that don't have high MP and soul stats, usually melee characters, but is also dangerous for the spellcasters, because they accelerate the MP depletion by casting spells. What they do is this: if you don't use skills, you die because of HP loss. And if you use skills so that you don't die, you are going to use MP, accelerating your own death. You can't escape from the abyss grasp. What happens if you don't use MP at all, because your skills only use EP, you ask? Then you still might die anyway, because the MP gets drained as long as you have one of their units in sight. Because not all, but most units from the Abyss faction have this skill. After examining my aggressor's corpse, I continue moving forward. And now that I know what to look out for, the next encounters aren't so surprising nor hard. It's easy to get lost in this dungeon if you don't pay attention to the road, simply because of the lack of broken bar, lack of everything. Luckily, the road isn't too complex and the enemies don't come all at once. Now I can understand why she finished creating her dungeon so fast. There's almost nothing in it, so of course it's going to be fast to create. Clara, you did a great job with your first dungeon. I like how you distributed the monsters and the setting of this dungeon. Well, I don't like it, but I still know what's good and what isn't. Though I would never understand how you can say these creatures are cute to broken bar. I talked to myself while looking at the last defeated creature. Is it the 10th? I'm not sure how many I've killed already. Finally, something changes in the dungeon. Maybe I'm reaching the end? I don't know. But the stone road is now getting wider. And I can see a plaza some meters away. And there's something in this plaza. Yeah, broken bar something. I can't properly see what it is from afar. But it's clearly another monster. And it's floating in midair. I don't want to go, but I must go and fight that thing. A broken bar, but I don't want to go. A broken bar. Did I say that I don't want to go? I slowly walk towards the monster. The closer I get, the better I can see it. I can see one eye, and a mouth. A broken bar, and then another eye, and another an ear. Broken bar, and another mouth too. And what's that? It looks like yet another eye. What the hell? The eye sprouted teeth and turned into a mouth, and that eye just buried inside the body and vanished. A broken bar. What's going on? Is it morphing and changing all the time? Now, from less than 5 meters, the dark fog doesn't obscure monster anymore, and I can properly see how it looks. The monster is a mass of floating dark flesh with eyes and mouths. From the flesh, mouths and eyes sprout, grow, morph into one another, and then bury again inside it. Yeah, broken bar. I was complaining about the stitched and how gross they are, but this thing beats everything. And by far, it's stuff from nightmares. I must congratulate the DMA content creators for creating a monster that can give most people insomnia for a few days, myself included. I'm not going to sleep today. Broken bar. Shit, as I'm entranced with the appearing and disappearing eyes and mouths. The monster is getting closer. Don't come close. Don't touch me. When I see the monster get closer, I start to back away slowly, because I don't want to turn around so I can see if it does something weird. But I also can't run, because I don't want to fall into one of the ground holes by accident. Luckily, the monster is taking its time and doesn't rush in my direction, or unluckily, maybe it's doing it on purpose to make me panic more. I said stop. Don't come any closer than this, I say, waving my staff as a warning. Oh, I know, I can cast attacks at distance. Ahahaha, eat this, aberration. I use Cold Blast and attack it from a distance. And then, when getting hit, the monster stops for a moment. See? How did you like it? Attacking from afar? Ha 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 ha. The monster answers to my provocations by releasing a small fire projectile in my way. It's the fire arrow skill, one of the most basic elemental skills. Oh, you want to have a spellcasting contest? You got the wrong opponent. This is going to be an easy win. Ha ha ha. So it decided to fire back. At least it has stopped getting closer. So it's a good thing. Now I can stop backing away while doing rounds to the plaza. We exchange a few more spells. But then, suddenly, the monster dashes at me. It must have been moving slowly on purpose until now. And as it gets into melee range, one of its mouths bites at me. Shit. Get away. Again in panic, I start to bash it with a staff. It's the repetition of the first fight with the squid leech monster. I'm so fucked now. A broken bar. I'm not going to be able to sleep properly in the next few days. The image of the monster rushing at me with multiple open mouths has been seared into my brain. There's no way I can forget it. A broken bar. The monster finally dies after a few more staff attacks. I don't want to look at it for a single more second. A broken bar. So without wasting time, I continue to move forward. At the other end of the plaza, there's a dilapidated altar containing the dungeon core. At least, the dungeon ends here and there aren't any more monsters. A broken bar. I quickly break the core so that the game brings me out of this nightmarish place. When the game asks me for the rating, I give the dungeon 5 stars. Because, objectively, the dungeon is quite nice for being created just today. And I swear, me giving it 5 stars doesn't have anything to do with the fact that if the dungeon is rated highly, more people will enter the dungeon and, as a consequence, join me in the sleepless nights filled with nightmares. I swear. Don't look at me with those accusing eyes. Damn you, Clara. Broken bar. You didn't allow me to sleep during the morning. And now I won't be able to sleep today because of the nightmares. A broken bar. And I'm sure I'll have to play with Clara in the future, so I'm going to see more of those aberrations. A broken bar. Peaceful sleeping times. Goodbye. I'm not going to see you again for some time. Shit. I hate my bad luck. Why did my little sister have to consider those awful monsters as cute? Sometime later, because of DMA, Clara met with Ricard and Laura for the first time. In fact, it was Andreu who said they all could play together. But he didn't know that this decision would bring him a lot more nightmares than the ones he was going to have because of the invasion into his sister's dungeon. His nightmares had just begun. Yuga. Broken bar. I'm sleepy. I could barely sleep today. A broken bar. After yesterday's dungeon invasion into my sister's abyss dungeon, I had nightmares. The worst of them was about an eye that stared at me, slowly getting closer. And when I could almost touch it, it transformed into a huge gaping mouth that devoured me whole. How many times did I wake up shouting and with my heart almost bursting? A broken bar. Well, let's leave the nightmares aside for a moment. A broken bar. When I think about what I'm going to do now, my mood quickly improves. I'm still sleepy, but who cares? What I'm going to do today is upgrade my champion. The Mad Rat is going to receive an improvement after so long thinking about it. Yes. At last, I'm finally going to upgrade my champion. Ha ha ha. Now the question that comes to mind is, what unit I'm going to use to improve it. I spent some time with Ricard talking about what unit to pick. Well, it was actually a lot of time, because he can't stop speaking once he starts to talk about a game. Anyway, the unit I'm going to use is called Shadow, a demon from the Wicked Legion. But it isn't a very common unit, and I didn't know of a dungeon where I could find it. A broken bar. Except for high-level dungeons, which I can't dive into yet, without dying. So the only option I had left was to ask Laura to create one shadow and put it into her dungeon so that I could invade and capture it. Just in case you forgot, Laura is a lil demoness and plays with the demon faction, the Wicked Legion. She quickly agreed under one condition. I had to forgive her for lying to me and making me mad with the dungeon challenges. She dared to use it to force me into forgiving her. How dare she? I got so angry at her proposal. Nah, that's a lie. When Laura knew I wanted to find and capture a shadow, she herself offered to create it for me as an apology for driving me crazy before. I can feel it. This power, The shadows flow through my veins and give me power. I shout. It seems like my childish side is awakening. Well, not yet, because I still have to upgrade my champion. So the power of the shadows has to wait for a while more. A broken bar. You might be asking yourself, what's so good about this demon? It's the fact that it has one of the best MP recovering passives from the whole game. It's called Mana Core. Mana Core, innate passive skill, cost 3 EP per second, cannot be deactivated. Recover 5% maximum MP per second. Automatically deactivated when it reaches 100% MP. As you can see, the skill Mana Core is exactly the same as the regeneration skill, except that it regenerates MP instead of HP. You could say it's the counterpart to the melee skill regeneration, so it's basically for mages. A common thing between lots of demon units is that they share this Mana Core skill. Of course, they aren't the only faction that has it, but they are the faction with the most units that have the skill. In short, the demons are suited for casting spells. You could say that if the Savage Horde is the most brutal and aggressive faction in melee, the Wicked Legion is the most devastating with spells and trickery. Even their basic unit, the Imp, is suited for casting spells, unlike most basic units. And the Shadow unit, in particular, has 3 things that are incredibly useful for me. 3 reasons why I chose it from a large number of demon units. The first one is being humanoid, of course. Otherwise, I couldn't use it because my champion is a hybrid and it's limited to humanoid units. And also champions can only use humanoid models for health reasons. However, it's the less relevant reason because almost all demons have humanoid shapes. They are the corrupted versions of humans and angels, after all. The second is a lot more important, and it's that the Shadow's stats heavily favor spellcasting, even compared with the other demon units. It is quite weak at melee combat but it has incredibly high MP and SPI stats. A weird thing is that it also has high physical resistance because of being, a shadow. Shadow HP 150 STA 11 SU 15 EP 120 MP 190 STR 8 Con 18 AGA 16 SPI 20 Will 12 Dex 12 SPD 7. As you can see, the Shadow's basic stats really shine in regards to spellcasting. Now, if you look for melee attacks, a broken bar with 8th strength, they are almost as weak as the Stitched. And the third and even more important reason is that Shadows are the cheapest demon unit that has the Mana Core skill. At only 160 CP cost, they don't cost as much as you could expect for a unit with a skill as good as this one. And this is the most important because it means that my champion is going to get a nice skill but its CP value isn't going to rise a lot. So I'll still be able to use it in dungeon battles. After this upgrade, the Mad Rat's total cost is going to be 380 CP, plus the 80 CP from the levels. Now, let's start the upgrade. Fusio and start. I press the upgrade button and small animation appears in front of me, displayed by the game. It's a hologram of my champion and the Shadow overlapping on top of one another, and finally merging into the new champion's aspect. The same happens in real life with my avatar and the Shadow's body. Shit. It hurts. I feel like my whole body's burning. By the way, this is a game and of course, I'm not hurting in any way. But I'm faking it for the video I'm going to upload in a while about my 8 transformation. So of course I must shout and fake my pain. Kill me already. As the merging progresses, I keep shouting. I try to make it as realistic as possible so that the watchers can feel the pain too. I'll consider it a success if the watchers can't keep their eyes on the screen during the transformation. Finally a broken bar. The pain's going away. After a final cry, I drop to the floor, as if exhausted. Then I slowly rise from the floor and start to examine myself. The first thing I notice is that my hands are different. They now look like claws. Black claws. Shadowy smoke and tendrils can be seen coming out of my new hands. I feign surprise at the sight of my new hands. Should I say arms? Wait for a broken bar. They look amazing. I'm sure I can now penetrate my enemies with a single strike. I say the best lie I can imagine. Of course, with the Shadow's abysmal strength stat, The last thing you can expect is for them to actually kill enemies with the claws. It has almost the same strength as the weak basic units a broken bar. Then, I open a game menu so that it displays my own champion in front of me. The general characteristics are the same, but two things have changed. The first I already mentioned. The claws from the shadow now work as my hands. They merge into the original arms as if they got corrupted. I wanted a different feeling compared to the rest of my body parts, where every part is a-stitched to the others, and I believe I managed to achieve it. And the shadows emanating from them make me look like a real badass. Hey! Look how cool I am. Ha ha ha. And the second different trait is the eyes. They now glow red, another trait from the shadow unit. And the pupil is also slightly elongated. Not as much as a cat's, but it's noticeable at a single glance. Maybe, if I focus my eyesight, can I release lasers from my eyes and burn my enemies with them? It certainly looks like it. A broken bar, they are glowing red, after all. But reality is hard, guys. Because I can't. And believe me when I said I tried. Well, a broken bar, maybe there's a skill for it. I must search the skill list, just in case it actually has one of those skills. I'm really proud of this upgrade. The Mad Rat, my champion, looks incredibly good after this merge. And what's even better, my stats have increased. I'm finally the strongest in the dungeon again. Foo-fa-foo. Fuck you, lab assistants. You thought you could rule this dungeon because you were the strongest? You aren't anymore. Ha ha ha. Madrat, LV4, HP 481, 370, STA 33, 26, SU 41, 32, EP 390, 300, MP 533, 410, STR 32, 25. Con 45, 35, AGA 45, 35, SPI 54, 42, Will 40, 31, Dex 41, 32, SPD 7. Madrat, skills active triggered passive rat transformation, innate chain lightning, cold blast, shared voltage, lightning shield, mana attuned, innate mana core, innate maniac, LV2. Expert. Finally, my champion can compete with advanced champions. And by advanced I mean champions that cost more than 300 per broken bar. The ones with lower costs are called starter champions, or noob champions, or weak, or even useless, or are broken bar. Well, you get the gist of it, right? Now I look like a corrupted demonic monstrous skinny rat-headed humanoid. In short, I look cool. Foo-fa-fa-foo. Ha 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 ha. Finally finished with the champion upgrade, I proceed with the other changes I wanted to make today. Which is a thing I've been postponing for too long. Way too long. Now I'm going to create the first actual ranged units of this dungeon. Yeeees. The first unit that is actually good at ranged combat. You heard it right. What do I have right now? About 10 different units, and not a single one can properly fight at distance. See a broken bar. The one that has better range is the lab assistant, and it's a fucking spellcasting tank, and only has one ranged spell, a broken bar. Now that I think about it in detail, it's extremely lame. I have the faction with the most versatility and have been playing it the same as if I was using the Savage Horde, completely focused on melee and almost ignoring all other options. Shame on me. But I'm going to solve it now. And the best part is that I got the key element, the bodies I needed for this new unit, at the same time as the Shadow's body. You know it by now, too, right? Of course. I'm talking about the imps. Those small and annoying creatures that kept pestering me during my duels with Laura. Those little shits that kept popping from everywhere when I was least expecting them. And I'm going to mix them with another pesky, small and annoying unit of which I already got some bodies when I was playing with Ricard. Yeah, I'm talking about the goblins. So I'm going to use two small and annoying units to create the ultimate mega annoying creature that I can think of. And it's going to be small too, because the size doesn't change at all. It's going to be double the annoyance in the same package. Like the sales from the supermarket, if they were true, because they tend to lighten a broken bar. Anyway, let's start with the creation of this imp and goblin unit. First of all, the unit type. Siamese. I'm going to use them to create a Siamese, because of the double level up and shared passives. Both the imps and the goblins have an innate passive skill, after all. And they are also both the basic units of their respective factions, which means they are weak. So the added stats from the hybrid won't make a huge difference here. Broken bar. I definitely prefer the shared skills in this case. This way it's also a double trouble unit, making it even more annoying than if it were fused into a single one. Regarding the AI, I leave it mostly as it comes. The only thing I do is prioritize the imp's basic AI over the goblins, because the goblins tend to rush into melee combat, which I don't want, while on the other hand, the imps like to play hide and seek with the enemies, which is perfect for an annoying ranged unit. And it's obviously going to be called Goblimp. What else could it be called? I say to myself, sure that it's the best name ever. Well, let's add pest to the end of the name, so it's clearly identifiable as what it actually is. Goblimp pest, it is. Then I give it a bow for ranged attacks. This part is funny because they are two units that share a single body. So for the normal attacks, if done with a two-handed weapon, the EP cost is split between the two units. On the other side, the strength used is from the unit that makes the attack. It's as if they share the EP pool when using the bow, and also when running a broken bar. I also level them to level 2, because I want them to be cheap, but I also want to give them an active skill and another passive to each one. And the cheapest combination where I have both things is level 2. Here is how they look after all the modifications. Goblin Pest, Goblin Half, LV2, HP 66, 60, STA 6, 6, SU 4, 4, EP 77, 70, MP 44, 40, STR 13, 12, Con 5, 5, AGA 6, 6, SPI 8, 8, Will 3, 3, Dex 6, 6, SPD 6 INT 5 Com 0 Skills Active, Corrosive Arrow. Passive, Opportunist, Innate, Slippery, Innate, Strong, Spiritual. Goblin Pest, Imp Half, LV2, HP 44, 40, STA 4, 4, SU 6, 6, EP 44, 40, MP 88, 80, STR 7, 7, Con 4, 4, AGA 4, 4, SPI 14, 13, Will 6, 6, Dex 5, 5, SPD 6 INT 5 Com 0 Skills Active, Shadow Blast. Passive, Opportunist, Innate, Slippery, Innate, Strong, Spiritual. As you can see, the Goblin is a little more specialized in physical combat, while the Imp is better for casting spells. So I respectively gave them a physical and magical skills. And the one that's going to shoot the bow is the Goblin. The strong and spiritual skills raise the STR and SPI stats by 5, respectively. And finally, these are the new skills they have. As you could already expect, I gave them one combo by utilizing the Imp's innate skill, the Opportunist. Opportunist, innate passive skill. If you attack an enemy that can't see you, the damage you deal can't be reduced if the target has higher stats than you. Slippery, innate passive skill. You have a 20% chance to avoid attacks that deal enough damage to kill you. Only works if the attack deals more damage than 30% of your maximum HP. Corrosive Arrow, active skill, cost, 15 MP. Your next attack with a bow deals an extra, 2 plus 0,2 STR. Damage as acid damage plus an extra, 2 plus 0,5 SPI, acid damage over the next 5 seconds. This skill can only be used if you wield a bow. Shadow Blast, active skill, cost, 20 MP. Deal, 2 plus 0,5 SPI, dark damage to a single enemy. There is a 10% chance that the enemy is blinded for the next 3 seconds. Basically, the Opportunist makes the weak units ignore the target's defense if it's looking away, and if the enemy gets blinded, Opportunist activates Tada, a combo. They can also simply surround you for the Opportunist skill to activate. You can't imagine what a nightmare it is when targeted from multiple sides at the same time. You can't keep them all in sight range, so they deal a lot more damage than they should. I do know what it feels like because it's what happened in my dungeon battles with a Lil Demonessa Broken Bar, and the greatest of all is that both innate skills are suited for fighting stronger units. Oh, you got such high defenses, but since you were looking away, you still took significant damage. And you, who can deal so much damage. But the goblin just avoids your attacks. What a shame. Don't you think it's great for a pest? They are going to be worse than cockroaches. The last thing is how they look. They are about the size of a child, but this child is half red and half green, and has two heads. It's fun that they match so well together. If not for the double head and different skin colors, you could say it's actually a normal unit. Unlike what happens with the demonic swarmers, which look so deformed a broken bar. For now, I can only create 4 of them because it's the number of goblin bodies I got from the day I played with Ricard. But I plan to create a lot more of them in the future, and I'll put them in every place where there are no mushrooms except for the freezer and the laboratories. They're going to be the pest of this dungeon. A unit so stupidly annoying that you can't properly focus on what you are doing. You turn the corner. Goblin in front of you. You are fighting some creature. Goblin strikes from your back. You attack them. They run away, waiting for you to forget about them and come back after a while. Ha 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 ha. And what happens if you actually manage to kill one goblin? Don't worry, there are a lot more waiting for you. Foo fa foo. I'm sure more than one player is going to get crazily mad because of theme a broken bar. Ha 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 ha. Andrew's A Mad Rats fusion video had an unexpected consequence. Because of his shouts of agony when the champion was fusing with the new unit, a lot of players that were interested in the flesh monstrosities, all of them followers of Andrew's videos, decided to pick another faction because they were scared of the pain the transformation would bring. But not only were the players who were dissuaded from playing as the flesh monstrosities. Some people with certain tendencies immediately started playing as Thema Broken Bar but were displeased when they actually found that the pain was all a lie. Poor them, their dreams got crushed so easily. A broken bar. This chapter has a different path. I've finally reached player level 4 and upgraded my champion to level 5. Not only this, I'm also using the new chief champion I created a few days ago. Broken bar. Look at this body. These muscles. Now, finally, I'm going to beat this damned dungeon and recover my orc pride. My growl-like laugh resonates through the tunnel's walls. Right now, I'm in front of the dungeon's entrance, and can already see the huge cave at the end of the tunnel. Since the first time I invaded this dungeon when I miserably died because of a bad stroke of luck, I've been trying to conquer it again, and again, and again. A broken bar. I've lost count of how many times I've died so far. Is evident that the problem isn't me. I can stomp and crush all dungeons with a similar level as this one. Most mobs fall to 1 or 2 slashes of my trusty battle leaks. But this dungeon is in another league. A broken bar. Everything's designed to test your sanity in one way or another. You miss a small detail, and get killed because of it when you least expect it. There's a post in the DMA forums where we talk about this dungeon, and everyone agrees that it is insanely unpredictable. You can have an easy win if you're lucky. A broken bar. But most invaders meet a miserable death. Like myself, I trigger and then avoid the first falling corpse trap. Once you know where they are, it's easy to avoid them. The problem is when you don't know where they are. You won't get me anymore with these puny traps. I'm already about a quarter inside the big cavern when I hear the usual cry, and a 2-headed enemy that comes running. You never get used to that disgusting cry. If this were reality, my ears would be bleeding right now. Me and my trusty minions, this time 3 orcs and 4 goblins, ready our weapons and prepare for combat. I've already faced your kind before. As long as I kill you fast, you are nothing to worry about. This enemy is actually 2 units fused together, and once you kill the first half, the other gets crazily empowered. But we orcs excel at melee combat, and I have even higher stats than them when empowered, so they are easy to kill. The trickiest part about them is that they call for others of their kind when starting combat. So if you don't kill them fast enough, you might be swarmed. It seems another one of them is coming. How kind of you to make that cry to warn us of your presence. It's just another weak one. Let's crush the first one and follow with the newcomer. A total of 3 of those monstrosities have come running at us. After the fight ends, I look around. 1, 2, 3 a broken bar 6. 6 orcs and goblins are around me. Wait, 6? Where's the last goblin? There should be 4 goblins instead of 3. I frantically look around and see a goblin's corpse not so far away. As if making fun of me, I hear a laughing voice at that exact moment. Shishishi. And then, following the first, another laughing voice resounds through the big cavern. They both sound high-pitched. Hi. What now? Please, don't tell me it's something new. A new type of enemy? New. Somebody spare me from being the first player to find them. I'm already tired of dying because of those new creatures. The first time, it was because of the butterfly. I didn't find the cause at that time, but later, in the forum, somebody explained in detail how the butterflies work. The second time was when the dungeon's owner actually came to me to test its newest creation. And I died from a combination of that newest creation plus the recently added poisonous mushrooms. And the third time was with those nasty firebugs, a broken bar. Who could have guessed that they would explode? A few of them came to us at the same time, and to avoid taking damage from their aura, I killed a near broken bar and it exploded. Then, in a chain reaction, the others also died and exploded. And every minion I had was killed in the explosion. Well, it's true that the third time didn't kill me directly, but killing all my minions brought me to the point where I couldn't face the next challenges. Anyway, returning to the current situation. Shishishi. Hi. I can't see whoever is laughing, but it comes from behind that rock. Slowly and ready to start combat at any moment, or run away. Depending on the situation, I approach the rock. Behind it, I find a small creature with 2 heads. One half is green and the other is red. And it's pointing about in my direction. As I come closer, it attacks me once and then runs away into one of the side tunnels. A tunnel I know very well. This is the tunnel that leads to that resting area. I've already been there 2 times. The first time, a trap killed one of my goblins. And the second, I fell asleep and couldn't wake up. I had to surrender and accept my death to leave the dungeon. Hua, do you think I'm stupid? There's no way I'm going to follow you there. It's fine if you want to run away, just don't come back. I shout towards the tunnel's entrance. From there, I can see 2 pairs of eyes staring in my direction as if saying, "Hey, are you scared of coming here?" Yes, I am. Only a fool would go where he's sure to die. So I turn around and start walking away. Only a few seconds later, something hits me from behind. Thanks to the game's feedback, I know something hit my back. Though it doesn't hurt even if I take damage, of course. I turn around and see the little bugger hiding behind another rock, looking in my direction. You dare? So you want to play hide and seek? 2 can play that game, you know? I look away again. But this time I'm ready to use one of my skills as soon as the little bugger dares come attacking again. It's a shame I must use this skill, Phantasmal Weapon, the only ranged skill I have, to deal with that annoying pest. I need MP to use this skill, and orcs don't have that much MP to start with. I would usually reserve it for more critical situations, but I can't allow this pest to keep following and attacking me every time I look away, can I? Phantasmal Weapon. Active skill, cost, 20 EP and 20 MP. You throw a phantasmal copy of your current weapon that travels in a straight line while spinning. It deals 3 plus 0,8 STR plus 0,2 SPI, physical damage to every creature in its path. Only a few seconds later, the little bugger comes out of the rock it was hiding behind and tries to attack me again. Hua, I was waiting for this, I say as I throw the phantasmal weapon at it. This is what happens when little shits like you dare cross my path. Hua, it tries to avoid the skill's path, but it's too late. The phantasmal weapon reaches the enemy and passes through it. And then, it dies. Both halves die. Both of them died at the same time. Weak. You defy me while being this weak? Hua, look at these muscles. My arm is as wide as your whole body, and you still fight me? Hua, after walking for some more time, I find another enemy I haven't seen before. This time, it's a rabbit. I remember reading in the forum that they are extremely dangerous mobs, a broken bar, but I don't see anything dangerous at all. Well, let's kill it anyway. I swing my axe, and it dies. Weak. That's all? Wasn't it supposed to be dangerous? What a letdown, a broken bar, all the expectation for nothing. Just in case, I kill 2 more of them, but they too die with a single strike. A broken bar, there are still a few more rabbits, but if they are this weak, there's no reason to fight the rest. As we are moving out of this place, I can see one of the rabbits transforming into an orc with rabbit ears, tail, and paws, and attacking one of my orcs from behind. Instants later, the orc falls to the ground, dead. Shit. It got done in with a single strike, so it was true they were absurdly dangerous. I quickly run towards the orc rabbit and engage it in melee combat. I also give an order to the orcs and goblins. Attack. Massacre those nasty rabbits to avenge the death of our comrade. I then shout a battle cry to create the proper atmosphere. Wah! Immediately, the orcs and goblins start attacking the rabbits. I can see that, while most rabbits get slaughtered, one of them transforms into an orc-rabbit hybrid when attacked. Ha 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 ha. Yes, this is it. The feeling of battling a worthy opponent. Exhilarated because the orc-rabbit is a decent melee fighter that can keep me entertained for a while. I don't notice the firebugs coming our way. When my fight is almost settled, of course, I am winning. Nobody can match me in melee. I hear a loud explosion sound. Boom. I look toward the explosion's direction and see the annoying exploding firebugs. Chaos is spreading everywhere because the firebugs deal damage to allies too. I can see orcs and goblins chasing the rabbits and fighting the other orc rabbit. And the firebugs are flying everywhere, damaging my units and the dungeon's ones. Boom. Another explosion kills one of my goblins and also hits the other orc rabbit. This is it. It feels like a real battlefield. After this fight, I could die happily. Wait, no. Don't even think about it in this dungeon, or I'll truly get killed. I'm sure this all was already planned from the beginning as usual, so I let my guard down. I make another battle cry to forget the thoughts about dying and refocus on the battle. When the battle finishes, there are corpses strewn everywhere. At some point, more enemies join the battle. I can see corpses of those screaming half-elf half-dwarf creatures. There is also one corpse of the goblin imp monstrosities. I inspected the first one to know what to expect in the future, so I know they are half goblin and half imp now. It must have sneaked during the battle only to get itself killed. Yes, this was fun. I check my remaining units. There is only a single goblin alive. It's a miracle that it survived this chaotic and dangerous battle. 2 orcs also survived, though one of them has so little remaining HP that a single hit more and he would have died. I decide to take a rest to recover from the battle, so I sit down. And while I'm sitting on the ground, something hits me from the back. What's it now? I look behind me and see 2 pairs of eyes looking at me. Hiding behind a tunnel's entrance, a goblin imp monstrosity is making laughing noises. Shishishi. Hi. Another one of the goblin pests. I think I never agreed so much with the unit's name until I found this one. They are truly pest, worse than cockroaches. Fuck you. Come here and fight, you sneaky bastard. Without wasting time, I rush at it, but when I'm about to reach it, it starts running away. And at the same time, something strikes me from the back. So I turn around and see another goblin making noises and dancing as it mocks me. You're dead, I shout while launching a phantasmal weapon in its direction. But this time, the skill is avoided as it quickly hides behind the closest stalagmite. The first one takes this chance to attack me from behind yet again. Go and kill that little shit. I order the remaining orcs and one goblin while pointing in the direction of one of the goblimps. And you are oh so dead, I shout while rushing at the other. As I chase it, the goblin tries to attack me a few more times, and I answer with more phantasmal weapon throws. But I miss every time because the goblin is wary of it. There was also one time when the phantasmal weapon should have hit it, but it simply received no damage because of its innate skill. Finally, the goblin gets stuck at a dead end and I quickly slaughter it. After this long chase, it ended in just 2 strikes, a broken bar, 1 for each half. I mutter to myself. Then I look around for my minions. It looks like they also managed to kill the other goblin. It seems the goblin's arrows were the key to bringing it down. The corpse looks like a porcupine. I would like to rest a little now, but I don't want to repeat the same as just now. and give time for more goblins to assemble here. Broken bar, so let's proceed without resting. It's a shame that I can't have a proper rest in this damn dungeon. Well, I could if I went to the resting area, but then I will rest for all eternity. A broken bar, so no thanks. We're now in the tunnels zone. This is the hardest part for me because it reminds me of my first invasion when I fell into the river and was later killed. Also, even if I came a few times already, it's easy for me to get lost in the tunnels. It's not like I can't memorize the path properly, okay? It's just that I don't care. The mushrooms are making our dungeon invasion a lot harder than it should be. What devilish mind thought about putting sleeping and poison mushrooms one next to the other? You fall asleep, and then get awakened a few seconds later, but you are already poisoned, and this poison damage isn't a trivial thing. A broken bar. Well, the dungeon's owner isn't called the evil mastermind between players only because we like the name. After all, a broken bar. What's worse about these tunnels is that they are changing over time. New surprises await us every few days, like new mushroom zones, new paths, new enemies. A broken bar, so I'm scared of what surprise I'm going to find every time I come here. Broken bar. But it seems I'm lucky because the tunnels look the same as the last time I came. It's just at this moment when I relax thinking that there aren't going to be any surprises, that something happens. As I enter the tunnel, the entrance quickly closes and I find myself in the dark. Also, I feel some disgusting liquid flooding the place. I quickly look at my status screen and battle log. Is it acid? Because I'm taking acid damage over time. Was this a monster and I'm now inside of it? Slowly getting digested? Wait a moment. What the hell is this thing about a death curse? When have I been cursed? And it reduces the damage I deal by 30%. The curse can be stacked and I currently have 3 stacks. Each stack reduces the damage I deal by 10% and increases the damage I receive by 10%. Focus. Focus. I first need to get out of here. Let's try to find the curse's origin later. I first try to calm myself, and then I start to attack the creature from the inside. An HP bar appears after the first attack, and it decreases after every swing. Shit, I'm taking more damage than I deal. At this rate, I'll die before I can kill this giant creature. All because of the fucking curse. Am I really going to die again, like this? How many times has it been? Will I ever be able to beat this damn dungeon and recover my orc's pride? Wah! I shout, in a last attempt to motivate myself and kill this creature before it finishes digesting me. But I obviously fail and finally get killed. Shit. I swear to my lost orc's pride. One day I'll conquer you. At the Mad Rat's lab, you'll fall one day. Even if it's the last thing I do in this game, I managed to say, just as the game displays the "you have died" message in front of me. Am I cursed? Maybe a broken bar. Fuck you, evil mastermind. You must always keep in your mind this: there are always more goblins waiting to ambush you. Like cockroaches, they're disgusting, annoying, and hard to kill. If you keep this in mind, you are going to have a chance to conquer this dungeon. Yeah, a chance, because this won't prevent you from falling into any other of this dungeon's multiple and deadly tricks, traps, and enemies. Extract from the chapter A: Relearning Exploration from A: How to Stay Sane in the Mad Rat's Lab. Andreu. Someone is shouting my name in a high-pitched tone. Andreu. Again, my name. This time, the voice is closer. Andreu. And a third time. Every time it's louder than the last, because it's getting closer and closer. Andreu. Shit, don't come. Ignore me. I didn't do anything to you, so leave me alone. Knock, knock. Andreu, open the door. I'm not here. La la la. I pretend I didn't hear anything while hiding behind the wardrobe. Andreu, stop pretending you aren't home. I've seen you come inside. Shit. She saw me, but with a loud noise, the door is smashed open and her figure appears in the doorway. It's like in a horror film because I closed the lights to pretend I'm not here. Broken bar, so I can only see her silhouette. Flash. Lightning strikes at this moment, making it even more terrifying as it momentarily illuminates her expression. Well, this isn't true. There's no storm, but it would truly fit the current image. As she turns on the lights, I can properly see her face. Oh, shit. I'm so doomed. The mix of anger and expectancy on her face means this is going to end badly for me. Mum, Dad, Thank you for giving birth to this stupid child. As I'm thinking this, she stares at me with a murderous gaze and says, "So a broken bar, what are you doing with the lights turned off? Why didn't you answer my calls?" Okay, think, Andreu, think. You must choose carefully what to answer. This might be your most important decision ever. Oh, hi, Clara. I didn't hear you. What do you want? I say, as naturally as I possibly can. Oh, shit. Nicely done, you dumbass. I didn't hear you? And what's the reason I have the lights turned off? Couldn't I think of anything more plausible? Her expression darkens for a moment. No. But then it suddenly brightens and a grin appears on her face. I'm going to die. Somebody save me. Her grin means something even worse than if she were angry is going to happen to me. I'm unconsciously trembling. After a while of staring at me, she finally opens her mouth. "So a broken bar, I can see you are free right now." Oh, no. I can imagine what she is going to say, and I would prefer being dead than doing it. I don't want to dive into her dungeon again. And since you are free, can you give me a hand with leveling my player level? She then looks at me with puppy eyes and asks, "Please, can you dive into my dungeon again and point out what I can improve and then die, so that I obtain the extra XP from killing the invader? Pretty please?" It came. No. Spare me from having to help you with your dungeon. It's already been 3 days since you got the game and I couldn't sleep properly since then. Also, the puppy eyes only work if the other person isn't scared shitless because of you. There's no way I'm going to fall for them right now. Ha. I'm immune. Think fast, Andreu. Your next answer is even more important than the last one. You can't fail this one. I'm sorry, Clara. But I have an important exam this week and must spend this afternoon studying for it. What is this? Blood tears. Oh, I'm spilling blood tears because of my own words. A broken bar. This is a disaster. The end of the world. I expressly reserved today's afternoon to play for as long as I wanted a broken bar, but now a broken bar. This might be the hardest decision I've ever taken. To sacrifice today's gaming session, but I can't spend more nights without sleeping. A broken bar. She left me with no other options. And I don't want to disappoint my little sister by telling her I'm scared of her dungeon mobs. And the exam? Oh, that one is a lie. We do have a few, but it is next week. So I still have time to study some other day, or to not study because I'm playing games, which is what happens sometimes. No, please Andreu. Can't you do it for your little sister? She asks again. The mix of puppy eyes and pouting is adorable. But I already said it. It doesn't work when the target is terrified. And I surely am right now. There's no other way. I must spend today studying for the exam. The worst part of all this is that now, I'll actually have to spend the time studying or she's going to find out I lied. And God spare me from this happening. Broken bar. What a shame. Now that we finally can play together and you don't have time because of the exams. A broken bar. A broken bar. I make a weird laugh. I mean, it was a lie, after all. But don't you lie too, Clara. We've always been playing together. Other games, of course. It's just that since you knew you must be level 3 to play with other people, you have been pestering me to dive into your dungeon and die all the time, so that you can level up faster. Well, maybe I can help you with something else that doesn't require me to dive into your dungeon. Own a broken bar. I say, trying to appease her. It's mostly me feeling guilty, but I am ready to help her with anything. A broken bar, as long as it doesn't require me to dive into her dungeon, of course. Nice. Then a broken bar. What can I do to progress faster? I'm already level 2, and at the speed I'm leveling, I'm going to reach level 3 soon too, but I'm struggling with the faction's a special resource, the despair. How can I obtain it easily? First of all, a broken bar. Wait, you're already level 2? How did you reach it in just 3 days? I know she finished the dungeon really fast too, but this and that are completely different things. You need to actually play the game to raise the level, or to have a lot of people diving and dying into a broken bar. It's really easy. After I started to play the game, I told a few guys from my class that I had DMA, and a few of them offered to help me level up. I'm skeptical of the word "a" offered, but I'm not going to comment on it. I don't want to die at a broken bar or to be forced to dive into her dungeon because of a slip of tongue. A broken bar. Without knowing what I'm thinking, She continues to talk. And it's thanks to them that I'm already level 2. If it weren't for the death timers, I might be level 3. I'll read your broken bar. She says this last part with a face full of regrets. I'm sorry, Clara, but I lost you here. Broken bar. The death timers. What do you mean that the death timers are what's making you get less XP? The death timer is something that the game has implemented to abuse dungeon farming and XP boosting other accounts. After you die in a dungeon, you get a death timer that prevents you from invading other dungeons for some time. They aren't too long, starting at 5 minutes. But if you get multiple death timers in a short span of time, they get longer after each successive death. Yes, the death timers. They dive into my dungeon and die all the time, so their death timers get longer every time and they can't provide me with more XP. If only they didn't exist. A broken bar. Yep, that's exactly why they exist. To prevent this kind of abuse. Hahaha. I don't know what to say. Are they masochists? They must be, right? There's no way a sane person would repeatedly invade a dungeon only to die every time. A broken bar. Let's forget about the levels for now. A broken bar. Yeah, I don't want to have anything to do with people this weird. You asked how to get more despair, right? Yes, that's what I need the most. Because I can't actually buy or create most stuff without it. Of course. This is what a special resources do. They are the most important resource for the faction. Just look at me. I can't create units, other than the stitched, without having bodies. A broken bar. Let me think a little. Broken bar. I say, if I'm not wrong, your faction's special resource is despair, and it's obtained from killing enemies by reducing their SU stat to 0, right? I barely remember Ricard talking about it in one of his drilling sessions. The key word here is a barely because he can't stop talking, so it ends up going in one ear and out of the other. Yes, but it's too hard because most enemies die because the HP reaches 0 before I can reduce their SU stat. Well, it's true that it can be difficult to kill enemies in other ways than dealing damage. Don't cry, Clara. It's still easier to obtain your special resource than mine. Yeah. It's me who wants to cry here. It's even harder to obtain the bodies of other units, so don't complain. You don't have the right to cry if I don't cry first, okay? So, how can I easily obtain it? I don't think it's ever going to be easy, so stop complaining or change faction. A broken bar. I start saying, but she interrupts me. Change faction? What are you saying? They are the cutest ones. There's no other faction that can even compare. So I'm sticking with them. I just need some help to obtain the despair, that's all. Here go my plans to make her change factions. Destroyed before I could properly make them. I would be able to sleep if you change factions. Clara. Broken bar. Why, God, why couldn't you make it work? A broken bar. Okay, broken bar. Calm down. If you aren't considering a faction change, we can only think about how to improve your dungeon and skills. First of all, I think that despair is easier to obtain from invaders. Because in a dungeon invasion, as you fight against lots of enemies, your HP, EP, and MP slowly get depleted. If you add your unit's passive MP draining, they are going to die because of SU reaching 0 sooner or later. But they could also die from HP reaching 0. A broken bar. She complains. That's true, but if you add other MP draining skills to your units, it's going to be even easier. MP draining skills. I didn't know they existed, so I'm not using them. Ha. Clara, this should be the first thing you looked for. A broken bar. I mean, it's your faction who needs it, not me. Sigh. Clara, you really a broken bar anyway. The easiest way for you to obtain despair is going to be while defending the dungeon, but you also need a way to obtain it by playing yourself. After all, you can't rely on other players invading your dungeon to obtain your most important resource. Here. Broken bar. What if nobody comes? Oh, but I have this solved. I have some slaves that continuously come into my dungeon only to die. A broken bar. Did I hear it wrong? You used the word a slaves there. Clara. Broken bar. What am I going to do with you? I'll feign I didn't notice you talking about slaves, because I don't want to have anything to do with it. This isn't going to be enough, and you also need a way to obtain the despair yourself. Otherwise, you might have to wait a lot of time for you to have enough despair to create whatever you want to. That's true, she says while striking her tongue out. So, I recommend that you bring a lot of units with you during dungeon invasions, so that you can quickly drain the MP from the enemies. And it's also important the kind of dungeon you are diving into. In your case, I would avoid the dungeons from the elves and demons because of their high MP pools. Go to the orcs dungeons. They have very low MP and should be easy to kill by pseudo-depletion. Okay, thank you Andreu. She thanks me. Then, her expression changes, and complains. But they are so ugly, a broken bar. I don't really want to go through a broken bar. For once, our aesthetic sense matches. At last, after the problem with the acute abyss creaturess, a broken bar. Ha ha ha. There's no other way that I know of. Maybe you can find a dungeon specialized for abyss farming a broken bar, but it's up to you to find it because I have no idea, and I'm not interested in knowing about it either. Abyss stuff? No thanks. So good luck. Thank you anyway, Andreu. See you later, after you stop studying and can help me level up. Yeah, broken bar, no thanks. I'll pass on entering your dungeon again. Ha ha ha. See you later. Before finally leaving my room, she looks at me one last time and says, I'm going to obtain some despair, then. If you need anything, I'll be in my room. Have fun, and good luck. Yeah, poor souls. Might you find peace after death. I can feel you. I'm in a similar situation here, because I must study when I should be playing the game right now. I can also feel the despair. I hate my bad luck. A broken bar. Clara, I know you aren't doing this on purpose against me, but your brother is suffering here, I say while opening the college notes. After getting tired of studying, I decided to risk playing the game anyway. The result? Clara came to my room, found me playing, and got angry at me for lying. Her favorability almost reached negative levels. But after I apologized for lying and telling her that I really dislike the abyss creatures and that I had nightmares, a broken bar, she said it was okay, and that she would forgive me as long as I kept helping her with the other stuff not related to invading her dungeon. Lucky me. Ha ha ha. I'm finally free of the nightmares, and can continue to help my little sister without diving into her dungeon. All according to the plan, made after the plan's resolution. Also, because I studied earlier than I usually would, I got better marks in the next exams. All's well that ends well. I'm currently in the middle of something important. After the fight with a little demoness, I randomly put the new units in the current dungeon. But I said I would create a special zone for the rabbits, and this is what I'm going to do right now. And since I'm already changing the dungeon layout, I've decided to actualize the whole dungeon instead of just adding the rabbit zone. I'm sure you already know, but the current dungeon layout is very linear. It has a tunnel right after the dungeon entrance, then a huge cave, the tunnels, the first lab, the freezer, and, in the end, the second lab. As an extra, there's the resting room that only has one entrance and doesn't connect to any other place. What I want to do is create extra connections between zones, a plan I'm going to continue in the future. Right now, I'm only going to move the resting area to the tunnels, and add 2 more rooms with the same mushroom types. Of course, instead of a single entrance, they'll now have 2 or more. The other big change is the rabbit's room. It's going to connect to the tunnels in one single place, and also to the first laboratory room. To break the linearity of the dungeon, this room is going to be an optional side room, but also has benefits for the invaders that clear it. The rabbit room will allow the players to skip most of the tunnel area if the invading players cross it. A door that can only be unlocked from the rabbit room will directly lead to the first laboratory. Now for the actual dungeon update, I exclaim while opening the Dungeon Edition menu. The first thing I do is the changes I just mentioned. Move the eternal resting areas to the tunnels, and then add 2 more resting areas, a broken bar, then connect them to the tunnels in several places. A broken bar here. I can already feel the despair of the invaders when they get lost, and accidentally step inside one of the resting rooms. Have a good sleep, only that it's going to be for all eternity. Ha 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 ha. As with the original eternal resting area, I don't put anything inside that could damage the players. There are no traps, no poison mushrooms, and I don't allow the dungeon mobs to come in. If they dare come inside and fall asleep, they are going to keep sleeping until they surrender. And next is the rabbit's zone. For now, I'll just create the room and decorate it later. when I also improve the rest of the dungeon. After finishing these changes, I continue with the dungeon appearance. Of course, the first is the dungeon entrance. Until now, the enemies that invaded the dungeon always started underground already, but I want them to get the feeling that they are entering an extremely dangerous place, a broken bar, and if they appear directly inside the dungeon, it's impossible to achieve this effect. So I've got to change the entrance. I start by removing the dungeon portal from its current place and creating the cave entrance. Then, I put the dungeon portal some distance away from the cave entrance. I then start to decorate the entrance, and when I finish a broken bar, yeah, I like this feeling. It actually looks like you're going inside the lair of some very dangerous creature. Foo-fa-foo. You enter the dungeon and find yourself in a very dense forest. Light barely reaches the ground, the foliage obscuring most of the area. Steep mountains surround you in every direction, creating a single path. As you move forward, you see that the vegetation starts taking a weird reddish hue. You have the impression that the reddish hue is because they are continuously soaked in blood, and as if to confirm your theory, you can see a few cracked bones scattered through the path. Spooked because of the ominous silence, you finally reach the end of the path, and what you see makes your hair stand on end. There, you can see a big dark cave. It looks like a huge gaping mouth waiting to devour you whole. The bloodstains and bone fragments that litter the floor warn you that you definitely shouldn't come inside. Faint laments can be heard, coming from the cave. You aren't sure if it's the wind or the sound of some creature, but you are sure of one thing: nothing good will come if you enter that place. Ha 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 ha. With just this change, the feeling you get when entering the dungeon is completely different from the one you got before. Amazing! I shout, impressed at the result. Then, let's continue with the rest of the dungeon. Let's try to keep this feeling through the whole dungeon. The objective is to make the invaders feel dread, put them on edge, and also display the craziness of the mad rat. Ha ha ha. Without wasting time, I continue modifying the dungeon. From the entrance, that's already finished, I continue to move forward while changing things. Phew. This took a lot more time than I expected, but the end result is amazing, so it's worth the time spent. I try to convince myself that I didn't waste more than 6 hours by updating the dungeon right now. Hey, who says it's a waste of time? This was clearly an important thing to do. Well, anyway, following the entrance zone, I have updated the whole dungeon. I have changed very few things regarding the actual dungeon, but have improved a lot regarding how it looks. So how does it look now? Starting from the cave entrance, it now looks like this. Immediately after crossing the cave's entrance, you can see small quantities of glowing mushrooms illuminating the cave. In cases like this, you would usually get the feeling that this is some magical scenery, mystic and peaceful. This would be what you would be feeling a broken bar if not for the weird colors and shapes of the glowing mushrooms. Deformed, smashed, with sickening colors. What's worse of all, some mushrooms look like they are screaming, with protuberances that resemble faces in eternal silent wails. As you advance, the screams you were hearing before entering the cave increase in volume. Do they come from the screaming mushrooms? But when you approach the mushrooms, you can't hear anything. A broken bar. The path slowly descends, as if you were going to the underworld. As more mushrooms cover the tunnel, you can finally properly see your surroundings. Giant claw marks appear here and there, and what's worse, the dragging marks or something big. If you had to guess, this must be the result of dragging a huge and highly dangerous creature inside the tunnel against its will. Alive, who, or what, is capable of doing something like this? Until this point, there'll be no traps or dungeon mobs. This is only to settle the mood. Finally, the tunnel opens into a gigantic cave. A strange purple light illuminates everything that isn't already illuminated by the glowing mushrooms. Now, you can also hear the sound of water. At the end of the cave, you can see an underground lake. You can use something called ambient lights in the game. I left it as default until now, but I now changed the lights to this mysterious purple color. Of course, it only affects those places where there is no other light. The places illuminated by the glowing mushrooms have the color at the mushrooms. Huge mushrooms are growing in several places. They hinder visibility and provide a perfect location for ambushes. And the screams you could hear until now, reverberate through the cave. You can see a few figures moving in the distance. From the way they move, maybe it would be better to call it shambling than walking. Are they the ones that release the screams? Of course, I change the way the demonic swarmers behave, and make them release constant screams when they aren't in battle, and then different screams to alert the others when starting combat. The cave isn't easy to traverse with so many obstacles. Cliffs, ramps, rocks, giant mushrooms, a broken bar. You feel as if everything is obstructing your path, as if trying to say you aren't welcome here. Oh, and this area is now a perfect area for the goblins to torment the invaders. Between the rocks, stalagmites and stalactites, cliffs, and the giant mushrooms' trunks and the platforms they create with their equally giant caps, a broken bar, the cave is now an amazing place for ambushes. Foo-fa-foo. Advancing through the cave, you see a few tunnels. The closest to the underground lake is damp and has lots of mushrooms. The others are drier but, somehow, also scarier. And there's even one from which you can see sunlight. This last tunnel is the one that connects to the rabbits area. You could say that the tunnels are split into three kinds, and those that are closer to the underground lake and river are humid, partially inundated, and also contain the underground river. Then, there are the drier tunnels. In those, there are little mushrooms but are full of traps, and I plan to fill them with goblins in the future. Basically, these are going to be the most dangerous tunnels, but also the safer ones if you don't have a way to avoid the damage from the mushrooms. And finally, the rest of the tunnels, the ones closest to the rabbit zone. These tunnels have spots from where the sunlight enters. A lot of them also have no exit, as if an avalanche destroyed them. Only one of the tunnels actually connects to the rabbit room. They are designed in a way to make players waste time and consider going to one of the other two zones instead, and then die. Ha ha ha. Of course, they aren't completely empty. They also contain a few traps and mushrooms, and since they are connected to the other tunnels, invaders can be attacked by demonic swarmers and goblins at any time, or eaten by the tunnel mimic, which can literally appear anywhere inside the tunnels. After a lot of time spent traveling through collapsed tunnels, you finally see a bright light at the end of the tunnel. Literally, I mean, you are blinded for a moment. When your vision returns, you can see lush vegetation growing on piles of rock rubble. Little rabbits are munching on the grass. This is a very beautiful scenery, which belies everything you've seen until now. How can a place like this exist in a cave full of horrors? Are you dreaming now? You know, true chaos needs order inside of it. Otherwise, it's just a jumbled mix of things. To display true craziness, you also need to show how normal things look. And this also makes the invaders lower their guard, which in turn gets them killed. Especially if they lower the guard in this room. At the end of this little paradise, you find a weird biohazard laboratory door, as well as a lever. As you pull the lever, the door opens and a laboratory appears in front of you. So yes, this is how the players can skip the tunnels and enter the first laboratory directly. I plan on adding some more dungeon gimmicks in the future, and this room will be one of them, but for now, it breaks the dungeon's linearity and that's enough. I left the two laboratory rooms almost the same as they were. I only added a few decorations like an open corpse on top of an operating table, or organs and parts of creatures inside special containers, to add to the creepiness of the dungeon, mostly. Finally, the last dungeon area, the freezer. This place is now extremely gross. Crossing the door of the laboratory, you find yourself shivering. A white mist envelops you and your speed decreases as you feel the cold envelop you. The perfectly excavated walls and floor from the laboratory start to blend into natural rocks, and the weird mix of natural and artificial makes you uneasy. The ground gets darker as you advance. Something sticky makes it hard to advance. If you take a closer look, you find it's actually the color of dried blood. How much blood would you need to cover the whole floor? As you reach the end of the corridor, you feel like you want to puke. Corpses and body parts are strewn everywhere. Horrific monstrosities with parts of several other creatures roam through the gross and dangerous corridors and rooms. The cold affects your surroundings too. The walls and floor now have a whitish color, partially covered by frost. Even some corpses, maybe the older ones, are fully encased in ice. I basically turned the freezer into a horror film, with the mix of cadavers, body parts, exploding cadavers, blood, and the worst of them all, the stitched. The freezer turned into a nightmare for those who can't withstand the gore. So, how do you see the changes? You don't like them? Well, I like them, so who cares about your opinion? Certainly not me. Ha ha ha. Until you confirm the changes, the dungeon remains the same as before. Current and new invaders will enter the previous dungeon until you save it. Then, the game checks that there's a valid path between the entrance and the dungeon core. If you don't have a valid path, the game denies the new dungeon and you must make the appropriate changes. As I confirm the changes to the dungeon and the game saves them, I look again at the clock. Maybe I'd spend too much time on this dungeon rework. I missed dinner time. A broken bar. I'll try to be faster next time. I promise. After dinner, I enter the game again. I got scolded for missing dinner. Well, I was busy with very important stuff, so broken bar. Anyway, there are still a few more things that I want to do in the dungeon. Okay, now that the dungeon looks decent, it's time to improve the mobs. Here, I'm not talking about increasing the mobs' levels number. I'm talking about the fact that this giant labyrinth of tunnels, caverns, and laboratories is defended by only a few mobs. If I sum all of them, it's only 49. It's close to half the number of farmers I found in the very first dungeon I dived into. The 6 stitched I bring with me into dungeon invasions aren't included. The same with the brain-dead assassins because they aren't added to the dungeon yet. Okay, broken bar. You can't compare the power of the lab assistant to the farmers. Maybe a single lab assistant could win against 50 farmers. It's the best unit for the example because it's my strongest unit, but it also applies to the rest. But even if they are strong, less than 50 units for a dungeon this size. Here broken bar, it kind of feels empty. And I do want some zones to feel empty so that the enemy lowers the guard. But not the whole dungeon. The proper way would be to add both some more mobs and then fill the dungeon with critters. Buta broken bar. This fucking annoying faction can't do this. The only critter I have is the creepy, at least for now, and for it, I need to capture bodies of critters from other factions. Literally, the only unit this faction can create without needing the bodies of other factions' units is the stitched. The damn stitched. And you still need corpses to create them. At times like this, I really think about swapping to another faction. But then I remember I like to roleplay as a mad scientist, and the unit customization, and quickly calm myself down. A broken bar. Buta broken bar. Fuck. Shit. It looks like I have no other way than to forget about creating more critters for now and focus on normal mobs. The creepy are going to be a thing for the future. If I don't want to raise the difficulty too much, I shouldn't add too many of the strong units. So this basically leaves the options to 3 units, goblins, demonic swarmers, and of course the stitched. A broken bar. What to do? In fact, the answer is really easy. I can't create more than 1 demonic swarmer and 2 goblins because I only have so many bodies. The rest must be stitched. There's no other way. I immediately start the creation of the 3 Siameses. After they are created, there will be 9 demonic swarmers and 6 goblins. Well, it could be worse. Broken bar. It could have been only stitched, so it's something. Now for the stitched. First of all, I'm going to add the 10 brain-dead assassins with their respective hidden enemy traps to the freezer zone. With an extra brain-dead squad, 3 mobs plus 1 leader, it's now full of stitched. It's impossible for the enemies to cross the freezer without encountering at least some stitched. And to make things more fun, for me, not for the invaders, I also add 15 more exploding corpse traps to the freezer. After the new looks and these extra mobs and traps, now the freezer is a true horror zone in 2 very different aspects, for how it looks, and for how dangerous it is. Now that the freezer is completed, I need to add more units to the cave and tunnels. I decide that 4 more stitched squads that can freely roam between the cave and the tunnels are going to be enough. With 4 extra squads, there's going to be a lot more activity in the dungeon, but they are stitched, so the difficulty won't rise too much, which I don't want. So it's fine. A broken bar. Also, this effectively doubles the amount of stitched the dungeon has, from 20 to 40. Oh, and the 10 assassins too, so it's actually 50, more than double. So Broken Bar, who's going to be the first to enter the brand new dungeon? Ha 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 ha. What Andrew did that day turned out to be the factor that catapulted him to the top rankings. Not immediately, mind you, but the first impression players got from the dungeon's entrance made them want to recommend the dungeon to their friends. Slowly but surely, the dungeon's renown kept rising, and at the same time, the number of people who got obsessed with it. Unknown to Andrew, his dungeon made the invaders think I'll manage to beat it next time, which made them dive again, and again. The cause, the randomness and unpredictability made it actually possible for anybody to beat the dungeon. Well, anybody strong enough to beat a lab assistant, so the videos of weaker players beating other Mad Rat's lab made higher-leveled players want to demonstrate they could beat the dungeon too. Some of them did, but most still failed and entered the I'll manage to beat it next time infinite cycle. The Mad Rat's lab champions Mad Rat, LV5, upgraded hybrid, High Elf plus Rat plus Shadow active, Rat transformation, innate, Chain Lightning, Cold Blast triggered, Shared Voltage, LV2, Battery, Lightning Shield passive, Mana attuned, innate, Mana Core, innate, Maniac, LV2, Expert. Dungeon areas entrance, forest that gradually turns red as if it absorbed the blood of uncountable victims as it approaches the entrance to the cave. It works to set the mood and it has no dangers. Cave, giant cave that contains giant and glowing mushrooms, creating places perfect for ambushes. Constant screams can be heard from here. Monsters, demonic swarmer, goblin pest, death butterfly, fiery fly, traps, falling corpse. Tunnels, connects the cave to the rabbit area and the laboratory. It's a series of interconnected tunnels with an underground river. Monsters, demonic swarmer, tunnel mimic, goblin pest, death butterfly, traps, falling corpse, mushrooms. Special, eternal resting areas. Laboratory, filled with chaotically distributed laboratory equipment. Contains the dungeon core. It is divided into two rooms that aren't directly connected, and you must pass through the freezer to reach the second. Monsters, lab assistant, death butterfly, traps, falling corpse, lightning rod. The freezer, interconnected rooms, partly natural and partly excavated in the rock. It's filled with corpses, blood, and body pieces. A superficial ice sheet covers most of its contents. Monsters, brain-dead mob, brain-dead leader, brain-dead assassin, hidden enemy trap, traps, exploding corpse. Field effect, freezing cold. Rabbit area, mountain valley filled with grass and innocent bunnies. Connects the tunnels with the laboratory, working as a shortcut. Monsters, curse rabbit, not a rabbit. Monsters lab assistant, LV4, hybrid, high elf plus runesmith active, fireball, jumping smash triggered, frosty retribution passive, mana attuned, innate, stone skin, innate, fire aura. Demonic swarmer, LV3, Siamese, scout plus minor, scout half, active, dash triggered, demonic revenge passive, nature attuned, innate, stone skin, innate, strong, commander. Minor half, active, bash triggered, demonic revenge passive, nature attuned, innate, stone skin, innate, strong, commander. Not a rabbit, LV3, hybrid, rabbit plus hunter active, rabbit transformation, innate, bleeding strike triggered, bloodlust, innate, unexpected strike passive, berserker. Tunnel mimic, LV2, basic chimera, tunneler plus mimic active, mimicry, innate, engulf passive, eternal pain, innate, enlarge. Goblin pest, LV2, Siamese, goblin plus imp. Goblin half, active, corrosive arrow passive, opportunist, innate, slippery, innate, passive, strong, spiritual. Imp half, active, shadow blast passive, opportunist, innate, slippery, innate, passive, strong, spiritual. Braindead mob, LV2, stitched active, toxic spit passive, too gross to look at. Braindead leader, LV2, stitched active, toxic spit passive, commander. Braindead assassin LV2, stitched active, toxic spit passive, Blood Power. Death Butterfly, LV2, Creepy, Butterfly plus Chameleon. Triggered, Decaying Touch. Passive, Optic Camouflage, Innate. Fiery Fly, LV3, Creepy, Fly plus Fire Spark. Triggered, Death Burst, Fire. Passive, Fire Elemental, Innate, In Flames. Curse Rabbit, LV1, Creepy, Rabbit plus Curse Bug. Triggered, Death Curse, Innate. Traps. Falling Corpse, deals damage if it falls on an enemy. Exploding Corpse, explodes when an enemy gets close. Lightning Rod, strikes repeatedly with lightning. It can be destroyed. Poisonous Mushroom, inflicts poison that stacks and deals damage. Sleeping Mushroom, inflicts sleep on enemies. Hidden Enemy, hides the monster inside until the trap is triggered, releasing it. Support Mobs, not in the dungeon. Braindead Kidnapper, LV3, Stitched. Active, Fortify. Triggered, God's Intervention. Passive, Intelligent. Braindead Follower, LV3, Stitched. Active, Toxic Spit. Triggered, Survival Instinct. Passive, Intelligent. So, when do you want to play all three together? Asks Laura after class. Both Ricard and Laura are sitting next to me right now. It's fine for me, but how do you want to do it? Do we prepare a perfect team, or simply bring our champions? I warn you, I'm not going to change the Mad Rat in any way. Haha. Broken Bar. She makes a weird laugh as if saying, I already knew. I also would like to use my succubus. I like it. Yeah, me too. Then I could watch those huge bouncy and jiggly masses up close. Thank you for helping with my private time, Laura. He. Pervert laughing. Then if you take those two champions, I think I should pick a tanky champion to compensate. Andreu can play the spellcaster role, and Laura can play the support role with the succubus. Having a charm CC on demand can be very powerful. Of course, this last one is Ricard. His eyes are starting to gleam, so we need to stop him from running amok before it's too late. Are you going to bring the Revenant as the last time? I ask. A Broken Bar. I'm not sure, because the ice aura is dangerous in a party. Last time, I didn't have time to create another champion, but if we properly plan this one, I can bring a better Ania Broken Bar. Okay. I also find that it could be better to use some other unit than the Revenant for your champion. Sure, the Resurrect skill is broken, but with 30 seconds to wait, it's too long. It's a good skill for dungeon mobs, but for a champion is too much time. You do remember that last time your skill was useless, right? Well, you are right in that front. Then maybe a Death Knight? It's tanky enough, and its innate passive Essence Siphon is very good for sustaining oneself. Essence Siphon, innate passive skill. Heal for 20% of all the damage you deal against other units. This skill doesn't stack with other healing skills. Yes, I think this is a way better skill than the other one. As we talk, Laura looks from the side as if she doesn't properly understand what we are talking about. She wasn't the last time, so it's normal. Then, we will have a spellcaster, a tank, and a support. Laura, you should take at least one healing skill to help us survive, and the rest can be whatever you want as long as it brings utility to the party. As Ricard keeps talking, his expression suddenly brightens and a smile appears on his face. You know, in fact, we could prepare everything for the next DMA event. Basically, it's going to be a dungeon battle royale. In teams, players will dive into other players' dungeons and compete for who beats the other's dungeon first, and the winners pass to the next round, as in any tournament. As he realizes something, his expression changes to a gloomy one. Oh, but it's a shame. A Broken Bar. We need a team of 4 players for this competition. A Broken Bar. We need to be 4 players, but we are only 3. A Broken Bar. If only one of us knew of somebody who played DMA2 and could play together. A Broken Bar. Oh, wait. I do. I know too. In fact, both my sisters play DMA now. But if I ask Marta, she's going to say no for sure. Maybe Clara will want to? No way, right? Who am I kidding? A Broken Bar. As soon as I open my mouth to say to play together, she's going to agree, regardless of the situation and with whom. If I ask her, she'll agree. I hope so. And I hoped I could play in this tournament. A Broken Bar. I couldn't last time because I didn't have DMA and won't play in this one because I don't have a team. A Broken Bar. Meanwhile, Ricard is making a face as if wanting to cry, and Laura is simply staring at him as if looking at a kid. Well, he does behave like one, sometimes, like right now, or like most of the time, actually. Hey, what are you crying for, Ricard? I'm not crying, okay? It's just that I wanted to participate and I can't. You know you could always ask random players to play with you, right? What are you saying? If I play, it must be with a carefully crafted team, with previous experience, and with the chance to actually win. Who would participate in it otherwise? See, this is why you don't get a girlfriend. You look at everything as if it were a competition. I don't have a girlfriend either, but it's just because I don't feel like it, okay? Don't look at me with those judging eyes. I swear it's true. If you are okay with it, I can ask my little sister if she wants to play together and participate in the tournament too. But I can't make promises. Though I'm sure she will accept. Your little sister, you say? Immediately, Ricard's expression switches from grief to joy. Yeah, my little sister. Her birthday was this past Sunday and got DMA as a birthday present, so she's now playing the game too. If you don't care about her being low level a broken bar, who cares about the level, or about winning or losing the tournament, if we can play together with your little sister? So, when are you introducing us? Guy, calm down. I didn't ask her yet. And why did you switch your stance so fast? You still don't know her. And weren't you complaining just a second ago that if you participate in the tournament you must aim to win it? How can you be so cheap? It's a little sister. I'm sure she's cute and small and huggable. She's 18. Okay? His expression changes yet again to my words. To grief. What are you, a pervert? Someone, call the police. And don't be a pervert, she's going to kick your thing if you ever mention something like this in front of her. Well, anyway, our broken bar, so you're asking her, right? And what faction is she playing as? As the Abyss faction. For some reason or another, she thinks the Abyss units are cute. At these words, he shudders and looks away. Why, you know, after all, we can also participate next time and look for another player or broken bar. Why, yes, let's do it. Oh, it seems like I'm not the only one scared of the Abyss units. Now I must ask Clara and make sure she plays with us. You know, suffering must be shared between friends, right? I can't be the only one to suffer, right? You know, I already told you I would ask her. So now I must keep my word. Depending on how you look at them, I also think that some of the Abyss units can be considered cute, you know? Not you too, Laura. I have had enough with my little sister. What? Exclaims Ricard. Ahahaha, well, those with little mouths and tentacles, they are somewhat cute. A broken bar. I quickly interrupt Laura before she turns into Clara 2.0. I'm almost sure she's going to agree, so we can start planning the party. She just started, so she can only use the first champion, a humanoid one, formed by lots of tentacles. I don't know the name. Oh, yeah, I know it. Then the decision, it's the same as before, only that this time your sister is going to complement our party. We are still lacking single target damage, so as long as she takes skills that help with it, we are going to have a decent party. But are you sure you want your sister? We can still look for another player, you know? Ha. Don't worry. I'm sure she will like the idea, and I'm going to drag you into the Abyss with me. Ha. I'm not going to suffer alone anymore. Wait a moment. Please reconsider it, shouts Ricard. I and Laura look at him with condescending eyes. Can you stop being a kid already? Says Laura. Teeth in a broken bar. At least let me be the one to name the team. I won't concede on this. I don't care, so feel free. But stop behaving like this and grow up already. Yeah. Stop being a kid, I say while struggling to hide a grin. My new despairing mate, why are you trying to run away? Come here and join me. Let's despair together. Ignoring our words, Ricard is muttering to himself. We are an undead, a demon, a flesh monstrosity or mad scientist, and a creature from the Abyss. A broken bar. Yeah, there's only one name I can properly think of. Ha. This is a great name. People are going to tremble upon hearing it. Ha. After a while of leaving Ricard to his own delusions, I finally ask him, so, what's the oh so great name that you thought of? Hear this epic and great name. You see, Taking into account our factions, there's only one possible name that I can think of, and it's also the best name ever. You have to thank me for this epic name, ya broken bar. Can you tell us the fucking name already? Interrupts Laura. Yes, a broken bar. The name we are going to use is this one. Attention please so that you don't miss it. The name is, The League of Evil. Ha 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 ha. How do you like it? Awesome, right? WHY? Just a broken bar. WHY? Knock. Knock. I lightly knock on Clara's room. There's no answer. How weird. I could swear I heard her coming inside just a while ago. Broken bar. As I'm thinking I might be confused and heard it wrong, something touches my shoulder. And as I turn my head to see what it is, a broken bar. I shout as I fall to the ground. Slowly, I try to crawl away in fear. It's a nightmare. That monster with lots of mouths and eyes is coming to eat me. I thought I wasn't having those nightmares anymore. Don't eat me, please. I've had enough of this already. To broken bar. Ha 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 ha. I hear some laughter. But in my nightmares there's only the monster. There's definitely nobody laughing in theme. A broken bar. What's going on? Ha 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 ha. Andrew, you had to see your reaction. It was so funny. Is that a broken bar? Clara's voice. Why are you inside my nightmare? Are you inside my dreams to torment me even more than you already have? Ha 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 ha. Please, PFFFFT. Don't eat me, says Clara, trying to imitate my own voice. Now that I've turned around, I can see Clara standing in the hallway, looking in my direction and laughing uncontrollably. She's holding on to a plushie of that monstrosity from the Abyss faction. Don't scare me like that. It's not funny, okay? I almost died because of a heart attack, I say while trying to stand from the ground. But my legs are still trembling and I can't. Ha ha ha. A heart attack. You are so funny sometimes, Andrew. And where did you get that plushie? Did you just get it so that you could torment me? Because if you are going to use it to torment me, I'm going to burn it at the stake. The fear is fading away and is being replaced by anger. Ha 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 ha. Calm down, Andrew. I just got it now, and since it was such a good opportunity to scare you, I couldn't hold myself back. Ha ha ha. Please forgive me. I won't do it again. Then, with a lower voice, she mutters something. I think she just said a broken bar with this plushie. I mean a broken bar apostrophe. Don't you dare come with another one neither. I warn her in advance. They say prevention is better than healing, right? I'm a broken bar anyway. I came to ask you something, so put that plushie away first. Yeeees. She then enters her room, leaves the plushie on top of her bed, and comes out again. See? You can be a good little sister when you want. Though only when you want. Now, what did you want to ask? I came to ask you if you would like to play together a broken bar. Yes, I'll play with you. She interrupts me before I can finish the sentence. Like I was saying, would you like to play together with me and a broken bar? Yes, I will. What are we playing? Please stop interrupting already. I'm happy that you agree, but let me finish first. Let me finish already. Don't interrupt until I finish. Okay, says Clara with an I'm sorry face. I'm almost sure she only apologizes to avoid the situation where I change my mind and decide to not play with her because I got angry. Sigh. As I already tried to say twice, a broken bar. Would you like to play with me and my college friends in DMA? We are creating a party to participate in the next DMA's Battle Royale event, and we need a party of 4 players. We'll play together a few times before the tournament, and then we'll participate in it. I look at her and she looks at me. I wait for an answer, but she doesn't say anything. How weird. A broken bar. Usually, she would be jumping in excitement right now. A broken bar. I have just promised her to play several times together in the next weeks, after all. So a broken bar, you don't like it? Why are you staying silent? Huh? You said I shouldn't interrupt until you finished, right? But you didn't say you finished, so I was waiting. A broken bar. Hee. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? And don't hee me. Sigh. I already finished, so broken bar, what are you saying? Yes, I'll join you and your friends. But this means I'll need to reach level 3 as fast as possible. You'll help me, right? Oh, yeah, I'll help you. I'll even ask my friends to enter your dungeon so that you can level up faster. Ha 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 ha. You had it coming. Regard. Laura did ask for me to forgive her and even helped me to get the shadow body. But I still remember you are also a traitor, so I'll make you dive into my sister's dungeon. Ha ha ha. This is the much-awaited revenge. Thank you. I love you, Andreu. As she says this, she opens the door again and enters her bedroom. But before closing the door, she asks in a cute voice and pose. So Broken Bar, can I choose the name for the party, pretty please? She asks while making puppy eyes. The name's already settled, so you can't. I'm sorry, Clara, I say while patting her head. I'm very sorry, Clara, but Ricard insisted on that name. As much as I would like to change it, I can't anime a Broken Bar, so we must have to use it during the tournament. The names are the League of Evil. She then makes a disgusted face, as if wanting to say, are you kidding me? I'm sorry, but I'm not kidding. I also had the same face as you earlier today. Even if the only one who liked the name was Ricard, the name actually brought the attention of the tournament watchers, because of how lame it was. Regardless of their individual opinions, thanks to this name their supporters increased fast, and by the end of the tournament, all four of them were quite famous. They do say there's no negative fame after a Broken Bar. This can't be. It's too slow. A high-pitched voice can be heard in the morning. On her way to school, Clara is talking to herself. What can I do? I need more XP so that I can play with Andreu as soon as possible. With a worried and anxious look on her face, she tries to think of a way to reach level 3 as soon as possible. The fault is in those geeks from my class. Why are they so slow? Come and die inside my dungeon already. Death timers, just ignore them, and those excuses that nobody believes, like hey I have to study and hey I have to do the homework, or my favorite, the my mother has prohibited me from playing until next week. Who would believe them? Then she makes an evil face and mutters, maybe I'll have to discipline Thema Broken Bar Fufafu. Some time passes as she laughs alone, imagining what she's going to do. When she finishes, Clara starts talking to herself again. But can't they see they are useless? They spend their whole life playing games, so when they have the chance to actually do something useful, they should be on their knees asking to help. You should be asking me if I would allow you to help me, not the other way around. You should feel honored to help me level up so that I can play with my brother. Clara finds an empty can near the road and starts stomping on it. Crunch, 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 crunch. The can is completely flat, but she keeps stomping on it. After a while, she notices what she's doing and stops. Ha Broken Bar, I shouldn't be doing these things. I shouldn't get so angry because of those geeks. Ha Broken Bar. Finally, she calms down and resumes walking. Good morning, Mark. Good morning, Clara. How are you today? I'm fine, thanks for worrying. Then, she looks upwards towards Mark, who was a head taller than her. So Broken Bar, I didn't see you in the game yesterday. You told me that you would help me level up, but I don't see you keeping your word, and it makes me very sad. A Broken Bar. Clara looks in Mark's direction with a pout. Her eyes look as if she's going to cry at any moment. Mark anxiously looks at Clara, and starts talking in a low voice. Like I told you, my mother has prohibited me from playing the game until next week. So I can't play a Broken Bar. I'm sorry. Oh, Broken Bar, what a shame. She stands on her tiptoes and gets close to his ear before whispering. And I thought that we could have a nice fun time playing together after I reached level 3. A Broken Bar Fufafu. What a shame that now it'll take a lot more time. A Broken Bar. Beat red from having Clara so close to him. Mark is incapable of thinking and keeps repeating the same. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. A Broken Bar. Sorry. A Broken Bar. Clara, you should stop playing with him already. Can't you see he's already broken? You shouldn't take advantage of him and his friends. Did you think I wouldn't notice what you were doing? Making an annoyed face, Clara faces the person who interrupted their conversation, or whatever you would call what they were doing. Taking this chance, Mark runs away, still beat red. Well, as far as a normal-sized classroom allows. A Broken Bar, what are you doing? Didn't you see we were talking? You interrupted our conversation. I don't believe you can call that a conversation. You know. So what? What we do is up to us too. You don't have anything to say. Oh, but I do. I heard everything started because you two played my Broken Bar. We do. and a broken bar, and I play too. So I'm going to help you with whatever you need. Just stop playing tricks on Mark and his friends, okay? So you're going to help me? If you ask so nicely, who am I to deny you? Fine. I'll stop pressuring them. Then, in a very low voice that only she can hear, Clara adds ... for now. Nice. Then go to your seat already. That class is about to start. Okay. We'll talk again later. While walking to her seat, Clara keeps muttering to herself, in a low voice so that nobody hears her. Foo-fa-foo, it seems I found myself a new slave. Lucky. Now I should reach level 3 sooner than expected. Foo-fa-foo. This was the first of multiple clashes between Eva and Clara. Their contrasting opinions and personalities made them argue with each other almost every time they talked. Still, both of them kept their word. Eva helped Clara, and Clara stopped pressuring the geeks. Well, she didn't pressure them as much as before. But her broken bar, what would the future bring to those two? Would they turn into enemies, rivals, best friends? Or would it evolve into a bloodbath? Keep tuned to see what's going to happen. To be continued. Or not. Hey there. How are you doing? Me? I'm fine, thanks. My voice resounds in the laboratory. I'm inside the game talking alone, as usual. It's been some time since we last talked. My broken bar. Was it a week? Yes, it's been around a week. Well, there's been very few things happening this week. A broken bar, but let me explain the small bits that are important. Fine, go ahead. I'll listen. I reply in a bored tone. I mean, I already know what happened. So why would I be interested in myself explaining it again to me? Boring, right? In fact, there's only one very important thing that happened this week. And it's that I leveled up to player level 4. Clap, clap, clap. And the only other important things that happened in this past week are that I leveled up my champion and also my strongest mobs, the lab assistants. How is it that you only did this in a whole week? You might be asking. The answer is easy. I had exams, and as much as I would have preferred to play, I'm not that stupid to prioritize my game sessions over my future. Though I do know of somebody that spent most of the time playing instead of studying and then was complaining that the exams didn't go so well. Yeah, at this point all of us already know I'm talking about Ricard. If you really want to be a game programmer in the future, why do you slack off by playing games instead of working hard? You won't be able to develop games if you don't actually learn to program them. Even if you have played all the games in the world. Cough, cough exclamation mark ... Anyway, returning to what I was saying, a broken bar. This is the message I received when I leveled up. Reached player level 4. Boss monsters unlocked. Maximum boss monsters increased to 1. Maximum invaders in a party raised to 2. Received 3x stasis chamber. Received 2.000 CP. As you can see, the most important new stuff at player level 4 are the boss monsters. Fucking awesome. And players shredding boss monsters. But as usual, I need to get the bodies for the units that I'm going to use to create the boss monster. A broken bar. And I didn't have too much time to apply a broken bar, so I don't have a boss monster yet, because I swear I'm going to create it next week. I don't have any more exams, so I can spend all the time playing and looking for the best first boss ever. Oh, and boss monsters have the same rules as champions. They get a buff that increases all stats by 100% when used to defend the dungeon, so they can actually be on the same level as the champions and have a chance to defeat them in a straight fight. Regarding boss monsters, there's also a special rule. DMA only allows you to substitute a boss monster by completely removing the previous one. This is to prevent easy boss swapping with the objective to surprise or kill dungeon invaders. Basically this is translated into, you can only have one boss monster for each allowed slot. If you want to create a new one, you must permanently delete the old boss monster. To make it even harder, you can't use an already created unit as a boss. It must be a new unit. Of course, nobody would put a weak unit as a boss, unless they are stupid. This makes changing bosses a very big cost in both CP and A special resources, and most players only substitute them when they get access to even stronger units, or leave them as they come, to make a feeling of progression through the dungeon. The prime example being those players obsessed with creating dungeon floors, as in an RPG. As they progress, They create new floors and put the new and stronger monsters there. So each floor is harder than the last. Once they create a boss, its strength remains forever the same. As I already explained, I didn't have time to go look for the bodies to create my first boss. But I'm sure of one thing. My first boss is going to be either a hybrid or a basic chimera. And I also have some ideas of what units I would like to use, like a troll, or maybe a troll. I would also like to use a troll. A broken bar. Did I mention the troll? Maybe it's because we had a very hard time against the troll boss, but every time I think about what units I can use, the troll keeps appearing all the time. Yeah, broken bar. I still need to think a little bit about it. Although a troll is stupidly resilient and strong, it wouldn't fit the theme of the dungeon that much, because all units are tricky in one way or another, and the troll definitely isn't. And the last perk of the level up is that now other players can enter my dungeon with parties of up to 2 players. Yeah, broken bar. This isn't really a good thing, but I suppose it's needed for balancing. I mean, I could have a stupid amount of strong units plus a boss, and the boss can be as strong as a champion, or even stronger. There's no way to beat something like this as a single invader. A broken bar unless you are a higher leveled player. Returning to what I did last week, a broken bar. Let's go for the champion level up first. The first idea was to balance the skills by getting another triggered skill. But then I thought, wouldn't it make more sense to level up a skill? So I picked my 2 most important skills and looked at their upgrades. I'm talking about chain lightning and shared voltage. Of course, chain lightning, active skill, cost 200 MP, deal 10 plus SPI, lightning damage to an enemy. Then, the lightning jumps to the closest enemy within 5 meters and deals 10% less damage. The lightning continues to jump up to a total of 10 times. This skill can't damage a unit more than once. Available upgrades: extra jumps, increase the maximum jumps by 5. Far jumps, increase the maximum jump distance to 10 meters. Conductivity, the damage isn't reduced after each jump anymore. High voltage, increase the lightning damage to 20 plus 1,5 SPI. Shared voltage, triggered skill. If a skill would deal enough lightning damage to kill another unit, you leave it at 1 horsepower instead and the target is stunned for 5 seconds. The prevented damage is then dealt to the closest enemy within 5 meters, if there is one. This damage can also trigger this skill. Available upgrades: deadly. You can now kill units affected by this skill. The rest works the same. Battery. The damage of this skill is increased by 20%. The lightning can't jump again to the enemies that were already affected by this skill. Extra sharing. The lightning can jump to a second target, but when doing so, each jump deals only 50% damage. Believe me when I say I had a lot of trouble deciding on what upgrade to pick. They all looked so good, except for the deadly upgrade for the shared voltage, which would kill enemies, and remove the whole reason why I picked the skill in the first place. Because I won't be able to capture them if they're dead. It also made me think that specialization into a single skill wouldn't be that bad. I mean, just look at the chain lightning upgrades and imagine picking all of them at the same time. As long as you aren't against a single opponent, you can electrocute so many enemies and deal so much damage with a single skill, that it's absurd. Clearly, this is where the balance between specialization and diversification comes in. If you specialize so much in a single skill, you would be more powerful but won't be able to adapt to situations that go against your build. There was also one extra thing I had to consider here. The shared voltage upgrades would also affect any other lightning skill I pick in the future. After discarding most upgrades, I ended with the 2 that actually increase the damage I deal. But then I came into a dilemma. Should I pick the high voltage upgrade so that I can deal more damage directly, or should I pick the battery upgrade so that the damage builds after each jump when multiple enemies get stunned at the same time? In case you don't understand what I'm talking about, the battery skill increases the damage by 20% after each jump. So in a situation where I would deal lightning damage to an enemy and it gets stunned by the shared voltage skill, the remaining damage would increase by 20% before jumping to another enemy. And if that enemy gets stunned too, It's an extra 20% damage again. It can quickly build up to an absurd amount. Though with it I can't create eternal lightning zones anima a broken bar because now the lightning can't jump to an enemy it has already struck. So no infinitely multiplying damage here. It's the perfect upgrade against multiple weak enemies because each time one gets stunned, the next one takes more damage, so the chain can continue until all of them have been stunned. This increased damage after each jump, paired with the fact that I had just upgraded my champion and it now has a lot more SPI, which means more damage with any spell, made me choose the battery skill in the end. So broken bar, this is what my current status looks like. Strong, right? Ha 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 ha. Madrat, LV5, HP 518, 370, STA 36, 26. Su 44, 32, EP 420, 300, MP 574, 410, STR 35, 25, Con 49, 35, AGA 49, 35, SPI 58, 42, Will 43, 31, Dex 44, 32, SPD 7. Madrat. Skills active triggered passive rat transformation, innate chain lightning, cold blast, shared voltage, LV2, battery, lightning shield, mana attuned, innate, mana core, innate, maniac, LV2, expert. Now for the last thing that I did this week. When upgrading the lab assistants, I thought that the best approach would be to upgrade one of their skills too. In fights they always end very low on mana because of the fire aura and the fireball skills, so adding even more damage skills would be a bad idea. Also, they are already tanky enough, and I don't want to give them MP draining skills because it doesn't fit the image of a fire and ice battle mage. So a skill upgrade to increase the damage they deal, or how tricky they are, would be the best. As you can expect, I chose the upgrade that was the trickiest and also increased the damage the lab assistants do. Frosty Retribution, LV2, triggered skill. When your HP is reduced to 50% or lower, you release an ice nova that travels for 10 meters. It deals 5 plus 0,25 lost HP plus 0,5 SPI, cold damage to every enemy and immobilizes them for 5 seconds. This skill can only be triggered once every 5 minutes. Upgrades: Double Snap. Release 2 ice novas instead of one at 66% HP and one at 33%. Each ice nova can only be triggered once every 5 minutes. The upgrade makes the lab assistants generate 2 different ice novas as their HP decreases. The first ice nova is going to deal less damage than the second because of the different HP amounts. I also changed the AI so that they save the last 100 MP to launch a fireball after the second skill trigger. Now they are a lot trickier because the invaders can get immobilized 2 times instead of 1, and the damage from the 2 novas is also about twice as the damage the skill could deal before. Best of all, the mana cost stayed the same. Completely free. Ha ha ha. This is how the lab assistants look right now. Lab assistant, LV5, HP 476, 340, STA 32, 23. Su 35, 25, EP 336, 240, MP 392, 280, STR 36, 26, Con 44, 32, AGA 26, 19, SPI 44, 32, Will 47, 34, Dex 53, 38, SPD 6 INT 5 Com 3 skills active. Fireball, Jumping Smash, triggered, Frosty Retribution, LV2, Double Snap, passive, Mana attuned, innate, Stone Skin, innate, Fire Aura. You might be asking why I only leveled up my champion and the lab assistants. The reason is simple. I've already said this multiple times, but I don't want to make this dungeon stupidly difficult. I only want it to have a lot of unexpected stuff and surprises. If I level up all the units to level 5, the difficulty would spike because everything would be harder to beat and deal more damage. But the current feel of the dungeon would be destroyed. That's all. folks. This is the only relevant stuff that happened this past week. But since today's Friday and I don't have anything to do today, I'll start looking for some bodies to capture. Ha ha ha. Just as I'm saying this, everything starts to shake. I even feel myself shaking with the dungeon. An earthquake? There's no way. I'm inside the game. This shouldn't be possible. Then, a message from the game appears in front of me. You are going to be forcefully disconnected from the game in 10 seconds. The shaking stops, but I still don't understand anything. What the hell's going on? Is it a bug? Why is the game disconnecting me? The 10 seconds pass, and I'm forced out of the game. After a white flash, everything turns dark. I'm fully disconnected. As I take my VR helmet out, I see my sister, Clara, inside my room, staring down at me. What are you doing here? What's happening? Why was I disconnected from the game? I look around, trying to find a cause. Maybe the power cable was removed? No, it is in its proper place here. Broken bar. The only unusual thing in my bedroom is my sister's presence. Don't tell me a broken bar. Clara, broken bar, what are you doing here? Don't you know it's rude to enter others' rooms without permission? As I stare at her, she returns a happy smile. Hello? Shouldn't you be feeling remorse, at least? Andreu. You know what? No, I don't know. She's clearly trying to change the topic. But I won't allow her to. My playing time is sacred and nobody, not even my cute little sister, is allowed to interrupt it. And don't change the topic. What are you doing here? I just wanted to tell you something important, but you were inside the game here. Broken bar. Okay. Since I'm already out of the game, you can tell me. I interrupt her. Just leave me a moment to find the cause of the disconnection. A broken bar. It's the first time it's happened. Something must be broken. Oh, it was me. I pressed the emergency disconnection button to bring you out of the game. I wanted to tell you that I'm already level 3, so we can start playing together. The emergency button. A broken bar? Oh. Now I remember a broken bar. There's a button in the helmet to forcefully disconnect the user. It's a safety mechanism for when the person using the helmet must be quickly or forcefully disconnected. For example, in case of a seizure, or if the house is on fire. A broken bar. And it's also used by parents that don't want their children to play for too long. And why did you press it? Wasn't it better to send me a message inside the game? We can send messages to each other easily because we are friends. After all. Making a pout, she answers. But I wanted to tell you in person, and also to say I did well and pat my head. Phew. Broken bar. Okay, just come here. Congratulations on reaching level 3, Clara. Just don't ever disconnect me unless there's a good reason, okay? I say while patting her and hugging her at the same time. Yes. He. Then, what was the earthquake here? Broken bar. Don't tell me it was Clara shaking me, trying to make me leave the game? Well, a broken bar. It makes sense. Luckily, I wasn't doing important stuff, so I didn't lose anything. I imagine losing the progress I did the other day while renovating the dungeon. I would have lost 6 hours if she forcefully ejected me then, because of her whims. While patting her, Clara looks up at me and asks, "So, are we playing together now?" "I want to play with you already." "I don't know." "With my friends." A broken bar. We decided to play together as soon as you reached level 3 because we want to have some experience before the tournament. And it starts very soon. We don't have too much time remaining. Let's see what they say. Wait a little bit. Okay. Then I take my phone and send a message to both Ricard and Laura asking what they want to do. After some messages, we decided that the best would be to meet in person today and finish planning the team. We can play tomorrow. I agree with them and ask Clara, who's sitting next to me on top of my bed. "See this? We are meeting in 30 minutes. Do you want to come and introduce yourself? We will talk about the game and the team we are going to create. As long as it's with you, I'll go to any place." "Let's go." "I'm going to change clothes, so don't peek," she says as she runs to her room. Haha. Broken bar. There's no way I would peek at my little sister. A broken bar. I'm not that perverted. When Andreu reached level 4, the forums about his dungeon turned very active. It was because the players who were trying to conquer the dungeon thought it would be easier if 2 players dived into the dungeon together. The results were broken bar. A little unexpected. Although they did have an easier time during battles, nothing prevented them from getting lost, poisoned, ambushed, or tricked. So the number of players who beat the dungeon didn't rise by a lot. Also, it was at this time that the players discovered the real despair caused by the tunnel mimic. It dived into the impassable terrain after swallowing a player, so it couldn't be attacked by the remaining player. And even if the player inside the monster managed to defeat it, they would appear in the closest available space, usually very far from the other invader, with no way to contact one another, which spelled certain death for those unlucky players. I'm walking through the street. Next to me, Clara is anxiously looking around. She must be nervous because of meeting new people. We're almost there, Clara. And calm down a little, they aren't going to do or say anything against you. If anything, I'm more worried about what you are going to say and do. Do I look nervous? I'm not nervous, okay? Who would get nervous when meeting new people? A child maybe, but definitely not me, okay? I'm not nervous. Okay, broken bar, I'm sorry, I was wrong. You aren't nervous, I say. But inside I'm thinking denying it so much only makes me sure of it. You know, a broken bar. Oh, we've arrived, I say. This is a small cafe near our university. It isn't the first time we come to this cafe after classes. And since our university is close enough to our house, there's no trouble for me to come even if I'm at home. Because there are not many tables in this cafe, and it is close to the university, the cafe is always full during the day. Luckily, I can see Ricard and Laura seated at a table with 2 empty seats. After entering the cafe, the smell of freshly baked bread and pastries fills my nose. My broken bar. What a nice smell. I already know what I'm going to eat. Hua, can I have something too? Will you pay for me? Says Clara with puppy eyes. You can have whatever you want, but pay for it yourself. Clara looks away and makes angry noises. You a broken bar but still follows me as I move toward the counter. A coffee and a croissant, please. Only a coffee for me. Why are you making the I must save money and hold myself back face? Clara, did you spend all your money already? That was fast, considering your birthday was only 2 weeks ago. Broken bar, please, don't tell me you spent all your money on Abyss plushies. If so, I'm not going to enter your room ever again. A broken bar. Food in hand, we walk towards the table and sit at the empty spaces. To be more specific, Laura pats the chair next to her, telling me to sit there. So I sit next to Laura and Clara next to Ricard. And, as it couldn't be any other way, Clara gets angry and makes a pout. Of course, the reason is that she can't sit next to me. You know what, Clara? If you want to choose where to sit, be faster next time and be the first to reach the cafe. It's because of you that we're late. You took 30 minutes to change your clothes. Good afternoon. I greet my classmates. Hey there, says Ricard. Hello, Andreu. So broken bar, she must be your little sister, right? Laura extends her hand toward Clara, but Clara only glares at her without saying anything or moving. After a few seconds, Laura makes a weird laugh and returns her hand to its original position. Trying to break this awkward situation, I introduce them. Guys, this is Clara, my little sister. And Clara, these are Ricard and Laura, my college friends. Nice to meet you, Clara. I hope we can be friends and play a lot together. Of course, the last one is Ricard. He is monothematic and even in introductions, he can only talk about games. Finally, after a few seconds, Clara opens her mouth for the first time. Me too. A broken bar, nice to meet you. Ha 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 ha. Why are you so shy now? A while ago you said you weren't anxious. Ha ha ha. Also a broken bar, weren't you glaring at Laura just a moment ago? So broken bar, how about we start talking about what we are going to do? My idea is to play together as a team tomorrow so that we can start familiarizing ourselves with each other's playstyle and improve our teamwork. And if you are fine with it, I suggest going to a dungeon from a faction we aren't very used to. Unexpected situations are the best to improve. What do you say? Ricard is always fast to change topics when it comes to talking about games. A broken bar, it sometimes even surprises me. But thanks to him, the mood has improved. This is what I think. A broken bar until I see Clara and Laura intensely glaring at one another. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about these. A broken bar. Hello my monstrous creations. Your daddy's back. Ha 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 ha. I'm inside the game another time. shouting and laughing alone. One must roleplay even when alone, isn't it? We already planned tomorrow's dungeon invasion and team building session. Now I should be preparing for tomorrow. But I'm not, because I don't feel like doing it right now. After today's meeting, I need to relieve some stress. That's why I entered the game another time even if it was late. Also a broken bar. I've had a crazy idea that I must implement. And it has to be as soon as possible because it's so good I can't wait to see it working. Foo. An idea so crazy that makes me shudder. I can already imagine the despair and shouts from the invading players. Ha. This idea is so stupid that nobody's going to expect it. But also so random, that most players, if lucky, will never know it exists. Ha. It's perfect. The craziest idea since the start. By now, most of you will be wanting to know what this idea is, but I'm not going to tell. Ha. The suspense. The whole idea is based on some dungeon invasion stories I've read in the past. The despairing faces of everybody present at that moment. I'm getting excited just by imagining it happening inside my dungeon. I can't wait anymore. Let's start already. The first step is to create the core of the idea. In this case, the whole idea is going to rely on a single element. And this element is a single dungeon mob. And it's going to be a fucking stitched. Ha. Yeah, you heard it right. The whole new crazy idea is going to have the most useless, stupid, weak, slow, and gross unit I can create as the core. Wow, there isn't a single good adjective on that list. Foo. Ha. And also there's a reason why it must be a stitched and not any other unit. And it's precisely because the stitched are the stupidest, weakest, and slowest unit. And also they are gross and useless, so it's a bonus. Foo. Being the slowest and weakest has advantages sometimes. Like this one time. Now that I think about it, our broken bar, it's also the first time that I find being weak and slow an advantage. In fact, I'm always complaining about it, our broken bar. Anyway, let's start already. The first step is to create the stitched that's going to be the core of the whole crazy idea. For this, I create new template. Even if the new stitched is going to look the same as the previous ones, I don't want it to have anything related to them. I need a blank slate to work on. The AI first. It's the most important part. To implement the AI that I want, I first must give it the intelligence skill. So I spend 1 skill point to get it. Now I can start. Ha. Basically, what I do is that it avoids obstacles. Yes, you heard it right. I spent a whole skill point just so that I could change the AI so that the damned stitch doesn't bump into things. And I insist on this. It's only to avoid obstacles. It's still going to bump into other units. Also, I lied. This only needed 1 AI change. I actually spent the second AI modification, obtained by the intelligence skill, in making the stitched perpetually move forward and choose a random direction every time it reaches an intersection. Now I have the perfect slow and stupid unit. A unit that's going to move through the whole dungeon without ever stopping, perpetually walking. Ha. You might be asking yourself how this is a crazy idea, other than being ridiculous, and how it is going to make the invading players cry and despair. A broken bar. I already said it, didn't I? This stitched is the core of what I'm going to do starting now. So I save the template and start the creation of this stitched. By the way, the template's name is called A Driver. Now for the fun part. Foo. I open the dungeon traps menu and select the hidden enemy trap, and start the creation of 50 of them. Ha. A whole 50 hidden enemy traps. Now, I put one here, broken bar, one there, broken bar. Oh, this one looks like a nice spot. Foo. Ha. I keep placing the newly created hidden traps into random places throughout the whole dungeon. I only avoid the dungeon entrance. Now the trigger for the traps. Ha. Of course, the trap's trigger is A when the driver comes close enough. So unless the driver comes close to the hidden enemy traps, they will never activate and release the unit that's inside. And the last element to complete this crazy idea. Foo. There are 50 empty hidden enemy traps, so of course it's the mobs to fill them. Ha. For now, I'm going to create 50 stitched for this role. In the future, as I have extra spare bodies and more time, I'm going to add more hidden enemy traps and put other kinds of mobs into them. So a broken bar, a new template, and this one's going to be called a passenger. Ha ha ha. The passengers are all going to have the same AI. This is a little tricky because, in the future, the template is going to encompass multiple different unit types. So I just add a single instruction so that even the stitched, with intelligence 1, work properly. And this instruction is a follow the driver. Yes. Only this instruction. Ha ha. And this simple instruction completes the crazy idea. Well, I still need to add the skills, but it would work already if I didn't. Ha ha ha. It's funny how I don't need to give the driver the commander skill for this crazy idea to work. It's because it actually doesn't care about the mobs following it, or how many there are. It also doesn't need to communicate with them, so having COM0 isn't relevant. Not wanting to waste time, I quickly open the skill list again to add the skills. A broken bar. Oh, I almost forgot to level them up. I level both templates to level 2. Now both driver and passenger can have up to 2 skills. I quickly add the unstoppable mob to the passenger template. Unstoppable mob, passive skill. Your stats are reduced by 50% for each creature within 20 meters that has this same skill. Increase your stats by 5%. Then add the follow my lead skill to the driver. This skill is generally useless but can be very powerful in very specific and niche situations. Exactly like the one crazy idea I'm creating right now. Ha ha ha. Follow my lead, triggered skill. If you have at least 10 other units following you, you get a 1 bonus to speed. The bonus increases by 1 for every 10 additional units that follow you. The units that follow you get the same bonus to speed as you. The total speed after receiving the bonus from this skill can't exceed 8. And with the last remaining skill point, I set it so that every passenger is going to have a random skill from the triggered resistance skills. They basically all do the same. Just take a look at the fire safeguard skill. Fire safeguard. Triggered skill. When you take fire damage, negate it. For the next 10 seconds, negate all fire damage. Can only be triggered once per dungeon invasion or dungeon battle. The safeguard skills are also very rare, because they only work once per invasion. Now, if you have some high damage area damage from that element, they can be a very powerful combo. But I only use them as a prevention measure, so that the enemies can't blast all the passengers by using a single area skill. At least those who have the safeguard for that damage type will survive. Ha ha ha. By now, I think you already can guess what the crazy idea is about. Am I right? Yes. It's about a monster train. Yes. A fucking monster train. Ha ha ha. The despair in those novels, where they had to fight an unending horde of monsters because somebody else provoked them while running away. I can already imagine the same situation happening in my dungeon. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. The explanation of how it works is like this. At the start of the dungeon invasion, the driver is alone. Then, it starts moving randomly through the whole dungeon, and every time it gets close to a passenger, the hidden trap activates, releases the passenger, and it starts following the driver. Slowly, the monster train is built. As more passengers join the train, they get stronger and stronger. And to make everything even funnier, the train starts moving faster as more passengers join it, making it even faster to get more passengers. Foo fa foo. Ha 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 ha. I'm sure most invading players aren't going to find the monster train, unless they enter the dungeon multiple times as a broken bar, but once they do broken bar. Ha ha ha. The faces of dread and despair are going to be awesome. Oh, just as a curiosity. To create that many stitched I needed so many corpses a broken bar now. Of the 4 corpse warehouses I have, only one is full. The one that is attached to the horrific generator. And see, I told you it was imprescindible that the driver, the core of the whole monster train, was the slowest unit, because otherwise, the others won't be able to keep up with it. Ha ha ha. And why did it have to be weak? Because if the invaders somehow managed to spot the driver and do something to it, like stunning it from a distance or with a trap skill, it's easier for it to die if it's weak. And once it dies, all the passengers will start running amok in the dungeon, so there's no way to escape even if the driver is dead. Ha ha ha. I keep laughing maniacally in the laboratory. Nearby, The driver has already spawned and is starting to move. This is the birth of the unstoppable and eternally moving monster train. Foo. Go, go and crush everything in your path. Ha ha ha. There's only one thing, that you can't do anything about. If you're lucky, you might never find it. Butte a broken bar if you do find it. Accept death. Yeah, accept death, or surrender. There's no way to outrun it, kill it, or even hide and survive. What am I talking about, you ask? The monster train. No explanations needed. Extract from the chapter A when everything is lost from A how to stay sane in the Mad Rats lab. Today's Saturday. It's also the day we're going to have our first 4-player dungeon invasion. It's been a week already since we talked about the idea of creating a 4-person team and participating in DMA's tournament. And we had a chance to play together as a 3-man team before this time, but Ricard vehemently refused, saying that we would get used to playing in the wrong way and that later it would be worse for the team because we would need to relearn everything. And believe me when I say there was no way to convince him of the opposite, because both me and Laura tried. But he was so stubborn. A broken bar. He kept repeating time after time that it'll be better for us to start playing directly with my sister on the team. That would increase our chances to get better at playing together and at winning the tournament. We'll get used to things we shouldn't, and then it's going to be more difficult to fix those problems. It's better to start as a blank slate. This is what Ricard kept repeating. We then joked about playing only Laura and me, but he got angry at us for it. For the same reason. Why do you care so much? It's only a game. Well, anyway. The thing is that today we're playing together and I'm the one in charge of creating the party because I'm the only one who has everyone added as friends in the game. So broken bar, here I go. First my little sister Clara, lemon pie. Then Laura, a little demoness. And finally Ricard, the great bald Sagier. Broken bar. I still think that his name is too lame. Is he unable to think of non-lame names? Because both his nickname and the League of Evil are so lame. Broken bar. I opened the dungeon invasion menu after receiving the game's messages saying that the other players joined the team. Now for the dungeon owner. Broken bar. If I remember properly, the name was a ever-changing labyrinth. A dungeon from the Magic Engineers faction. A broken bar. Yes, here it is. This too was a dungeon recommended by Ricard. I don't know if he already knows what monsters, traps, etc. the dungeon has or not a broken bar, but if you can rely on him for something, that something is about game stuff. That's unless he forgets about the most important things. Like forgetting about the dungeon's boss. The troller. Broken bar. I don't forget to select the units that will come with me. As usual, the kidnapper is the first to be selected. Since I created the kidnapper, it's been the most important mob during dungeon invasions. But now it's a bit ridiculous that I'm still using it to invade dungeons, because it's a stitched and it's dumb and quite useless. In fact, the same can be said about the followers. After this dungeon invasion, I'll need to think about upgrading my minions into something more decent. If only I didn't spend yesterday doing crazy things instead of preparing for today. But I don't regret it a single bit, because the monster train was something absolutely indispensable. Something without which I couldn't live anymore. Let's focus, Andreu. Where was I? Oh, yes. Selecting the support mobs. So broken bar. I pick 6 brain-dead followers to bring with me, as well as the kidnapper. The limit has risen to 400 CP now that I'm player level 4. This is also a reason why I would like to change the mobs. Now I can afford more expensive units. But here I am, still using this garbage. No offense, I say towards the nearest stitched. It doesn't seem to be offended. The expression is the same as always, so everything's okay. I don't expect I'll find any units to capture in the dungeon we're going to. But I'm bringing the kidnapper anyway. Who knows, I might find something unexpected, or maybe a critter or two. After confirming the mobs, my vision turns white as usual and I soon find myself in the ever-changing labyrinth dungeon. Nearby, I can see my 2 friends and my sister's champions. Hello everyone, long time no see, I joke. Hey there. Good morning. Hello. They answer. I think an introduction is due before we start. Don't you think so? I say while pointing at the stitched behind me. Then, starting with the kidnapper, I start to give them random names. This here is John and these up on, Don, Bon, Ron, Con, and Tun. They are saying, "Nice to meet you." After my monologue, all of them are looking in my direction with weird expressions on their faces. So Broken Bar, how about we start by explaining our champions and what skills each of us has? Completely ignoring me, Ricard starts to talk about our party and champions. Okay, fine by me. Yuga Broken Bar guys? Hey, what about the introductions? You still need to introduce your minions. Don't be impolite. I took the time to name them all. At least remember their names. Because I already forgot them, you have to remember their names in my place. Ricard continues talking. Oh, I almost forgot. If we don't want to expose our real names later, during the tournament, we better start to get used to calling each other by our nicknames. It seems like the introductions finished before starting. Poor Stitched. It must be because you're going to retire soon, so nobody cares about you anymore. Ha ha ha. My full nickname's the Great Bald Sage, but it's too long. The last time I was playing with Andreu, he was calling me a Broken Bar. Oh, then you're Baldy from now on. My sister rudely interrupts Ricard as he talks about his nickname. Bald Sage. Wait, what? Baldy? Yep, Baldy. But you're leaving the most important part out. You're leaving a sage out. Wasn't the most important part of your nickname a bald? At least that's what I thought. A Broken Bar. We leave it at Baldy. Okay? It's short and funny, so I like it. And you can call me Lemon. There's no need to add the pie at the end. I'm a Broken Bar, and for me a Broken Bar. How about you call me Lily? Oh, using the lil part of the nickname and turning it into a name. I like it. Mad Rat for me. I don't think there's a need to shorten or change it in any way. I know it's not my nickname, but my champion named me a Broken Bar, but I'm not going to change champions anytime soon, so I prefer it. As we decide on the rest of our nicknames, Ricard falls to the floor and starts to talk alone. My awesome nickname has been reduced to Baldur Broken Bar. How could this be Broken Bar? Ha! That's godly retribution for giving us the lame name of the League of Evil. You had it coming. Ha ha ha. I'll start, says Laura enthusiastically. As you know, I'll take the support role in the party. First of all, as a succubus, I have the Charming Eyes skill. Then, I can heal you with the Revitalize skill. Also, you don't need to worry too much about me because I can easily move through the battlefield or avoid traps by using Blink. Then I can bring some extra damage by attacking with the whip or by casting Hellfire. With the Guilty Pleasure and Oppression skills, I can help the team recover my MP and EP, and deal damage at the same time. I have a little of everything so that I can help wherever the team needs it. Ha ha ha. Revitalize, LV2, active skill, cost 30 MP. Choose another unit within 5 meters and heal it for 5 plus 0,5 SPI, HP. Upgrades persisting heal. Also heal the unit for 1 plus 0,1 SPI, HP each second for 5 seconds. Hellfire active skill. Cost, 180 MP, 30 MP per second. Ignite a 10-meter radius area with Hellfire. Units inside the area take an initial, 10 plus SPI, fire damage and an extra, 2 plus 0,2 SPI, fire damage each second. Guilty Pleasure, passive skill. When you deal damage with a whip, reduce the damage dealt by 20% but recover 50% of the damage dealt as EP and MP. This skill can only be used if you wield a whip. Oppression, triggered skill. When you attack another unit with a weapon, there's a 10% chance that the unit will be immobilized for 1 second. The chance increases to 20% if your STR stat is higher than the other unit's con. I'll go next. You already know, but I'm the spellcaster. I can bring explosive area damage with Chain Lightning and also can stun enemies. It's hard for me to actually kill enemies because of shared voltage, but in a team of 4, this shouldn't be a problem. I can also bring single target damage and immobilization with Cold Blast, though it isn't very potent. And if an enemy manages to get into melee range, I can survive a few hits and maybe even manage to stun it or kill it with the Lightning Shield. I can also regenerate MP very fast thanks to the Mana Core skill. Finally, the Maniac and Mana Attune skills give me an extra 40% damage with spells. The Maniac skill increases all damage and chance to inflict status effects, but also makes me take damage as I cast spells, so I would appreciate it if you keep me alive, Laura. Yeah, nobody wants me killing myself yet another time. Then it's my turn now. I'm the one in charge of dealing lots of damage to a single target and also continuous damage. My champion, Ahalesh, can extend the tentacles through the Abyss Grasp innate skill, and then use skills that require touch with them. I can self-sustain with the Draining Touch skill, and deal some free damage with the Decaying Touch. Untouchable allows me to deal extra damage with any skill that needs touch, and then with Poisonous Touch, I can increase even more the damage that I deal. Finally, with the Mental Corruption skill I'm able to deal damage at distance, or simply more damage. Ha ha ha. When we finish this dungeon I'll be able to level up my champion to level 4 and give it yet another skill or upgrade one I already have. I'm still thinking about which one will be good. A Broken Bar, Abyss Grasp, active innate skill, cost, 30 EP. 1 EP per second. You extend your tentacles up to 5 meters to grab another unit. You can use skills that require touch through your tentacles. Once a unit is grabbed, you can cancel the skill to detach your tentacle from your body, and the tentacle will stay attached to the unit for the next 10 seconds. Only one unit can be grabbed at a time. Mental Corruption, active skill, cost, 5 MP per second. Deal, 2 plus 0,2 SPI. Psychic damage each second to a single enemy. You can use other skills and attack normally while this skill is activated. Untouchable, passive skill, increase the damage from skills that require touch by 1 plus 0,1 SPI. Poisonous Touch, active skill, cost, 1 EP and 1 MP per second. Deal, 2 plus 0,1 SPI. Poison damage each second to an enemy you are touching. You can use other skills and attack normally while this skill is activated. A Broken Bar sounds like you're going to deal lots of damage just by touching your opponents, and if you stack all of the skills into a single opponent, the damage you deal can be absurdly high. Nice combo there, Clara. A Broken Bar. Sorry, a Broken Bar. Nice combo there, Lemon. I say, here Broken Bar. Thank you. Shall we go then? We don't have all day. With a somewhat annoyed face, Laura asks us if we should start to move. Maybe she's like this because I didn't say anything about her build. She's jealous. Well, who knows? Yes, let's go. Yes. Having finished talking about our skills, Laura, Clara and I start to walk forward. Hey, don't leave me alone. And you also need to know about my skills before starting. Oh, Ricard, you are still here? We forgot about you because you were muttering alone in the corner. A Broken Bar. We ignore him and proceed to move forward anyway. I look around as we move. We are in an underground space. I say space because it's too regular to be called a tunnel. The walls are smooth and very high, maybe around 10 meters. Also, the passage is wide enough for more than 4 people walking side by side. Of course, I know this because we are 4 players and we are walking side by side right now. The floor and even the ceiling are weirdly smooth too. If I had to guess, I would say a magical cube excavated this passage because it's too perfect. There's not a single imperfection anywhere. A Broken Bar. I don't know about you guys, but don't you think this looks like the typical fantasy labyrinth? If you tell me we are going to fight a minotaur, I'll believe it, you know. Ricard immediately jumps at the opportunity to demonstrate his knowledge. Ha ha ha, mad rat. Don't worry because there's no minotaur here. No, I'm not worried about it. A Broken Bar. In fact, I'd welcome it because I could capture it and then use the minotaur in my dungeon. Foo fa foo. A minotaur? Imagine what I could do with one. Ha ha ha. As I said, no minotaurs here. The closest thing you might find here is a golem with a metal bull's head. Ha ha ha. But it's true that this looks like one of those labyrinths. I just hope it doesn't have any weird gimmick like moving walls. A Broken Bar. Baldy, watch out. What? What's wrong? Huh, nothing. I just wanted to say it once. And also to stop you from jinxing it by saying unnecessary things. Then don't scare me like this. And don't call me Baldy. I'm Bald Sage. I demand that you all call me like this. Okay, I'll call you whatever you want. Baldy. If you say, Bald Sage, I'll call you, Baldy. Ha ha ha. While we're arguing, I can hear Clara and Laura laughing. They are trying to hold it inside to not anger Ricard more than he already is, but without success. While spouting nonsense like this, I notice that the ground starts to vibrate. Then, a part of the ground starts to rise. "Hey Baldy, watch out!" I shout again. This time, it's real crisis. La la la. "I'm not going to do it unless you tell me by my real name." La la la. I said stop already. I shout again. "Baldy, stop. That's dangerous." Finally, after Clara's shout, Ricard stops. Then, a few centimeters from his feet, a wall rises from the ground. It's a wall as smooth as those that are surrounding us in every direction. "Because you ignored me, you almost ended up on the other side of the wall. What would you do all alone?" Haha, Broken Bar, don't laugh. "This was close to ruining our dungeon invasion. And this only happened because you were calling me Baldy." "Don't make lame excuses." "And I'll keep calling you like this because it's easier to say than Bald Sage." "I think we already agreed on it." "Yep, Baldy is Baldy." Immediately, Clara agrees with me. "I'm sorry, Ricard." "But he's right. It's easier and shorter to say, so it's better for when we are in combat." Ha ha ha. Even Laura agrees. "Ricard, you lost this battle. Accept your new nickname already." "Also, why the hell did you need to talk about moving walls?" "I knew you would jinx it. That's why I tried to stop you, but I was too late." "Why did you have to talk about moving walls? Don't you know you were raising a flag there?" "I'm a Broken Bar. Well, if you look at it objectively, the walls were already there. Even if I didn't talk about the moving walls, they would have appeared anyway." "Okay, Broken Bar, just don't jinx anything anymore." "Yuga, Broken Bar, sure." "Yeah, Baldy, stop complaining already. And don't jinx anything more." "Baldy, try not to jinx things." "You almost ended up alone." "We were lucky this time, but who knows what might happen next time." "Even you, Laura." "Why does nobody take my side?" With his hands raised, Ricard shouts. And tired of his childlike actions, Laura admonishes him. "Hey, are you coming or not?" "Yees, wait for me. Don't leave me alone." Trait in most magic engineers' dungeons is that the dungeon itself is part of the danger. Some have moving walls that confuse your movement, others have falling rocks or big pitfalls. There are even some with moving platforms acting as the ground. One thing is clear. You must assume that what you see isn't what it really is. When in a good magic engineer's dungeon, the players can feel like the protagonist of certain films, those films where the main character always wears a hat and uses a whip. Basic DMA knowledge every player should know. Still with a sullen face, Ricard is now walking a few steps behind. There have been a few more wall changes since the first one happened, so I'm a little worried about him. Though I'm not exactly worried about him. What I'm worried about is him ending up on the other side of a wall that could appear between us at any moment. Also, a Broken Bar, you're the tank. Walk in front. How are you going to protect us from behind? So I must play the martyr here and ask a question that should never be asked. A Broken Bar, I haven't opened my mouth and I'm already regretting my decision. A Broken Bar. Sigh. "Hey there, Baldy, how are you doing?" As I look in his direction, I can see him with lowered shoulders. His walking is unsteady, and he's looking at the ground. Maybe he hasn't heard me, or is he just ignoring me? He doesn't react in any way. "Hey, you still there?" Still, no answer. "Hey, Ricard, are you okay?" Yes, I am. After a short delay, he finally answers. It's incredible that he is like this only because of a name, and I'm sure that he's going to completely change his attitude after I ask him the question. Sigh. "I'm so going to regret it. Our Broken Bar." "So Broken Bar, you still haven't told us about your champion. Can you tell us about your champion's build?" As if it were a magical spell, when Ricard hears the words "8 champions build," he immediately stops and raises his head, his eyes already gleaming. "Oh my god. Please, somebody, save me." A little side note here, Laura also twitches at the magical words "8 champions build," but because of a whole different reason. And that reason is a Broken Bar, because she knows what's coming upon you. A Broken Bar, though she doesn't try to stop me, or Ricard, so I'm sure she takes Ricard's feelings into consideration. An instant later, I can feel Ricard's champion putting his hand on top of my shoulders. Wait a moment, broken bar, how the hell did you get here so fast? Did you teleport? I didn't see you moving at all, and the only one who's supposed to have a teleportation skill is Laura. I shudder. Ricard can be really scary when it comes to this kind of situation. And without further ado, he starts to talk about his champion. It's nice that you asked, my friend. Is it just me, or his tone is incredibly annoying right now? And he's right next to my face. I suddenly feel this urge to punch his face here. Broken bar, as you already know, my champion is the tank of this team, and as such, I have several survival options. Ha ha ha. Also, I'm the one with the highest level champion here. First of all, my champion is a Death Knight. With his innate skill, Essence Siphon, I heal every time I deal damage. Now for the other skills. The first one is Weakening Aura, which reduces the damage close enemies deal. Don't worry, because it only works on enemies. Ha ha ha. To save you in case of need, or simply to prevent enemies from attacking you, I have the most classical tank skill, Taunt. Then it's the Whirlwind skill to deal lots of area damage in close range, and the Dark Grab skill to deal single target damage and also force an enemy to move right next to me. And for both defense and damage, I have the Frost Shield skill. It works the same as your Lightning Shield but can immobilize enemies, and it deals ice damage. The only difference is that I've leveled it to level 2, so mine's better. And finally, I also have the Soul Feast skill, to help with self-sustaining. In this dungeon there are almost no units that count as being alive, so it isn't going to do a lot, but I still keep it because I want everybody to get used to our current builds. Changing skills now and then would defeat the whole purpose, and also to prepare for the tournament, because we won't be able to change skills after registering. So Broken Bar, Taunt, LV2, active skill, cost, 20 EP. 20 MP for the next 10 seconds. Target non-champion. Non-boss enemy is going to target you if possible. Can only taunt one enemy at a time, and every enemy can only be affected by this skill once every minute. Upgrades: don't ignore me. Can taunt an enemy again immediately after the skill's duration finishes. Weakening Aura, LV2, passive skill, cost, 1 MP per second, cannot be deactivated during combat. All units within 5 meters of you deal 5% less damage. This skill doesn't work on allied units. Upgrades: increased weakness, increase the damage reduction of this skill to 10% and the MP cost by 1. Whirlwind, active skill, cost, 20 EP per second, deal 5 plus 0,5 STR. Physical damage to every unit within 3 meters each second. This skill can only be used if you wield a melee weapon. Dark Grab, active skill, cost, 100 EP, 100 MP, deal 10 plus 0,8 SPI plus 0,8 SPI, dark damage to an enemy and forcefully move it next to you. Whether you can move or not, the target unit depends on that unit's size and your strength and spirit stats. Frost Shield, LV2, triggered skill, cost, 10 MP per activation when you receive a melee attack. The attacker takes 5 plus 0,5 SPI, ice damage, and there's a 20% chance that the enemy is immobilized for 2 seconds. This skill can only trigger once every 5 seconds against each enemy. Upgrades: extreme cold, increase the chances to immobilize the attacker to 50%. After explaining his build, he then starts to talk about every skill in detail. And I mean in detail. Examples of how to use them in every possible situation, when they can be combined, where they shouldn't be used at a Broken Bar. And after finishing with his skills, he starts to talk about our skills and how to properly use them. Yeah, I already knew I would regret asking these. A Broken Bar, somebody, kill me, please. My champion, during our dungeon exploration, as Ricard keeps talking alone, we encounter lots of the same kinds of enemies. They're called Prototype 1, and by this I mean the name the dungeon owner has given them. Like when I called them a brain-dead mob. They are weak, slow, and short, just a little over a meter. They kind of remind me of the Stitched, because they too are slow and weak. But the appearance of both units is very different. The enemies look like a lot of junk metal parts put together. Yeah, as if you went to the garbage dump, picked a few random objects, and then glued them together in a vaguely humanoid shape. They aren't disgusting, because all of the parts are metallic, but they do look dirty. They aren't very strong. If I had to say, they would be as strong as a 100 CP unit. But like most weak enemies, a group of them can be dangerous. What they do have is lots of HP, enough to survive the damage from a chain lightning cast. Finally, after an undetermined amount of time, we find something different from the rest of the dungeon. Until now, the annoying moving walls kept interrupting our path, and we had to retrace our steps several times. I'm sure we passed through that one spot where the first wall appeared and almost isolated Ricard more than 10 times. How annoying. This is a very long corridor. As Laura just pointed out, this is a very long corridor. About 100 meters, maybe more. Until now, we've been wandering around, randomly turning when we encountered a split. But it's the first time we see a corridor like this one. What do you say? Should we try it? Until now we haven't made much progress. A broken bar. This might take us out of this labyrinth with moving walls, or at least lead us to another part of it. Decent reasoning, if I do say myself, though it's from Ricard, the game expert, so it should be expected. But didn't he already know what we would encounter? I decide to ask him to be sure. A broken bar. It's fine by me. But tell me, Baldy, didn't you look at the dungeon before coming? Take a look? Oh, you mean read about how the dungeon works? No, I didn't. The best way to improve is to face challenges, so I thought it was better that none of us knew about the dungeon's gimmicks beforehand. But I did make sure that the dungeon was rated very highly. My dreams of having an easy dungeon dive have gone down the drain. I shout after putting my hands on my head. Don't worry, brother, I'll protect you from any danger. A broken bar. I'm glad that you want to help me, Clara, but you aren't the tank, you know? And I have higher stats than you, so it should be the other way around. A broken bar. Don't worry, Andreu. A broken bar. I mean, Mad Rat. She can't protect you, but if you are in need, I'll make sure to heal you so you don't die. You can't, Lily. I'm the one who will protect my brother. But you aren't the tank. Let me heal and protect him in your stead. No, I'll be the one protecting him. A broken bar. Guys, can you stop for a moment, please? I'll protect myself, okay? Also, the one that should be protecting not only me but everyone is Ricard, so leave him the tanking role and stop fighting. I feel weird. How come it's me, the one who usually causes the trouble, the one that must stop the trouble now? That shouldn't be possible. Hey, can you stop fooling around? Annoyed for being ignored and because nobody offered to protect or even heal him, Ricard returns the topic to the original one. So, do we take this corridor or not? As I said, it's fine by me. I say, yeah, I don't care, so let's go. The one that says this can only be my sister. I mean, why are you so carefree? This could be a trap, you know? I don't know. A broken bar. It clearly looks like a trap. But also we haven't found any other path. A broken bar. I think we should risk crossing this corridor even if there's a trap. Otherwise, we might be stuck in this labyrinth forever. The only one taking this decision seriously other than Ricard is Laura. It looks like her experience as GM in TRPGs is showing here. Then, let's go, says Ricard as he takes the lead. He's the tank of this party, so if somebody has to get hurt, it should be him. Foo. Get hit by all the traps for me so that I don't have to take a single point of damage. Ha. It happens when we are around the middle of this long corridor. From Ricard's position, we can hear a click sound. He then turns around with an I'm sorry face. Ha. It seems the passage was trapped. After a broken bar. He says, I knew it. Our broken bar. Angry because of his mistake, Clara bashes him on the head with one of her hand. A broken bar. Tentacles? Well, she bashes him with whatever you call that thing. Baldy, what have you done? If we die it's going to be your fault. Don't blame me. Look, the whole floor is the trigger. It doesn't matter where we stepped, we would have triggered the trap. Oh, wow. It's true. It's almost as nasty as some of my dungeon's ideas. But mine are indisputably nastier. And I won't tolerate anybody who says otherwise. At the same time as we blame Ricard, there's a change on the walls on both sides. Small holes have appeared there, and without further delay, Something passes near our position. Swish. Is that an arrow? No, it's too small. It kind of looks like a dart. Swish. Another one strikes Laura this time. Ha, the darts have poison, guys. Though the damage is very low, so it can be ignored if it's only one. But if too many hit one of you, a broken bar. It seems like she looked at her status window to see what the darts effects were. The darts are being shot randomly from the holes. I'm not sure yet, but it feels like the shooting cadence is increasing over time. Let's run towards the end of this corridor so that we take as few hits as possible. We follow Ricard's lead and start running. Ha 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 ha, poison darts coming from the walls. Who could have guessed it? I say in a sarcastic tone, as if it wasn't the most cliché trap ever. Ha ha ha. As if in response to my taunting, the passage's floor starts to change too. Soon, the floor is full of small holes, suspiciously similar to the holes in the walls. Don't tell me a broken bar as I try to complain. Swish. A dart strikes me from below. Why did I have to jinx it? Foo, you are up. Now's my fault. Why couldn't I shut up instead of saying unnecessary things? Luckily, the holes are small enough that they don't disturb our running speed. So even if we are now assaulted from both sides and below, our speed doesn't decrease. The only thing that changed is that now we are taking more hits. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, brother, at least they aren't coming from the ceiling too. Ha ha ha. No. Why did you have to say that? Do you want to jinx it too? A broken bar. Wait a moment, a broken bar. I can't see any darts coming from the ceiling. A broken bar, so maybe it's okay. When I'm relieved that Clara didn't jinx it yet again, something strikes my head. I raise my hand to touch it and find something long and pointed. Is this a broken bar, a dart? I could swear there were no darts in my head before a broken bar. Not usually, at least. They are coming from the ceiling too. Why did you have to say it, Lemon? A broken bar. She only laughs as she sticks her tongue out. A tongue? Did your champion have a tongue? With your horrendous appearance, I would have never guessed. So many tentacles. A broken bar. Too many. Maybe that thing is a pink tentacle shaped like a tongue. A broken bar? Then she should be able to stretch it as far as she wants. A broken bar. Imagine all the possibilities this gives you. Focus, focus, Andreu. Now isn't the time to think about stupid things. You can think about stupid things later, but you must survive this situation first. Side by side with Ricard as we run, he laughs as I complain to my sister. Ha ha ha. You know, mad rat, a broken bar. It could be worse. At least her broken bar. HMMMF, NNNMMGH. Luckily, this time I'm close enough to forcefully close his mouth shut before he can finish the sentence. What are you doing? Do you really want to see us all killed? You already jinxed it once. Do you need to do it again? Ricard is still trying to talk even as I'm forcefully closing his mouth. He has an evil expression on his face. I'm sure he's trying to take revenge for the nickname and our previous indifference. NMMMMMFFF. Ha ha ha. Brother, you look anxious. Want me to jinx it again? Ha ha ha. No. Don't do it. Run, you fools. From some distance ahead, Laura admonishes us. She has the blink skill, so every few seconds she can teleport some distance away. She's the one who's leading right now, and by a wide margin. If you have spare energy to say stupid things, focus on running instead. Aye, sir. A broken bar, I mean, madame, I say before I shut up. A short while later, Laura adds something else. Also a broken bar. What about my turn? When do I get the chance to jinx it? Never. Don't even joke about it, I shout. How a broken bar? Haha, broken bar. This was a little bit too meek. A broken bar, I say as I look around. What a disaster. About half of our support units have been killed by the poison darts, and the damage we ourselves took is negligible either. The one who had it the worst was me because the stitched are so damn slow. From the 6 followers and 1 kidnapper, only 2 survived. Of course, one of them is the kidnapper because it has the god's intervention skill. But the true godly intervention was for the other stitched. A broken bar. Almost not a single poison dart hit him. When we reached the end of the corridor, the fucking slowpoke still had a long way to go. I almost couldn't believe my eyes when I saw that close to none of the darts hit the stitched. It looked as if it was twisting space around itself to avoid getting hit. I believe Clara is in a similar situation to me, but I don't even want to look at her mobs if possible, so I'm not that sure. And Laura had a few losses, but I think her imps still have some kind of poison resistance skill from the time she dived into my dungeon, because it's weird so many of them are still alive. Yeah, her broken bar, it's thanks to your poisonous mushrooms that they survived. I forgot to swap the skill for another one before coming here, but it turned out to be something good. Ha ha ha. When she notices I'm looking at her minions as I think about something, she confirms what I already suspected, and the one who suffered the least, as expected, is Ricard. I mean, his skeletons are resistant to poison damage and his specters resist any non-elemental damage, so broken bar he only lost one skeleton. And the two specters following him are broken bar. It's almost as if nothing happened to them at all. By the way, the specters are different from the ones he used last time and have another set of skills. This could have gone better. But we still have a lot of support minions alive, and our HP wasn't reduced that much, so we can still continue. Yeah, Ricard's always positive when it comes to games. Here I am, thinking about throwing the towel when he thinks this is only a little setback. We decide to settle down for a while and recover from the trap for 1 or 2 minutes. I'm sitting on the ground, meditating about very important things. Things like how my little sister sees when her champion has no ice. A broken bar when a noise catches my attention. Bip, 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 bip. Beeper broken bar. What the hell's that noise? Who left the alarm clock activated? I shout as I look toward where the sound is coming from. It's coming from a tiny construct near my foot. The construct is round and has 4 tiny legs. Its height might be about 20 centimeters, and it's currently shaking uncontrollably as it makes those annoying sounds. Oh, no. Sheet a broken bar. But it's already too late. Boo. An explosion hits me and throws me toward the labyrinth's wall. Yuga broken bar. I'm not sure why, but I have this déjà vu feeling right now. A broken bar did something like this happen to me before. A good trap is going to be a lot more memorable than yet another monster fight. Just think about what would fit your dungeon theme, and try to surprise the invading players with ingeniously placed traps. Though you must keep in mind to not put too many traps in your dungeon, especially the very dangerous ones, or the players are going to complain a lot about the dungeon being unfair. 5th point from A10 things to do to improve your dungeon. What was that explosion? Asks Laura. Clara comes where I am with a worried face. Are you okay, brother? Are you still alive? It was kind of fun, seeing you flying like that. I thought you would make a hole in the wall like in the cartoons. He. Yuga broken bar. As I rise from the ground, I explained to the others what had just happened. It looks like I'm the only one affected. A broken bar. I'm okay, guys, I just lost a chunk of HP, that's all. The explosion was caused by a small construct that blew itself up, though I don't know where it came from. A broken bar. I think I know what that construct is, says Ricard. It must be a self-destructing golem. If you say it's tiny, it means it isn't very dangerous, but their self-destruct skill still deals a decent amount of damage. A broken bar. You can prevent the explosion if you kill it during the activation sequence. But where did it come from? We should have seen it coming. A broken bar. I don't know. A broken bar. I just heard some annoying bip, bip sounds, and when I turned my head, it exploded. A broken bar. You were sitting there, right? Laura moves to where I was before the explosion and inspects the zone. Yes, a broken bar. I think this is why we didn't see it coming. Take a look, guys. There's a very small tunnel here, in the corner. If you say that construct was about this size, a broken bar, it could move through the tunnel and appear right next to you. I see. A broken bar. I understand it now. A broken bar. I say. Oh, no, a broken bar. Don't tell me a broken bar. It looks like Ricard had a very bad feeling because he starts inspecting the whole area, trying to find something. Are you looking for more of those small tunnels, perhaps? I'm a broken bar. Guys, I have good news and bad news. Which ones would you like first? The good ones first. My sister answers his question without hesitation. The good news is that we definitely are in another part of the dungeon now. Okay. It looks like we had to cross that trapped passage, after all. With a hand on her chin, Laura says what we all are thinking right now. That passage was the connection between the two labyrinth areas. Afraid of what he's going to say, I resolved to ask. And the bad news? The bad news, a broken bar. There are a lot more of those passages throughout this whole area, and I expect it to be the same for a while. So broken bar, I'm more or less sure that we're going to find a lot more of those self-destructing golems. Oh, so it was this. It isn't that bad, isn't it? You said we just need to kill them before they explode. We're going to be okay. I can imagine what you're thinking right now, mad rat. And no, it isn't going to be okay. What are you talking about now? They are sure to be weak, so we can easily kill them. A broken bar. We're only going to be okay if only a few of them appear. What if more than 20 come at the same time? And also, there could be stronger enemies in this area. What do you think is going to happen at that time? I don't know. If stronger enemies appear, we won't have the leisure to focus on killing the exploding golems before they self-destruct. Well, now that you explain it, our broken bar, it makes kind of sense. We'll have to see what happens, says Laura. But just in case, we shouldn't stay here for a long time. The more time we stay here, the more bomb golems will come. So let's move. Bip, bip. I kill a golem with a cold blast. Bip. Ricard swings his sword and strikes the closest one. Bip, bip. He then slashes again and kills another golem that was very close to exploding. Bip. Laura swings her whip and prevents another explosion. Bip, 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 bip. You a broken bar. I feel useless, a broken bar, because most of my skills are due to TS. I spend too much time killing them and they still explode. A broken bar. I don't deal enough damage with basic attacks either. Sullen because she can't kill the self-destructing golems before they explode. My sister is feeling down. Don't worry, Lemon. I'll kill all of those enemies that you can't kill with my spells. Cheer up, your super brother will protect you. Ha ha ha. I pat my little sister while saying these words. It's a broken bar, kind of disgusting. I can feel a slimy substance on my hand. And also I'm sure my movements feel awkward for her because I have a hard time looking in her champion's direction, so most of the time I'm looking elsewhere. Note to myself, cut, burn and purify my hand after this. Okay, I'll count on you. And when a strong enemy comes, it'll be my turn to protect you. He. It looks like my words were effective and she cheered up. Ha ha ha. These kinds of situations make me feel both proud and happy. When I turn my head, I can see Ricard staring at you, broken bar, well, at me, as if he were trying to curse me. What did I do now? Why are you looking at me like this? Continuously assaulted by more self-destructing golems, we continue to move forward. We didn't expect this, but this part of the dungeon also has moving walls, and it's even more annoying than before because we are distracted by the exploding golems. A broken bar. There were 2 times when one of us almost got isolated because of a suddenly rising wall. There are so many bomb golems that some of them manage to explode before we can kill them. There's already been 2 support unit deaths, 1 skeleton and 1 imp. And that isn't everything, because there are also more of those prototype 1 golems. They are the same as before, weak and slow. But because of their very high HP, we can't kill them fast enough, so we are taking some damage. That's because we prioritize the exploding golems. Of course, it's better to take 1 or 2 hits from an enemy that deals around 10 damage than taking the damage from an explosion that deals around 100. Slowly but surely, we are getting exhausted. Though similar, this part of the dungeon is a lot more dangerous than the first one. We are still doing fine, but a broken bar, as Ricard already predicted. The real problem comes when we find the first really strong golem in this dungeon. Prototype 2. It must be a lot stronger than the others. With her mouth hanging open, Clara comments on the new enemy. It must be her first time seeing an enemy this big. Usually, you dive into dungeons with the same player level as yours, and enemies that big are rarely seen in dungeons below player level 5 or 6. A broken bar. I don't know about you guys, but if prototype 1 is that little golem and prototype 2 is this one, I certainly don't want to encounter prototype 3. Yeah, broken bar. As Laura just said, this prototype 2 is about 3 meters tall. It kind of reminds me of that troll, except that it's made of metal and stone instead of flesh. If prototype 3 is this big compared to prototype 2 as prototype 2 is compared to prototype 1, a broken bar, it's going to be a building-sized golem, with arms bigger than our entire bodies. I also don't want to encounter a broken bar. Leave this one to me. Finally, a chance for my super tank skills to shine. Ha ha ha. Take care of the little bombs during this time. Yeeees. I'm finally going to be useful, brother. Look at me. I'm going to reduce that big golem to a deformed mass of steel. It's my time to show how good I can be. Pat me again after I crush it, okay? Yeah, sure. Go ahead and keep it busy. We'll keep the Suicide Squad at bay, right Lily? Yes. But don't relax yet, Mad Rat. We still don't know what the giant golem is capable of. Maybe they're going to need a help. The prototype 2 is staying completely immobile. Maybe waiting for us to get closer? My doubts are confirmed. When Ricard, the first to rush at him, reaches the 10-meter range and the golem starts to move. First, a red light appears in the golem's eyes, and then the light courses through its whole body, as if it was blood coursing through its veins. With a creak sound, its joints slowly move. It feels as if it's been a long time since the golem last moved. Ricard takes the time it takes for the golem to fully awake as an opportunity, getting close to it and hitting it a few times with melee attacks. But this actually turns out to be a bad idea because of what the golem does immediately after fully awakening. With a clack noise, part of the golem's waist changes shape, and the golem's upper torso starts to rotate. With its gigantic arms spread open, it starts to move forward as the rotating speed increases. Be careful. I try to warn Ricard, but it's already too late by the time he notices the golem's actions. He was too engrossed in attacking with his sword. Shit. Don't focus only on your attacks, you dumbass. As the arms rotate, one of them perfectly strikes Ricard and throws him far away. Even from this distance, I can see a huge chunk of his HP disappearing because of the damage he took from that single hit. If this was all, it could have been okay. But the real problem is what happens later. The place where Ricard lands is close to a group of exploding golems, and they immediately start the explosion countdown. Bip, bip 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 bip, bip. Without thinking, I immediately cast a chain lightning towards the enemies surrounding him, quickly leaving them with 1 horsepower and stunned. But I didn't think about one thing. A very important and crucial thing. The damn self-exploding skill doesn't deactivate unless they die. So now they are stunned, but the countdown keeps ticking. Only those that got stunned before activating the skill aren't going to explode because they can't activate it while stunned. I know this because we tried what happened before a broken bar, though I didn't remember about it at the most critical moment. Bip, bip bip. Shit. Lily, help me. We must save Baldy. Laura turns around at my words and starts attacking the bongolems at the same time as I cast a few cold blasts. She's biting her lower lip, agonizing about something. I'm sure it's about whether she should use Hellfire to kill them or not, because if she uses Hellfire here, Ricard is going to take the damage too. In the end, she decides to not use it, hoping that Ricard will recover his senses before it's too late. Though we aren't fast enough to kill all of them, a few still explode before we can kill them. Bip, bip, boo, bip, boo. One after another, the remaining little golems explode. Oh, no, we were too late. He got done by the explosions. He was a good guy. A broken bar sometimes. Why is it always there? Only sometimes. Good guys who are the first to leave us. I say to nobody in particular, while I feign to cry. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, I won't be done in like this. Ha ha ha. I'm so sad that I can still hear him. Ha 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 ha. See, I hear his laughing voice even after his death. A broken bar. Maybe I can hear the voice of the dead now. From the smoke, I can see a silhouette appearing. Whoever it is, it has deathly pale skin and shining blue eyes. A broken bar. He returned from death as an undead. You didn't tell us about that skill, didn't you? No, wait. What are you saying, Andreu? He was an undead from the beginning. Surrounding Ricard, there are a lot of the bomb golem's corpses. Some of them blew themselves up, but most of them are split in half. He must have killed them with the whirlwind skill before they exploded. I'm sorry for worrying you, but I was stunned for a while after receiving the golem's attack. I couldn't talk or use whirlwind to kill them. A broken bar. Bip, bip, boo. You are supposed to be the one to protect us, not the other way around. So stop making mistakes during combat and actually look at what the enemies are doing. Bip, Bip-boo-oo-oom. Bip-boo-oo-oom. While we were saving Ricard, the battle situation was getting worse. Bomb golems keep exploding here and there, and our units are suffering because there's no champion protecting or helping them. Brother, watch out. What? I turn to look toward my sister, but I only see a wall getting close. A broken bar. Why is a wall moving? A broken bar? Goff you a broken bar. As I'm flying through the air, I get a perfect view of the giant golem, Prototype 2, running toward where me, Laura, and Ricard were just a second before. I can also perfectly see the destruction the giant golem causes as he moves forward, with his arms still spinning. He hits and sends flying everything in its path. Since the first one was me, I can see the golem sending Laura flying. Hee, now we are in the same situation. And also Ricard a second later. It's already your second time, Ricard. You must be enjoying this because you wanted to repeat the experience. A lot of the bomb golems are also sent flying. And they aren't as lucky as us, because a single hit is enough to kill them. After Prototype 2's wake, there's a rain of wreckage and debris falling to the ground. Shit. This is going to cost us very much. Maybe we'll have to stop the invasion here. Broken bar. I think while flying. The last remaining brain-dead follower and a few other support units were also caught in the golem's destructive path. Yeah, I have a lot of time because it's a very long flight. I finally land and see that I'm not stunned, unlike Ricard the first time. Am I lucky, or is he unlucky? Finally, after so much destruction and devastation, Prototype 2 stops spinning and starts attacking normally. He smashes an imp, followed by a skeleton. Clara is damaging the golem, but it still ignores her and continues to kill our support units. Stop killing my cute babies, you brute, she shouts. Taunt. Finally, Ricard decides to do something useful and actually work as the tank he's supposed to be. Immediately after he uses taunt, the golem turns round and rushes at him. Now let's return to our original strategy. Baldy and Lemon attack the giant golem while Mad Rat and I kill the bomb golems before they can explode. And don't mess it up again, Baldy, or it's me who's gonna kill you, understood? How scary. An angry Laura appeared. But how are you going to kill him? He's already an undead. So Broken Bar, are you going to resurrect him first, so that you can kill him later? Or does resurrection already count as killing an undead? A Broken Bar, so you can leave him alive and it would count as having killed him, you know? These kinds of questions give me many sleepless nights. After the epic failure at the start, the rest of the combat goes well enough. The golem keeps attacking Ricard in melee, but as the tank of the team, he can hold his own. And when things turn complicated, he just needs to use taunt to prevent another catastrophe. Most of the damage is dealt by Clara with her dot skills. I mean, just look at the golem's HP. It's continuously decreasing. The golem activates the spinning destruction 2 more times during the fight. But since we already knew about it, it's easy to prevent the destruction the golem caused the first time. And by easy, I mean that Ricard only needs to use taunt and then start running like crazy so that the golem doesn't get close to him. Run, you little corpse. Don't get squashed by the big golem. Ha. Meanwhile, Laura and I keep the small exploding golems away. By the end of the fight, I think that Prototype 2 actually killed more bomb golems than the two of us together. Mostly because of his uncontrollable spinning tornado of death, which hits everyone in the path indiscriminately. Ha. Thank you for helping us. Thanks to your spinning attacks, we had an easier time than we should. Though even with Prototype 2's assistance, it's very difficult to kill them all on time. Mere Broken Bar, so a few of them managed to explode during the combat. As Prototype 2's HP reaches 0, it starts crumbling away. First, its right arm detaches, then it falls to the ground because the left side now weighs more. When it touches the ground, cracks spread from the impact point until its whole body falls apart. Only a pile of metal rubble remains in that spot. We decide to take a rest after the fight. It looks like there was a need to kill Prototype 2 to stop the self-exploding golems, because since we defeated it, no more small golems have appeared. A good thing at last. I'm sure this was a key monster and killing it was the condition to stop the labyrinth from creating more bomb golems. It was too strong to be a normal monster. Maybe we'll find a few bomb golems later, but I'm sure it's going to be a lot less than until now, says Ricard. Let's take this chance to rest for a while. I don't know you, but I'm tired as hell from running so much. Key monsters are monsters that change something in the dungeon when defeated, like opening a dungeon door, deactivating a trap, etc. If what Ricard says is true, Prototype 2 was a key monster, and defeating it stopped the dungeon from creating more self-exploding golems. Ha ha ha, you always get tired by running around like a headless chicken. I taunt him. Hey, don't be stupid. Next time you can be the one getting targeted and running all the time if you find it so funny. No, I'm sorry. Please spare me from that. I'll never laugh at you again for running so much, I promise, I say with a smile on my face. But then I add in a lower tone so that he doesn't hear. That's until next time, of course. It's too funny to see you running away from a giant enemy to avoid being crushed. Ha ha ha. The thing I hate the most in dungeons? That's an easy question. What I hate the most is encountering a dungeon that has key monsters that only make you waste time. The worst of them all, and by far, was that time when we had to find a small and invisible monster and kill it to open the door to continue the dungeon exploration. Why the hell do you think this is enjoyable? The only thing you get for putting key monsters like that is a low rating. Key monsters should never be used like this. They can be used to give the invaders a bonus if they find and kill the key monster, or to block a door until you find and defeat the 3 strong monsters, for example, and not just to make people angry because they are wasting time searching for a stupid monster that is only hiding. Excerpt of an interview with a random DMA player. After a short rest, we have recovered all, or at least most, of our EP and MP, and also a little bit of HP. Ricard stands up and stretches. What do you say? Should we start moving? I don't know you, but I would like to finish this dungeon today, if possible. Fine by me. I already recovered all my MP a long time ago. I answer. With the Mana Core skill, I can quickly recover all my MP. The problem is a broken bar that my EP suffers a lot more because of it. But after the rest, I'm about 3/4 of my maximum EP, so I'm fine to go. Okay, let's go. Just do me a favor and do your job properly if we find another Prototype 2. Or any other strong monster that needs tanking. If you make a stupid mistake like in the previous fight, I'm not going to fight with you in the tournament, okay, Baldy? As a punishment. Yeah, how broken bar. Do you know how hard it was to try and stop the Prototype 2 alone when you were launched away? A broken bar please, Lily, don't leave the team. I promise I'll do it properly from now on. After all, I'm the senior here, so I must show you how good I am. It's just a broken bar that I made a little mistake in the last fight. A broken bar. Little mistake? A broken bar. While Laura and Clara are complaining to Ricard about what happened last fight, I look around. 2 skeletons, 2 specters, 3 imps, to a broken bar. I don't want to look there, but there are 2 of those acute aberrations, and the kidnapper. The rest of our support units have been killed by the poison darts or the explosions. The 2 specters are still doing incredibly well because all the traps and attacks have been physical until now. But I'm sure they are going to have trouble if we find any trap that deals magical damage. So if you lick my tentacles while calling me master, I'll forgive you. Yeah, broken bar. I think it's time to intervene in their conversation before things turn even weirder than what I just heard. Lemon, I admonish her, stop spouting nonsense and leave Baldy alone. I'm sure he has already reflected on his mistake. Yeah, broken bar, am I right? I look directly at Ricard's eyes with an angry face. He looks back with an apologetic look mixed with gratitude. Yeah, I just saved you there, so you should be grateful. Why yes, I have reflected on it. I'm going to do my job properly starting now. Everyone's ready, so after that slightly perturbing conversation, we continue our dungeon invasion. Hey, this room kind of reminds me of that trapped passage, don't you think? I ask. It sure does. A broken bar, and I'm almost sure it's also trapped. The question is what kind of trap it's going to have. A broken bar, says Laura. With a hand on his chin, Ricard opens his mouth. I can't say about the trap, but it looks like every area in this dungeon is connected by one of these trapped rooms. I'm sure it's the only way forward, so we must enter it even if we know it's going to have a trap. What will it be? Is it going to have a trap or not? And what kind of trap? I can't wait to see it. My broken bar, why are you so excited about a trap? Lemon, shouldn't you be anxious or scared instead? Or indifferent? Who gets excited about a trap? Definitely not a normal person, because it could be my time to shine. I've done very little so far and I want to be more useful to you, brother. Okay, good luck. I shouldn't have asked. Also, you did well enough with the prototype too. Without you the fight would have lasted a lot more. A broken bar. Then pat me as a reward. Okay, broken bar, yeah, I definitely should have shut my mouth. Slimy and disgusting tentacles, here goes my hand. A broken bar, you are. Ugh, gross. Ricard looks at us as if looking at the weirdest thing ever, and when I touch her head, made of tentacles, both I and he shudder at the same time. Hey, do you want to touch it too? It's a very broken bar special feeling. You should try once. And no thanks. I'm fine like this. Oh, too scared. I can see you shivering. Not that I'm enjoying this, but real friends are for sharing bad times, right? Then I'll do it. I am curious about how it feels, says Laura. No, you can't. Only my brother can pat my head. Come on. It's only a touch. Come here for a moment. Brother, protect me from her evil clutches, says Clara as she hides behind me. Come here, you little abomination. After I finish with you, you'll never want to leave my side. Laura starts wiggling her fingers in a very perturbing way, extending them towards Clara. Then, she starts chasing Clara, both of them doing rounds around me. Brother, save me, just a little touch. I promise. Laura finally catches Clara and starts to rub her tentacles everywhere. She's only tentacles, so there are a lot of places to touch. No, don't touch me. Ricard stares at me as if saying, hey, do something already. Sigh. Okay, I'll stop. Thema broken bar. Can you stop fooling around already? I shout. And I mean both of you. I'm sorry. Her reactions were too funny and I couldn't stop myself. A broken bar with one hand scratching her head. Laura tries to apologize. Well, it doesn't sound like an apology to me. A broken bar. You were broken by you. I'll remember this. Lemon, I said stop already. I admonish her again. It's weird because I'm sure she's now pouting, but I can't see her expression because she has no face, only tentacles. Brother, it was so disgusting. She comes to me, feigning to cry. She then hugs me and puts my hand on her head, yet again. What do you mean by disgusting? It's you who feels disgusting, so don't cling to me. Hey, it's okay now. A broken bar. She won't do it again, right? I glare at Laura, and she nods. See? She won't do it again. Well, I'm going forward. If you want to follow, stop whatever you're doing and follow me. Tired of everything, Ricard enters the clearly suspicious room without waiting for us. Yes, we're coming, I say. A broken bar. It's a little hard to walk with my sister still clinging to me and glaring at Laura all the time. The suspicious room isn't that big, maybe around 20 meters on each side. The weird thing is that it has only one door, the entrance. How are we going to continue if it only has one door? There's also a clearly suspicious lever at the end of the room. This can either be to open a secret door or to activate the trap, or both things. As we look around, trying to find any other clue, Clara takes this chance to get near the lever and immediately pulls it down. Done. I pulled it. What have you done? We first had to look around for any clue. As a broken bar. As Ricard tries to admonish my little sister, something happens to the room. First, the whole room trembles for a second, and then we find ourselves floating in the air, followed by a falling sensation. When we reach the ground, I look upwards to see how far we fell. I can see the door we used to enter the room very far away. Broken bar. It looks like the fall was quite high. The ground broke down. This is funny. Let's try it again, says my sister. Shit. Now we can't go back. That's why I told you we first had to look around for clues. It's Laura the one who answers Ricard's angry shouts. Hey, calm down. We had to activate it anyway because it was the only clue we had to continue this dungeon. The question is what we do now. Guys, It looks like this wasn't the end of this trap. I warned them after noticing something very important. Around the same height as the door, several big pipes are starting to release water inside the room, and another door has now opened, at floor level, right next to our position. Now it's getting flooded. If we want to go back, we only need to wait for the water level to reach the first door. Or we could also try this new door. As I finish talking, something the size of a big dog falls from one of the pipes. It looks like a fish with a metallic sheen. There's a name on top of it that says protofish. Does the owner of this dungeon have some kind of obsession with the word prototype? Because the basic golems were called prototype 1, the big one prototype 2, and now the fucking metallic fishes are called protofish. Even the small self-exploding golems were called protobomb. Is it a kink, or is the owner really that bad at naming the monsters he or she creates? Attack it. We immediately jump towards the fish and attack with everything we have. It's kind of fun because the water level hasn't risen a lot yet, so the fish can only flop round without doing anything. After the fight, Ricard analyzes the situation. This was easy, but they are a lot stronger than the prototype one we have been fighting until now. If more of them appear when the room is filled with water, we're going to have a lot of trouble. I suggest we continue through the new door. I agree. Also, if we wait for the room to fill with water to go back through the same door, we're only going to be stuck again. What Laura says makes kind of sense too. I don't mind. I'll do whatever you choose, brother. Then let's enter this new tunnel. An idea comes to me at this moment. Also, I'll take the back because I'm the best at stopping large numbers of enemies. If we assume more protofishes are going to drop as the dungeon floods, then they are all going to go after us. So we better have a countermeasure prepared. This part of the dungeon is again similar to the previous ones, where the walls changed over time. Only this time there are no prototype 1 golems and instead, only protofishes appear, most of them coming from behind. Slowly, the water level rises and the labyrinth is flooded. After 2 minutes, the water reaches our knees, and after another 5, we are forced to swim. In DMA, the only difference between being inside water or not is the speed at which you move. You can walk and run normally on the ground but at a lower speed, or spend a lot of extra EP to swim, also at a lower speed. There are no problems with oxygen because the game owners didn't want to punish players too much. I believe this was implemented like this because they wanted to allow players to create any type of dungeon, and at the same time allow enemy invaders from all factions to come inside without too much of a drawback. Also, if the unit is specialized for swimming, then it can move at normal speed and doesn't waste extra EP for swimming. In exchange, it then has trouble moving when there's no water. That's why the fish was only flopping when the water level was too low. They are so specialized in swimming that they can't do anything at all when outside the water. They are like a fish out of water, ha ha ha. But in exchange, they can freely move when in water and are one of the fastest units in it. Of course, there are amphibious units too, but then they receive half the penalties from both sides. So they are only really suited for dungeons that have both water and ground one next to each other. Hey, I know I said I would keep the back safe, but I think I would appreciate a little bit of help with killing them. I shout, to make sure all of them hear me. Right now a broken bar. I look behind me. Yeah, it looks terrible. Let me explain what happens and how the situation turned out like this. In the beginning, only 1 or 2 protofishes were following us. So I defeated them with cold blasts or some staff attacks if they got too close. But after the tunnels got full of water, more and more protofishes came and I couldn't stop them without using chain lightning. The problem is that chain lightning doesn't actually kill them because of the shared voltage skill. So broken bar slowly but surely, the number of protofishes following us increased because they accumulated, and right now it has reached a point where it's absurdly ridiculous. The whole tunnel is full packed with protofishes, and I mean the whole tunnel. They are one next to each other and there's not a single water spot that my eyes can see. Only fishes everywhere, and because they are metallic, they look as if instead of water it was a mercury sea. Because the water hasn't yet reached our head level, I can see the situation from above the water, and I can't see the end of the fish mass anymore. They reach all the way to the next labyrinth turn. The fun thing is that I can actually keep them at bay easier like this, because every time I cast chain lightning all of them get stunned at the same time, and then block the newcomers because the whole passage is packed with the stunned ones. Or I can just let one of them attack me so that lightning shield activates and the stun chain created by shared voltage starts again. They don't deal that much damage with one attack, so it's okay. And also, I don't want to spend too much MP, because I could kill myself with the maniac skill. So I'm letting them hit me with basic attacks more and more so that the lightning shield triggers, and I save MP and also HP, because I take less damage from a basic attack than the HP I lose when casting chain lightning. The lightning never stops jumping until all protofishes are stunned thanks to the increase in damage that the battery upgrade provides on every jump. From my perspective, it looks like a lightning wave that moves forward while stunning everything in its path. But the situation is too ridiculous. Just look at the fish wall. We definitely can't go back anymore. A broken bar. There's an artificial wall behind us. Also, we aren't getting any CP from killing them because he broken bar. Well, obviously, they don't die. I can see their HP bars and, except the newcomers, all of them must have 1 horsepower only. So only one area spell and they all are going to die. Ha 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 ha. What did you do, brother? It's so fun to see so many of them stunned at the same time. Just look at their mouths, which keep opening and closing, and their eyes. They angrily look in our direction but can't actually reach us. Ha ha ha. While talking, Clara tries to put her finger a broken bar. Yuga broken bar tentacle? A broken bar inside the mouth of one of the fishes. Please, Clara, stop behaving like a kid already. You are. It bites. That's what you get for fooling around. It's quite an impressive view, says Laura. So, do you want to kill all of them? Nah, in fact, it's easy to keep them at bay if there's enough of them. Just kill the front ones every now and then, and it will be better. We get extra CP and still be safe from them. Good, good. The CP reward from this dungeon is going to be incredibly high. Ha ha ha. Ricard starts to talk alone as he rubs his hands together. It looks like seeing so many enemies getting killed has activated his role-playing mode. They're going to be a good boost to my undead legions, though it's a shame that they are constructs and I can't obtain any souls from them. Ha 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 ha. Just die and become my CP. I turn towards Laura and Clara. Let's leave him alone and continue the dungeon exploration. Okay, just let me cast Hellfire once more. Ha ha ha. Bye, Baldy. Ha ha ha. Wait for me. I think this might be the end of this fish area. Laura is pointing at a metallic ladder in front of us. And if things go like the past 2 times, after we climb the ladder we're going to find another trap room and behind it the next labyrinth area. I think so too. I say, so the time has come. Huh? The time to abandon this perfect place to farm Kpa broken bar. What a shame. If only we could stay here some more time. Yeah, broken bar maybe around 2 full days. What do you say? We won't. Okay. Also, what are you complaining about, Baldy? It was me and Lily who did all the work. You're only sponging off our kills. Ha ha ha. Don't be like this. What are friends for if not for sharing the benefits? You dare. You only talk about friendship when it's beneficial for you. Stop spouting bullshit already and focus. Laura hits Ricard's head. We need all our focus for the next room, assuming it's going to be trapped too. Hey, Lily. You didn't need to hit me. I was going to stop on my own. As we climb the ladder, I and Laura finish all the remaining protofishes for the extra CP. Seen from above, the whole area looks like a metallic sea. There's not a single spot in the whole area where normal water can be seen. It's a little ridiculous, don't you think? We had it easy thanks to my build, but what do normal invaders do against so many fishes? Or it's just that it looks more dangerous than it is because they are all clumped together. Who knows a broken bar? I certainly don't. Now, what will the next trap area be? You should create a balanced party when invading dungeons with other players. A lot of players only think about skills that help them defeat the boss monsters and don't consider any other aspect. What's the good part of being able to kill a boss in under a minute, if you die when being swarmed by multiple weak enemies before you can reach it? A tip from a professional DMA player to newer players. After we climb the metallic ladder, we find ourselves at the entrance of another big room. The ceiling isn't too high, but the room is both wide and long, maybe 50 meters on each side. And the whole floor is covered in black and white tiles. But what catches my attention are the columns that fill the whole room. Yeah, the columns. They aren't too wide, but there's a whole lot of them are broken bar and all them have holes the size of a fist in several places. That isn't suspicious at all. I'm sure those holes don't have anything to do with this room's traps. Ha ha ha, I say in a sarcastic tone. Huh? What do you mean, brother? What happens with those holes? Clara Broken Bar, are you saying this because you really don't understand, or are you just trying to make a fool of me? My Broken Bar suspicious. As suspicious as the columns and their hole is a broken bar. They are suspicious. Too suspicious, adds Laura. I'm sure the trap in this room is related to those hole as a broken bar. The question is, what are they going to do? Well, there's only one way to find out. So let me test if something happens. Wait a moment, you fool. Before Ricard makes his first step, Laura catches him and forces him to stay put. Do you want to repeat your previous mistakes? We have support mobs for a reason. We can just send one of them and see what happens. Aha, Broken Bar, I almost did something stupid, didn't I? Yeah, you did. So stop fooling around already. Weren't you the one who was supposed to take this seriously because you want to try to win the tournament? I won't believe what you say anymore. In the flooded labyrinth we didn't lose any support unit thanks to my epic stunning lightning chains. I think we can afford to lose one here to prevent one of us from taking damage, or be killed, or whatever this trap is going to do. Good idea. But I only have the kidnapper left, and I would like to keep it alive if possible, just in case there's something to capture later on. So please use one of yours. Ha ha ha. It looks like my time to shine has come. I can use one of my skeletons for this job. We all agree to send one of Ricard's skeletons into the room. After it receives the order from Ricard, the skeleton starts to move forward. The skeleton takes one step, to Broken Bar. For now, nothing happens. But when it makes the fourth one, we hear a click sound. Immediately after, from one hole, a burst of fire is released and it burns the skeleton. The fire covers a decent area around the skeleton, but it doesn't last too long, spewing fire for about 2 seconds only. Aha! I knew it. I knew the holes were suspicious. See? I was right. Yeah, you were right. Laura mocks me for my reaction, as if you were the only one who knew they were obviously part of the trap. So Broken Bar Baldy, how much damage did the skeleton take? Oh, you are Broken Bar. It looks like it's only 10 damage. Buta Broken Bar. Fuck. It's fire damage. If it hits the specters, they are going to die easily. Of course, it's fire damage. Didn't you see the fucking flamethrower? What did you think it was? Confetti painted orange and red? Oh, yes. I'm calling them flamethrowers because they work and look like one. I did see it, okay? Also, they aren't flamethrowers. They're called fire launchers. It's a trap common for a lot of factions. Who cares about their official name? They throw fire, so they are flamethrowers. Why are you always like this? If the game developers gave them that name, you have to call them by that name. A Broken Bar. So the holes release fire and the triggers are some of the floor's tiles. A Broken Bar. This is going to be difficult. Maybe we can only hope to get lucky and try to remember which tiles activate the traps. Laura completely ignores us and starts thinking about a plan. Hey, if it's just memorizing, I can try it. I've always been good at things like this, brother. It's finally my time to shine. I'll bring you out of here without any trouble. Ha ha ha. Huh? I stop arguing with Ricard. I heard Clara calling me. What were they talking about? A Broken Bar. A Broken Bar. Something about remembering the tiles that activate the flamethrowers, right? Well, why not? You've always been good at remembering things like this. I'm sure we're going to have less trouble that way. Yes. I'll show you. He. After deciding on the plan, we proceed to implement it. One of us walks a few steps in front of everybody else, and the rest follow from behind. We keep alternating between ourselves and our support mobs to take the lead because we don't want any of us to be severely damaged, or worse, killed. Slowly but surely, we cross the room. That is until Ricard, taking the lead, stops moving after we hear an impact noise. Phew, broken bar guys. It looks like there's a glass wall here. I can't continue moving forward. We try to break it by attacking and casting spells, but it doesn't budge. After a few tests, Ricard informs us it looks like it's part of the terrain. This means it won't break with anything we do. Broken bar, you can consider it as indestructible, the same that happens with the dungeon walls and floors. Shit. Then, what are we going to do? The wall is so perfect that it can't be seen unless you are very close. I'm sure there are a lot more of these walls inside the room. Why couldn't it be more stupid fishes instead of this invisible maze? Clara comes close to me and pats me on my back. Hey, don't worry, brother. I remember every trap until here, I think, so it isn't a big problem. We just have to find another way around the wall. If you say it like this, it sure sounds easy. Though I didn't like the I think part. A broken bar. After all, there must always be a path from the entrance to the dungeon core, so I'm sure we will find another way around the room. What I'm not confident about is not dying before finding the path. A broken bar. Well, let's try it. Following the new plan, we try to find the room's exit. We find several more glass walls, but with my sister's assistance we avoid those tiles we already knew had traps, so we don't have a very hard experience. Well, I lied. We avoid most of the traps we already activated once. Hey, you told me that tile was safe. I'm sorry. I got it wrong. A broken bar, but I remembered a lot more than you, so don't complain. Laura complains to Clara because she told her the wrong tile to step on. Are you sure? Because it's kind of suspicious that it's mostly me who steps on the wrong tiles. What are you saying? Are you implying I'm a liar? If you're not, then how come Mad Rat hasn't stepped into a single wrong tile yet? Are you making me step on them on purpose? That's because I put more effort into it because I don't want my brother to take damage because of me. But when it comes to a broken bar, I don't care that much. Why a broken bar? With an angry face, Laura glares at Clara. I'm not sure what face my sister is making right now because a broken bar, well, she doesn't have a face. Only a bunch of tentacles there. Ricard and I exchange a look, followed by a nod, and silently agree on not interfering with their argument unless it gets out of control. There's no need to put ourselves in danger here. So broken bar Lily, do you remember if this next tile is a trap or not? After so many times changing direction, I can't remember all of them properly. A broken bar. Oh, that one? That one is safe. I'm sure of it. Thank you. My sister then steps on the tile. We hear a click sound and she gets burned. A broken bar. I know you did it on purpose. What are you saying? I promise you I was mistaken and haven't lied to you. As if I would believe your words when you can't look at my eyes when saying it. Silently, I and Ricard keep following them from behind. This, that, and the next one are safe. A broken bar. Are you telling the truth? With hesitation, Laura steps on the first one. Nothing happens, so she believes in Clara's words and steps on the second. But at the third one, another click can be heard and a burst of fire reaches her. Why do you keep making me step on them? You touched me everywhere before, so I'm just making sure justice is applied. You call this justice? I was only joking. But you are actually trying to kill me here. Well, trying to kill my champion, but it's almost the same. Oh, don't complain that much. You have blink, so you can use it to avoid the fire when you want. It isn't that big of a deal. That's a broken bar, true, but it still costs MP, so I can't use it every time. And also, it's your job to remember what tiles are dangerous, so do your job properly and stop lying. Okay, broken bar, I'll stop lying about the traps. A broken bar. I'm sorry. A broken bar. Step on that one. It's a safe one. A broken bar. Why couldn't you behave properly from the beginning? A broken bar. Clicker. I'm going to kill you. Ha. You fell for it. Ha. Hana tilde Macron. Aren't you supposed to be the older one? Ha. From behind the arguing pair, Ricard and I are watching while they fool around. Ricard opens his mouth. Hey, do you think we should stop them before it gets too serious? A broken bar. Do you really want to intervene in that? Laura and Clara are now starting to get physical. Clara is grabbing and pulling on Laura's succubus boobs with her tentacles, and Laura is pulling Clara's hair. A broken bar. I mean tentacles. Though they do kind of look like hair for some stupid reason I don't understand, and don't want to. I think it'll be better if we don't. Wise words, my friend. Wise words. Ha ha ha. Yes, praise me more. You can also call me Sage from now on. Shit. I praised him without thinking and now I'm going to regret it. Exhausted, we finally reach the end of this damned fucking trap room. I hate it so much right now. My head's going to explode from hearing my sister and Laura argue the whole time. This, and Ricard's ramblings after he got excited when I praised him. Future me, I have a very important job for you. It's also very simple, but I promise you that if you don't do it, I'm going to kill you. You must never praise Ricard again, and absolutely never call him a wise another time. We didn't get too many losses. In fact, only one of Ricard's specters died. They have high physical resistances but have low HP in exchange, and because they fly, they got struck by more flamethrowers than they should if they were at ground level. Ha ha ha. Flying isn't always an advantage. Also, there were no mobs they could drain, so they couldn't recover the HP lost to the traps. All of us also took some damage, but the worst ones are, obviously, Laura and Clara. Because this is a game, their champions don't look affected at all. They don't have burns or charred clothes. But after taking the damage from so many traps, they have low HP right now. I'll never believe in you again. HMPF. As if it was my fault. You're the one who started it all. Both of you stop already. It's time to focus on the dungeon exploration again. I try to pacify them, to no avail. But at least I do manage to stop them from arguing anymore. We continue moving after a short break. This part of the labyrinth also has moving walls and prototype 1 mobs. But there's a distinct difference between this part and the previous ones. It's a quality difference. Not long after reaching the new zone, we encounter a prototype 2. We already know how to fight against it, so this fight is a lot easier than the first one. But then we encounter another one not too long after the first. A broken bar. It looks like they are considered normal mobs in this area. Don't you think the difficulty increased too much? After I asked the question, Ricard takes this chance to show his wide game knowledge. Maybe you can say it has. But if you look properly, these golems aren't as strong as the first one. We know how to fight against them, and also we don't have bomb golems obstructing us, so it's actually a lot easier. Now that you say it, it does feel easier. We haven't taken that much damage even after fighting against several prototype 2 golems. Everything is going smoothly until Clara, who for some unknown reason is going first, looks around a corner and immediately starts running in our direction. Somebody kill that thing, huh? What are you talking about? But I don't have time to think because following her, a 2-meter golem shows itself, chasing her. On its head, it says giant protobomb, and it looks exactly the same as the small bomb golems. A broken bar except that it's 10 times their size. Bip, bip. With a sound a lot louder than the smaller versions, the giant bomb golem rushes in our direction. Shit, why is it so big? I complain while running away. Do you think we can kill it before it explodes? I don't think so. Broken bar answers Ricard. But maybe we can distract it with one of our mobs. I'll try with the remaining specter. With its high resistance to damage it should be able to survive via broken bar. Ricard sends his only remaining specter to fight against the giant protobomb. It must have worked, because we can hear the bip sounds getting away from us as we run away. Bip, bip, boo. The golem self-destructs with a huge explosion. We are quite far away, but it almost manages to reach us. The kidnapper, our slowest unit, was only a few centimeters away from the affected area. When we go back, we only find steel wreckage everywhere. There's no sign of the specter. Shit. It killed the specter with a single explosion. Taking into account how much HP it had before the explosion and the damage resistance a broken bar, it means the explosion must deal at least 300 damage. Yeah, as I said, this area has an increased A quality compared to the previous one. Is a broken bar. Every time we encounter a giant protobomb, we have no other option than to sacrifice a support unit. That's unless we spot it from afar and I manage to immobilize it with Cold Blast, or Laura charms it with her charming eyes, before it activates the self-destruction skill. So we reached the trap area. A broken bar. Well, It doesn't look like the previous ones. This one looks like a factory, a broken bar. Is it here where all those golems are created? Also, isn't that a persona broken bar? Laura is saying something, but I interrupt her. Finally, a unit I can capture. Quickly, let's go and defeat them so that I can capture Thema broken bar. Before I can finish, Ricard shouts so loudly that I'm forced to shut up. Souls. Yees. Finally, something to feed my undead legions. Kill them all fast. Ha 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 ha. And he starts running towards the closest enemy. My eardrums hurt. Well, they don't, because this is a game, but they would be bleeding otherwise. What did we see, that I and Ricard reacted like this? It's humans, or at least they look like ones. They must be some kind of engineers or factory workers. Let's follow the two fools so that they don't get killed. A broken bar with a hand on her face and an exasperated look, Laura turns her head towards Clara. I'm going to help my brother, but only because I want, and definitely not because you told me to. Brother, wait, I'll help you. Clara sticks her tongue out before following me. Laura shakes her head. Sigh, it looks like I have to help the crazy undead. A broken bar. Come at me. I'll kill you all and feed on your souls. Ha ha ha. I'm sure this area was supposed to be the hardest one yet. Mostly because it's filled with contraptions and traps that the humanoids operate. So they aren't randomly activated or need a trigger, but instead are manually aimed at us. Lasers, explosions, poison clouds. A broken bar. Everything you can imagine is used to try and kill us. Did you notice that I put extra emphasis on the supposed word? That's because broken bar, both me and Ricard are so enthusiastic about killing and capturing them, that in under 5 minutes, we have completely wiped out the whole area. The only problem is that we are now very low on EP and MP. But who cares? I finally got to capture something in this dungeon filled with stupid golems. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I'm sure they have lots of decks. They're going to be a lot of help for my dungeon in the future. You need high dexterity to operate traps and contraptions, so it's evident they are going to have high dexterity. Finally, some more helpers for the lab. The lab assistants have been too busy lately. Look at this pile of corpses. I was missing this so much. Nothing can compare to slaughtering a bunch of humans. Ha 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 ha. We ignore Ricard. I'm sure that sooner or later, he's going to return to normal. Maybe? Well, it might be too late already. This must be the door to the dungeon's boss. We are close to ending this dungeon at last. As Laura pointed out, this gigantic double door must lead to the final boss of this dungeon. I mean, it does look like a final boss door. I'll open it. My sister doesn't want to wait anymore, so she immediately pushes the door, but when she sees what's inside, she starts to laugh uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha. To broken bar, it looks like you jinxed it after all. Ha 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 ha. Now every one of us has jinxed it at least once. Ha 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 ha. What the hell are you talking about, Clara? Jinxed? Didn't we stop talking about it a long time ago? But, when I can see what's inside the room, my brain stops working. Well, I did say I didn't want to meet the prototype 3A broken bar, so I think I jinxed it. Our broken bar, says Laura from my side. Inside the huge room, the biggest room so far, there's a single enemy. About 10 meters in height, its colossal size makes the room look small. On top of its head, with letters proportional to its size, we can read a prototype 3. When the doors finish opening, the golem's eyes shine red and it turns its head, as big as my whole body, in our direction. Shit. Did you know that the magic engineers can customize the golems? Instead of having a default appearance and innate skills, they can change the unit's parts so that its status, innate skills, and looks fit what you want. One of the innate skills we've already seen is the one the protobombs have, self-destruction. But there are a bunch more you can customize your units with. And as you level up and research technologies, you can unlock more of them. And the same happens with the unit's appearance. You can assemble them as you see fit, with certain limitations. They can also change the size of the same golem to alter its stats. You must keep in mind that in a magic engineer's dungeon, the general rule is, the bigger a unit is, the higher stats it has. The default size is the same as humans. This is very important for golems that look similar. There are also tiers that change how the golems look and kind of break the previous rule. But then the next rule applies. The more fancy and streamlined a golem is, the stronger it is. Random knowledge drilling done by Ricard during the dungeon invasion. Hey, brother, I know I told you I would protect you, but I don't think I can protect you from that thing, so broken bar good luck, okay? Clara keeps laughing uncontrollably. It seems she finds it very funny that the one who jinxed it the worst was Laura. Also, I'm sure she's winking right now, but because she doesn't have a face, we can't see it. What we can see is her pink tentacle, the one that resembles a tongue, sticking out. I should have shut my mouth. A broken bar. I joked about getting a turn to jinx the situation, but I didn't expect it to come back to me like these. A broken bar. Haha broken bar. I don't know if I should laugh or cry. Ha. Look at this. Finally, I got some souls. Ricard is still talking and laughing alone, on top of a pile of corpses from the factory workers, or whatever they are. I call him so that he reacts and helps us with the boss. Hey, you stupid useless monk. Stop behaving like a fool and come here. Souls. My precious souls. A broken bar. What did you say? Did I hear it wrong? You just called me a monk, right? How dare you call me with such a shitty name? I demand that you apologize and call me a sage. It's the worst offense you could have committed. A broken bar. Okay. You stupid useless sage. Stop behaving like a fool and come here. I'm coming. I don't know if I should be more worried about his antics, or about him taking more offense for being called a monk instead of caring about the a stupid, a useless, and a fool parts. Well, even with the insults, he's coming here. Broken bar. So who cares? All's well that ends well. Wow, that's one big golem. And it's called a broken bar. Prototype 3. Ricard turns his head and looks at Laura. A broken bar. It was you the one who talked about not wanting to fight a prototype 3 before, right? A broken bar? Why yes, it was me. A broken bar, but it's not my fault, okay? I was just joking around. Also, you 3 also jinxed it, so you can't complain. Ha. We can't complain. Ha. You were so haughty calling me a liar, but now you want us to forgive you. Stop it already, Lemon. It's time to focus on the boss battle, or we'll be killed. I admonish my sister. Okay, broken bar. She stops laughing but continues to stare in Laura's direction with a grin on her face. At least this is what it feels like, because her champion doesn't have eyes or a mouth. A broken bar. So I can't tell her to stop even if I know she's doing it. Sigh. What am I going to do with a broken bar? Why don't we do it this way? We can't. A broken bar. Ricard starts to explain the plan for fighting the boss. Of course, the plan is full of holes because we still don't know what skills the boss has. And if it has the same spinning attack as the prototype 2, just warn the others when you see it activate and run immediately away. The first thing prototype 3 does when it fully awakens is look in our direction. Its red eyes start to shine a lot more than before. Avoid it, shouts Ricard. We all immediately jump away, just in time to avoid the lasers that the golem shot through its eyes. Behind us, an unlucky skeleton gets struck by the lasers and is killed. Poor unlucky soul. It's already its second time dying. Ha. But more important, it's the skill to shoot lasers through the eyes. The skill I've been looking for so long. It's a shame it's a skill unique to the magic engineers, because otherwise a broken bar. To think it would have this skill. A broken bar. It has a chance to instantly kill you, albeit very low. So avoid it at all costs if you see its eyes shining. Also, wait for a while until I get his aggro. Once it starts to focus on me, you can attack it from behind. Leaving these instructions, Ricard rushes towards the prototype 3, his sword in one hand and a shield in the other. I don't think that shield is going to help a lot, because the golem's fists are bigger than his whole body. A broken bar, but it's his problem, so who cares? We need to be careful about the boss aggro because taunt doesn't work against bosses. So we must control who it targets by controlling how much damage we deal. Now, attack it now. Following his command, all of us, support units included, rush inside the room and join the ongoing combat. Yeah, There are still a few support units alive, though there are very few. Only one skeleton, 2 imps, one of my sister's things, and my kidnapper remain. Remember when I was complaining about the troll having more than 1000 HP? Then let me say that it was a breeze compared to this boss. A broken bar. Golems tend to have a lot more HP than other units. And by a lot, I do mean a lot. Prototype 1, the equivalent of a beginning unit, had more than 100 horsepower when most beginning units don't have more than 60. Prototype 2 had about the same HP as me after receiving the champion's buff, so a little bit over 1000. The problem with fighting it was getting close enough to attack while it was spinning. Now, this fucking colossal Prototype 3 has a broken bar, a whole whopping 4.000 horsepower. Yeah, it's stupidly sturdy. It also has very high con and will, so it takes less damage than it should. Luckily, it doesn't have the regeneration skill, because otherwise there's no way we could defeat it. During the fight, Ricard tries to avoid as many punches as he can, though it's difficult because the golem is so damn huge. As if its size and laser beams weren't enough, it can also release telegraphed missiles that must be destroyed before they reach the target. Luckily they aren't too fast, and can also release lightning blasts that have a high chance to stun the affected units. But the worst of all the golem's skills is that if you attack it with ranged spells, there's a small chance that the spell is reflected back. How scary is the thought of it returning a chain lightning and making me kill or stun my own team? A broken bar. I shudder just imagining it. I was lucky the first spell the golem reflected was Cold Blast. I stopped choosing chain lightning from that moment on. But even with the stupidly high HP the golem has, thanks to all of us attacking it together, and in particular the continuous damage my sister deals when all her duties are stacked, we steadily reduce the golem's HP. When I'm thinking everything is going smoothly, Ricard is stunned by the lightning blast. Prototype 3 always shoots the lightning blasts randomly at one of us. As a result, Laura and I got stunned once, my sister twice, and it also killed one imp. But we aren't targeted by the golem, so it's okay as long as at least one of us can destroy the missiles before they explode. But a broken bar while stunned, Ricard can't avoid the golem's punches, so it's almost sure he's going to die now that he's been stunned. Luckily, Laura reacts on time and uses her charming eyes to buy him enough time to recover. Nice save there. I say, with your support, we can be at ease. Ha ha ha. But now I can't charm it again until a minute passes, so don't expect me to save you anytime soon. I forgot about that limitation. Shit. The fight continues after the close party wipe that Laura avoided. And everything looks fine until Prototype 3's HP drops under half. Clack. Clack. Similar to what Prototype 2 does, a part of Prototype 3's waist changes shape and its upper torso starts to rotate. Oh, it's coming. You are on. It's going to make a spinning attack. We quickly stop attacking and move away as we scatter, like cockroaches. Clara uses the Abyss Grasp skill to detach her tentacle so that it clings to Prototype 3 and continues to deal damage for a while. After its wind-up, the colossal golem starts chasing Ricard while rotating. He's running away from the golem at full speed. The same scene of him running away from a giant enemy repeats yet again. Only that this time the enemy is 10 meters tall, and I can't hold myself from chucking at what I see. Because it's very slow, the kidnapper can't run fast enough, it's caught in the golem's path, and is sent flying. I can see it getting away, until it's very far and looks very small. Then, it hits the room's wall and leaves a bloody silhouette behind. Well, it doesn't because it's a game. But it has died in a single attack. Until now it didn't take damage because it doesn't fight at all. But when you find yourself in the path of the golem's spinning destruction, it doesn't matter if you're a pacifist or not, you're going to know what hitting a wall at high speed feels like. You can say it's the wall, golem's fists, that hits you, though it doesn't matter which one is the one that's moving because the result is the same. Goodbye, you loyal soldier. I hope you have more luck in your next life. Luckily, I don't expect to find any other unit to capture. We're already fighting the last boss after all. So its job has already finished after capturing the factory workers. It got killed just after his retirement. What an unlucky fellow. Remember what I said about having to manage the Guillem's aggro? Because we can barely attack the Guillem now that it's spinning, and even more difficult for Ricard, who uses everything it has to run away. The only one who's dealing damage to Prototype 3 right now is Clara, my sister, with her detached tentacle. So after a few seconds after it starts to rotate, the Guillem stops chasing Ricard and switches targets to my little sister. It's going to be very bad if we don't solve this situation somehow. Broken bar. Something like this didn't happen with the troll, because it was so stupid that it only attacked whatever was in front of it. That's why the kidnapper bait tactic worked that time. But there, Guillems in this dungeon are more intelligent. A broken bar, or should I say less stupid, whatever. The important fact is that they change targets depending on who deals damage. Be careful, Lemon. You got its aggro and is now coming after you. Ricard is the first one to notice and warns us about the situation. Ugh, brother. Save me. Don't run this way, you fool. You're only going to drag me too into the attack if you come this way. She continues to run in my direction. So I'm forced to run too. I run in another direction, but when my sister sees I'm running away from her, she changes her path and starts to follow me. I told you to stop coming this way already, brother. Come here. I need you to protect me. Don't you feel bad for your cute little sister? I don't. Especially not when it means I'm going to be hit by an arm as big as my whole room. Also, you're not cute when playing with an Abyss champion. Though I'm not going to tell her. This way I'm immune to her charms, and I'm going to take as much advantage of this fact as I can, until she notices. Come on, brother. I'm going to chase you until you protect me. Don't come. Stay away, you monster. Monster in double meaning, because she looks like one, and because she's behaving like one. Don't worry, Lemon. I'll save you. I'm the best sage ever in DMA's history. The time has come to display my true power. Ha 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 ha. Regret your actions, Prototype 3. I'm going to crush you now. Eat this. Dark grab. While running, we can hear Ricard's rambling from behind. When he uses his skill, a completely dark hand extends from his right hand until it reaches the colossal Guillem. Then, the dark hand, which looks minuscule in comparison to the Guillem's body, tries to pull it in Ricard's direction. But the Guillem doesn't budge, not even a millimeter, so it keeps chasing after Clara, and Clara after me. What would have you done if it actually worked? It pulls the enemy until it gets next to you, so you would be hit by the spinning arms immediately after, you fool. Ugh. What was that? Did you really expect to move a Guillem as big as that one? Come here, brother. I can only rely on you. I already told you to stop chasing after me. At this rate, we both are going to be smashed by the Guillem. After his epic failure, Ricard drops to the ground in shame. What have I done? A broken bar. After getting so pumped up, I didn't achieve anything. A broken bar. I just lost my gentlemanly pride. Dear broken bar. We continue to run, completely ignoring him. Not that we can afford to cheer him up in our current situation, mind you. But even if we weren't chased, we would still ignore him. It's Laura who saves us from the approaching Guillem. Charming eyes. Finally, it came out of cooldown. It's annoying that it's so hard to use against bosses. A broken bar. Thank you, Lily. Don't expect to give my thanks to you. Also, why did it take you so long? I'm sure you waited until Mad Rat was dragged into it to help me. You're welcome. What are you saying, Lemon? Of course, I didn't do it on purpose. Haha. Broken bar. She looks away in a clearly suspicious way. Anyway, stand up already, Baldy. It's time for us to counterattack now that the Guillem has stopped, she says as she kicks Ricard, still despairing with his two hands and knees on the ground. My gentlemanly pride. Dear broken bar. She kicks him a few more times. I said stand up. Ouch. Okay, just stop hitting me. Ricard takes the aggro again, and we proceed with our fight. The only thing Prototype 3 changes from his previous behavior is that now it sometimes activates the spinning attack in between the lasers, lightning bursts, and missiles, and every time it does, The spinning attack lasts less than the previous time. I take a close look at its status and see that his EP is drained very fast when using it, so that must be why now it lasts less than the first time. The most relevant difference is that now my sister has learned that it's best to release the golem instead of detaching her tentacle during those attacks, so we haven't had any more aggro troubles. And finally, after a very long fight, Prototype 3's HP reaches 0 and it crumbles. This time it starts with its head falling to the ground, followed by a massive crack that appears on the golem's torso before it falls apart. I'm sure that my sister dealt the most damage during the fight, even if she's the one with the lower level and lowest stats. Ha ha, Broken Bar, see? We can do it when we all work together. Ha ha ha. I don't know if we're going to win the tournament, but at least we're going to have an opportunity if we fight like this. I watched the previous tournament and the most teams sucked compared to ours. Ha 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 ha. It's all thanks to my party building skills. Ha ha ha. I'm sure that his party building skills are about choosing the appropriate skills for a good party. But even if he tries to put himself on top of everything, he only chose his own champion and skills. I didn't change a single thing. Laura only picked a healing skill at his demand, and Clara only left MP draining skills out because I asked her to pick skills that deal HP damage. Mostly because we all deal damage, so a single party member that does something else won't fit as well as one that complements the party. He, brother, praise me. Without me and my damage, you would have been killed. He. It's clearly me who made this possible. Without my charm, this battle would have ended in a party wipe. It's thanks to me. I was the one who dealt the most damage. Don't try to put yourself on top because you only used your charm a few times. You were useless the rest of the time. Every time I used my charming eyes I saved at least one of you. I also saved you twice, so you should thank me. Hey, you're forgetting about me. It's thanks to my party building that we could do this. Ha ha ha. Shut up. Fuck off, Baldy. This is between us two. Wow, okay. I just wanted a little bit of recognition for my efforts. A Broken Bar. Also, I was the most active one, evading and running away all the time. A Broken Bar. Well, I don't have too much to say, because it definitely wasn't because of me that we beat the boss this time. I excel against multiple enemies, not against a strong one. And also, I couldn't cast Chain Lightning for fear of it being returned back. A Broken Bar, so my damage wasn't that high. Also, it's true that the most active one in this fight was Ricard. But there's no way I'm going to interrupt the two girls. I don't want to be lynched. So Broken Bar, I shut up and ignore them. Let's end this dungeon invasion, don't you think? Talking alone, I leave them arguing and quickly move towards the dungeon core and break it. It was behind a door that opened when the boss was defeated. Dungeon invasion successful. Rewards obtained. I didn't expect too much of this party, mainly because Laura and Clara were arguing all the time since the flamethrower trap. If everything continued that way, there was no way we could properly compete in the tournament, and much less win it.